here. Alrighty. Whoever's watching, I'm just doing some testing. Trying to set this up for YouTube and Kick. There we go. What's up, JJ? Awesome, dude. All right, now I'm gonna see if I can get on Kick here. Looks like it's working. It says session healthy. Okay. Okay. Looks like it's working. Still loading. Well, my PS5 went into rest mode. Cool. That's actually perfect. I was about to turn it off. Heck yeah, dude. It says the session's healthy, but is it working? View my channel. Oh, sweet. View my channel. Oh, sweet. I'm live on Kick, dude. 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 All right. I had to turn that off. Okay. Now I got to figure out how I'm going to do this. All right, guys. Let me drop the Kick link down below in the chat. All right, yeah, if you haven't already, go follow me on Kick. Let's see here. Let's see here. Yeah, I shouldn't be muted. Am I muted? All right, let me know if I'm muted. Oh, shoot. There we go. Is it working? Still loading. What about now? Hold up. All right. All right, cool. Not muted on YouTube. Can you go over to Kick? Yo, what's up, man? Tell me how I'm doing on Kick. You can tell me on the Kick stream, the Kick chat. Alrighty. If I stream on Kick for 5 hours, then I can put in my payment information and get paid on Kick. So looks like I'll be doing that. Hold on here. Audio's good. Perfect. All right, cool. Thanks, man. Thanks, valuing you. Appreciate that for letting me know. I don't know what's going on. All right. Haven't done this in a while. How's everybody doing? It's been a minute, so I'm a little rusty. A little rusty. Oh man. All right. Gosh, I can't even remember the last time I was on live stream. Interesting. Still trying to get used to this on the Kick side of things. Oh, okay, here we go. Perfect. Beautiful, beautiful. Turn this light on here. Yeah. Create the mood. We gotta get the mood going. Gotta get the mood going. Oh man. I'm such a newbie here. Doing this like a rookie. What is it? Monday already? Jesus. It's almost July. It's crazy. All right. Misha Petrov. I don't know. Let me check. I'm not sure. No. I have no idea who this person is. I've never heard of Misha Petrov. Never heard of her. Let's see here. Get let me. I need to get my chats. So my chat's over here. All right, got that chat right there. Okay. Can this be smaller? That's what she said. Nope. Don't look like it. Nope, nope. Oh well, that should do. Oh man. Yeah, Tony. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Alrighty. Yeah, so I got this new desk. It's pretty sick. It's got like RGB lighting on it. I feel like a real streamer. It's legit. It's like carbon fiber and shit. It's super cool. Yeah, it was Ewan Racing. They emailed me. They're the ones that gave me this. It's like a $600 chair, man. They're like, hey, can you make a video on it? We'll give you a free chair. I'm like, yeah, totally. Did that back in November, and then they emailed me again, and they asked if I wanted to review one of their desks. They're like, we'll give you a free desk if you just do a video. I'm like, yeah, totally. I need a new desk. Mine's really tiny, and I need something a bit more professional. And they shipped this to me. It's like a $900 desk, like retail. So I was like, yeah, it took like 45 minutes to put the sucker together. It's great. Got that video. Of course, like those videos don't get a lot of views, but I'll do it. I did it on my Monday. I usually don't make videos today. So I'm like, yeah, I'll just post that video on Monday. And yeah, who wouldn't for a free desk, like a free $900 desk? Why not? So, oh my gosh. Oh, what's up, man? What's up, Shake Delusion? Oh yeah. At least it wasn't an IKEA desk, dude. No, I would never get an IKEA desk. The one that I had, it was solid. I still have it. I just took it apart and put it in my closet, but it was made of wood and metal. It was a good desk. It was just too small for what I needed. And it didn't have the cool lighting and the cable management stuff that this one has. And it wasn't a sit to stand desk. So, yo, what's up, Whiteout, man? What's shaking, Bacon? What's shaking? How's everybody doing? I need all you lurkers in the chat to say what's up. Just for now, you can go back to lurking. Just say what's up. Just say hey. Just say lurking. Just say I'm lurking. I'm good. That's it, bro. Yo. Love from Germany. Heck yeah, man. Heck yeah. Give me some W's in the chat. Oh, man. Thanks, JJ. I appreciate that, man. Oh, yeah. Life shakes you. Yeah, dude. Shakes me like a rag doll sometimes. I hear you. Oh, God, I hear you. A fistful of dimes. Yeah, dude. Lurking. We got some lurkers. Yeah, dude. The only good desk is a free desk, honestly. I'm not gonna lie. It's a sweet desk. Oh, dang. You got a free ticket to Rogan's Comedy Mothership in Austin? Dude, yeah, Dave Landau. Dude, yeah, heck yeah. My friend Nate Roscoe, I believe Roscoe knows him. I believe he lives or he's from Detroit. He might not live there anymore. He might live in Dallas or something now. Yo, what's up, Chad? Chad Elkin in the house. Great way to spend a lunch, dude. What's for lunch, man? What are you eating? Oh yeah, we got another lurker here. See, I didn't. You guys, nice you're having a good day, man. Appreciate that. I appreciate the fact that you're having a good day. Puts a smile on my face and a smile on my soul for sure. Oh man. Yeah, I usually thanks, Edward. Appreciate that, man. So I usually don't do a video on Monday, but I am expanding my horizons right now, and I want to start streaming a bit more. Not sure how often I will be streaming, but I want to do it here and on Kick. So it doesn't look oh shoot. Looks like I got somebody in the I got my first comment. Heck yeah, dude. So yeah, I'm here on Kick. Why not? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Oh yeah, dude. Woo-wee. I may grab the pup here in a sec. He's just chilling back there. His he chills out in the kitchen. He's got a nice little area there. But since he's a puppy, man, just it's hilarious because you just, you buy the food. Actually, I was just the way I was thinking about it because all he does is just eat and pee and poop all day long, and then he's pad trained. Sometimes he misses. Oh, let me put the kick link. Hold up, wait a minute. View channel. Here's the kick link. So yeah, he just, he's just eating, peeing, and pooping, and it's just kind of funny how circular it is, because I'm pouring this food in, knowing that this is gonna be some poop I'm gonna have to clean later. So it's just kind of funny to think about it that way. But he's super cute. Oh, heck yeah. Is it Alex? Appreciate that. I'm glad that it can help women. That's good. I like hearing that. I mean, that's really the ideal scenario. It's not to bash women. It's just to say the truth. There are dark truths about men and women, and I'm a dude, so I'm just speaking from my own perspective. I've been on this earth almost 41 years, so, a dad mode and doge mode. I almost did get a Shiba Inu. I'm so glad I didn't. It was mostly just they're a little too big, and not by much, but they shed a lot. They're double coated. I didn't want to have to deal with that because I live in an apartment. I'm in a second story apartment complex, so I don't have a backyard. They're living in here. That's why I ended up getting the French Bulldog. Got a great deal on him too. Had to drive damn near to Canada to get him, but it was worth it. So, but yeah, no, yeah, Alex, thanks for sharing that. I appreciate that. Means a lot. So, I get accused a lot of being anti-woman and hating women and being a misogynist. It's not the case at all, right? So, I try to be hard on myself as well. Or not hard on myself, but critical in an appropriate way of myself. Because I ain't no rainbow and sunshine sometimes. I'm definitely fallible as all get out. I tell you what. So, but JJ, it's nice to see you guys. Chad, Whiteout, all ya. Alex, after the storm, we got here. CBS Star of Orion. Oh yeah, all you lurkers out there, all you lurkers, yeah, value in you 21, you, all my mods. Oh man, it's why don't you play for the American team at the World Cup? You look like you can kick balls. I don't know. Do I look like I can kick balls? Was that me? I don't know. I don't know. I look like I could kick balls. Do you kick balls? Have you worn wigs? Will you wear wigs? When will you wear wigs? I'll grab the pup real quick. Give me a moment. All right. Somebody. What's up, little hater? Buddy. He's living the life. Here, buddy. Here, buddy. Boy. You're a good boy. You're such a good boy. There we go. Alrighty. There we go. Here we go. He's so cute. He's gotten big. My gosh. Flipper died in a car accident. Yeah. There he is. There he is. There we go. He's so cute. My gosh. Hey, buddy. Hey, dear. Oh my gosh, he's so cute. Can't get over it. My son loves him. When I surprised him with him, he was like, "Is that ours, or are you borrowing him?" I'm like, "No, he's ours, man. I'm not borrowing a dog." I thought that was funny because he had no idea. I had talked about getting a dog for a few years, but just didn't pull the trigger until now. But heck yeah, he's the new addition to the family. Hey, buddy. Yes. He's so cute. He's such a good dog. You're a good dog, aren't you? That's right. I'm a dog person. I mean, I don't mind cats, but I was thinking about getting cats because they're just more hands off. You can kind of leave them and they do their own thing. But I don't know. Just I feel like I needed to get my son a dog. Yeah, he's a cute little Frenchie, but I don't know. There's just because I wanted it to be something for for him to love and take care of and take ownership over. But yeah, just I think it would help our father son relationship as well. And it's just you can take a dog on a fishing trip, but you can't really take a cat. And cats, they're just they feel like they're more in the background than a dog. A dog is really just in the foreground with you. So yeah, just made more sense to get a dog. Although it's a lot more work for sure. But I also I'm kind of grossed out by kitty litter and that whole thing. I didn't want my house to smell like that. And yeah, it'll smell like his poop for a moment. That's how I know. I'm like, oh, he did it again. So I gotta clean it up and take it out. And then I gotta burn a candle. Yeah, cats own you. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I mean, I've always been more of a dog person. Oh man, sorry to hear that, Tony. Oh man, Swiss Mountain Dog, 15-year-old. So did he run off? Did he lost or did he pass away? Either way, it sucks. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, I'm not looking. I keep a close eye on him. I got a harness for him, but it's too big. I gotta take it. I gotta return it and get a smaller one because he's still not big enough. Yeah, Tony. Sorry for your loss, man. Hey, buddy. Yeah, you're such a good boy. When I bought him, his ears were down, but now they're up. But they were floppy. They were both like down, and then eventually one was up, and then one was down. That was pretty funny. That looked cute. And now both of them are up. He died the best death possible. Walking happy, just died in his sleep. Either way, it still sucks. I've lost like my childhood dog. That's the last dog I remember. Well, that's the only dog I really had. Well, I had a dog after that, but a couple dogs after that, but I moved out before my parents. I think they gave them away when they were moving. But yeah, I had a dog from 1989 to 2001 or 2. Yeah. R.I.P. Taylor. He was half golden retriever, half chow. Very good dog. Very good dog. Very loving dog. Looked like a lion, but like a teddy bear lion. Super cute. Had the purple tongue, the mane. So he was a real good dog. You're a real good dog too. Yeah. He's chill. He doesn't really bark. He makes these like yappy, like cute sounds. Like it sounds like he's talking. So he's pretty. He's got a very interesting personality, don't you? Yeah, you do. You do. Yeah, good boy. You're a good boy, aren't you? Yeah. So yeah, he's a cutie. And he does kind of look like a miniature boxer or like a boxer puppy. Some people think that he's a boxer, as he kind of has that look. I believe he's a fawn. I think that's what he like the type of Frenchie he is as far as like his color. He's a fawn, I think. Or it's something else. It's either fawn or some other thing. I can't remember. Maybe red. I don't remember the type. I'm not too knowledgeable of like dog breeds, but oh man, how's the kick chat doing? Oh snap! Oh, come here, buddy. Heck yeah, multi streams, baby. I had to I had to download a plugin so I could do this, but worth it, man. I didn't have to pay for another service to do the multi-streaming. So this plugin is a freaking lifesaver, man. Do you want to go back into the kitchen? I'm gonna put him back in the kitchen. He was taking a nap, so I didn't really wake him. I woke him up a little bit, but you know. Hey, buddy. There we go. Here you go. Now you're wide awake. Now he's wide awake thanks to me. My gosh. He's like, yeah, you jerk. Waking me up. Broadcasting me to these strangers. All right. I got some weird fuzzy here. Hey, buddy. How you doing? What's up, man? Oh, yeah. Looks like we've got 33 concurrent viewers. Illuminati confirmed. Illuminati confirmed. All right. Well, let's see here. Let's react to some stuff, right? Let's watch something. Let's see what's on the YouTube. I was gonna say the boob tube, but the YouTube. All right. And this thing has a cup holder. I decided to put the cup holder on. Best decision I ever made. Really like it. Heck yeah, dude. Got 5 viewers on Kick. Heck yeah, man. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Let's get this Monday started. Right, yeah. Oh, yeah. Shout out to you guys. Shout out. You know what? I think what I'm gonna do here. I need to swap this. Yeah. Wait, no. No, because I already have it assigned. Well, let me see here. Yeah, I've already got it assigned. That would be annoying. Forget it. I'll do that later. Yeah, I think I'd have to do this in the settings later. Honestly, I'd have to do that later. What's up, buddy? Hey, what's up, dude? It's okay, buddy. I love you, man. You're okay. All right. So, oh no, he's doing like that whiny voice. Hey, it's okay, man. Yeah, dude, pet losses are difficult. That's a huge reason why I didn't want to get a dog, because I just didn't want to have to deal with the loss of them eventually dying. It's tough, and and then I have to, of course, then my son would have to experience that loss as well, and I just didn't want to. But then, of course, but of course, it's just, this is life, man. You gotta do it, man. I think it's just a trade-off, right? You get to, yeah, you may not experience the loss, but you don't get the experiences. You don't get the good experiences of having the dog in the first place. So I think in the end, it's worth it. So, but really, it's just it's a nice way for me and my son to bond and have something extra, to have another member of the family, right? You're adding a member of the family. I think that's a big deal. I think that's really useful and helpful, right? Especially for our helps us connect as well. Gives us another element to bond over. So why not, right? Let's see here. Hold up. Oh man. Dun 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 bum. Yeah, exactly. You can't know the difference without the contrast. That's a good way to put it. So what we gonna watch here, man? I was watching some like interview with like Wes Borland earlier from Limp Bizkit. Oh man. Pet snake and pet tarantula. Heck yeah, dude. All right, Jim Price from the UK, man. What's up, Jim? All right, does anybody have Oh wait, here we go. Wait, never mind. Let's see here. Refresh this. Oh, it's condensation. I was like, what the heck? What's dripping? I didn't think that I was that uncoordinated with my mug. Heck yeah, dude. Yeah, Wes Borland is he's the GOAT. Let's see here. What the heck is this? No, don't do that. I don't really know what to think of this Oliver Tree thing, like that helicopter crash that took his life. Because there's all kinds of weird coinky dinks with that. A lot of looked a little, as the kids say, it was a little sus. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, Falcon Arrow. I mean, it's your decision, but I'd encourage you to fight it. I think if you have some money, if you have about 11 grand, I think you should. There's this device. I'm going to be very careful on how I word this, but there's a device that you can get. Just go to T as in Tom, Z as in zebra, L as in Larry, A as in Apple, .club. There is a device there that you can get that you will be skeptical when you see it, but it's been known to heal those types of things. Also, there's three herbs that you can get. What are those? This is not medical advice, right? This is, if I were you, this is what I would do. I would get what's called a Tesla machine. And then I would also take those 3 herbs as well. That's what I would do if it was me. Yes, thank you. That's, yeah, go to that. Thank you, JJ. Go to that website. Trust me. Like I said, not medical advice. But yeah, there are, I for one would not, if it was me, I would not go to a doctor, right? Yes, what Millhouse said, that is another option as well. So, hey Jim, can you clarify? What do you mean? I mean, I'm always curious, but I'm curious every day. I guess I could say that. Curious about every day. I have days where maybe I just don't think about stuff, but I usually do. Oh, you're asking him. No, I've taken the IVER. I've taken that before in 2021, and yeah, it works. There's a human version of it. There is a just like, and that's the thing is a lot of medications that they use for people and animals. That's the same medication. However, I have taken the IVERM blah 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 drug before, and it works. And it's the human version that you get at a human pharmacy. So it's not just there is the horse version and there's the human version. So well, yeah, I mean, if you treat it the conventional way, it's going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not more. But the question is, do you have 11 grand up front? That's it. I mean, I'm not talking about anything beyond that. So, I mean, I would look, if I was you, I would look into that. Because, hey, Sarah, how you doing? Thank you. I would say that right there, because if someone was like, I could potentially remedy this situation with paying 11 grand up front, then hemorrhaging hundreds of thousands of dollars and going through all that. Yeah, I mean, it's worth it, right? If you can pay 11,000 versus hundreds of thousands of dollars, yeah, dropping 11 grand, that ain't nothing. But I mean, if you drop 11 grand at once versus dropping, even tens of thousands of dollars over time, yeah, it's just it's kind of a no-brainer if you ask me. Yeah, I honestly, if you have 15K, I would seriously consider. There's even a doctor, I believe, in the Pacific Northwest that treats her patients with this machine. If you go to that website, then, and JJ, if you could you enter that in again? If you go to that website, that doctor, she will be on there, and there will be testimonials. So I would highly encourage looking into that. Oops, I just dropped something. Oh, well. So, look, I'd say you got a wife, you want to be here for your wife, go for it, man. I mean, come on. Don't just let that money sit there, and don't waste it on something conventional that will not work. If anything, it's just, I don't know. I'm skeptical of all that stuff. I'm not going to go into detail because I'm also on the YouTubes. Kick doesn't care, but I know YouTube does. So, but yeah, I'm more of the alternative solutions for those things. That's my own opinion. That's all I'm going to say about that. So do with that information what you will. So yeah, dude. Yeah, there is a human version. There's both. It's not just the yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would say, yeah, try every option that are more on the alternative realm rather than because it's just I mean, my dad had a particular type of cancer. He had a surgery and got it all removed, but I don't know. I just feel like there's other ways about going about it, but to each their own. Unfortunately, the internet isn't a place where you can just freely say these things anymore, which is really messed up. But women don't want me because I still live with my parents and have no job. Are you working towards? I mean, of course. I mean, if you're still living with your parents and have no job, maybe is there? I mean, there's a lot of reasons to live with your parents. I don't know. I mean, I don't know your particular situation, man. I mean, I get that, but also, I don't know. I don't know your situation. So, but I mean, if I was in your situation, I would just try to, yeah, RIP Wild West Internet. I would try to find a job and find somewhere to live, right? Be able to rent a place, even though it's like $1 bazillion a month. It's not cheap to rent, or at the very least, right? Just find some way to make income and just stay at your parents for a little bit. I mean, that I'd save up. Honestly, I wouldn't worry about women right now. Like, who cares, dude? Women are over. Women. Well, having a girlfriend is overrated, dude. Honestly, anytime I had a girlfriend, I all of a sudden wished that I was single. It was just like, I really enjoy my alone time. But then when you're alone for too long, then you miss the other thing. So yeah, it's a trade-off. Heck yeah. The real something cupcake. Cool, dude. Case of the Mondays. Oh, just show me you got a case of the Mondays. Oh yeah. Good old Mondays, man. The Tom Green podcast. I love Tom Green. Where? Let's see here. What is there to? Oh yeah, let's I can watch some. Wait, let me add this to my playlist for later. I can watch some Jack Morgan. I haven't watched some Jack Morgan in a while. Oh, here we go.
I want you to take a good look.
All right, here we go. We'll watch this one. Oh yeah, dude. Heck yeah, dude.
I want you to take a good look at that because this could be you. Yeah, you, buddy. In 2009, I got roped up for selling weed.
Dang, bro. I think my dog pooped. Wait, did he? Oh, no, he didn't. All right, thank God. We watching Filthy Frank. Who's Frank? Better to have a girlfriend. Yeah, when you don't live with her. Yeah, don't ever live with a girlfriend. Bad news bears, dude. Yeah, I prefer living alone. I would not cohabitate with a woman. That's just my take on it. All right, here we go.
And it wasn't exactly a small time.
God, look at it. He's such a youngin'. And dude, that hairline, man, it's so low. Like he's blessed, dude, with that hair, bro.
Pusher, but it wasn't a big time pusher. Okay, I wasn't dealing in fractions or nothing, but I was moving ounces, stuff like that. And this story, I'm going to tell you about this arrest. Also, kind of getting caught up, like almost staying stuck in a lifestyle, like kind of letting that define you. Then I also got arrested 2 years prior to that for something totally different, which I will talk about. Pretty funny story.
I have a funny arrest story as well from when I was 19. I'll tell that afterwards.
But I got caught up.
Stay tuned.
Up in this, and it was really hard to kind of escape that lifestyle. You know, you hear about people get arrested and they get arrested again, and it's like, why don't you just stop doing it, dude? What are you doing? Well, now looking back, I'm 36, so looking back to 20-year-old Jack or 19-year-old Jack, whenever that was, I can see like, oh, that could have easily been me. Like I could have been one of those jamokes getting roped up again, which I kind of did because I got arrested twice. So let's go back to 2009. I was on a high that year.
Oh, yeah, on the kick side. What's up? Sanmon. Hey, good to see you stream on here. How's it going? Dude, it's going, man. Just watching some Jack Attack, bro.
All right. Skateboarding was going great. This is the June issue. I ended up in a magazine. That's me right here in the shorts. Only guy wearing shorts in the magazine. Dude. 2009 issue. Got my first magazine for skateboarding. Gotten a few videos, and I felt like I was really, my mother was proud of me. My dad was heavily on drugs, so he didn't.
Yeah, I get it, man. I get not wanting to be alone. You just gotta accept the state that you're in, and if you want that's the thing, dude. Okay, so we're gonna pause Jack for a minute because I myself, okay, when I was younger, I got roped up into bad stuff, right? Doing drugs, just like Jack here. I don't know if I think he did like weed. I'm not sure if he did hard stuff, but I was doing hard stuff, but at some point I saw that I wanted to be better. I wanted to have a life with all of these normal things. I wanted to have a family at some point. I wanted to improve. I saw myself in a different way. I didn't want to be caught up in that stuff forever. I was addicted, but I wanted something better for my life. And if you want something bad enough, right? If the pain of staying in that life is worse than the effort that it would take to get out of it, then that's when you make that change, and that's when you take those steps. And so that's what I did. I never went to rehab. I just wanted it enough. You got to want it. So if you really want to, and also when it comes to women, don't make that be your end all be all. That shouldn't be your reason for doing these things. You should want to do these things for yourself, right? Like I've talked about plenty of times, you need to have your mission and a purpose. You need to have meaning that's tied to you. That's tied to something you're passionate about, something that you want to see. You want to create a ripple effect in the world, right? You want to create this change, whatever the frick. whatever it is you want to do. Some people want to make an impact. Some people don't. Whatever the case may be, whatever you want to do with your life, do it for you. Don't do it just so you can get a girl, right? Because that girl, she can leave you. She could cheat on you. She could just, anything could happen. I'm not saying that it's always like her that's causing it, that's causing the split, but you just got to think about, what do I want? Stop thinking about women, man. If you focus on yourself, if you focus on doing things, improving yourself, progress, not perfection, of course. But if you just focus on that, then the byproduct is women. Women will be attracted to a man. Women are attracted to men like that. At the end of the day, women like seeing that, right? They like seeing a man that's geeked out about stuff, right? And that's what you talk about. You don't make, a lot of men like myself fell into that simp trap of thinking that for you to be happy, you need to find someone that falls in love with you and have that, right? To get married or have a girlfriend or whatever. That's not true. Okay. You don't need that for your identity should be tied to other things, should be tied to the things that you want to do, tied to things that you choose, not women. So that's my 2 cents. Just, whatever you do, do it for you. Do it for the people that you love. You know, don't do it for chicks. Okay, there's a million of them out there. There's billions of them out there, dude. Okay, don't ever get into this like one-anitis thing where it's like, oh man, there's this one chick, blah blah. Dude, there's tons of them out there, man. Tons of them out there. And don't ever pedestalize a woman. Like don't pedestalize people, right? They're just in general, because the idea of who they are before you actually get to know them is vastly different, right? People build other people up in their head so much, and that's not who they are. That's not reality. That's just a perception. That's something that you've constructed in your noggin. So, but yeah, there's nothing hotter. Yes, after the storm, there's nothing hotter than a dude that's passionate about something, and just geeks out about it. And he's just like, yeah, that's me. Like, it's a man who is a take it or leave it kind of guy, right? You know what? You can enter my life, but here's the door. Like, these are my requirements. If you don't meet them, there's the door. Women can smell desperation from a mile away. If you are desperate for a girlfriend, if you are desperate for whatever, you're desperate for sex, whatever the case may be, because yeah, of course, you know, you have your biological imperatives. You want to have a family, you know, sex is healthy. It's a part of life. So, but if that is your goal, if your end goal is sex in women and all, it's just not, that's not the way you'd go about it, dude. You're not going to get anywhere with that. It's going to hurt you. It's not going to help you if you have that mentality and that mindset. So that's all I'm saying.
I didn't really know what was going on, but the rest of the life was going pretty well. I was supporting myself, selling weed, and I was paying for my dad's trailer park rent. Things were going pretty well. And it was 8 a.m., 7:38 a.m. My best friend runs upstairs and he goes, "The cops are here." And I go, "What?"
Dang,
I go, "Good one." He wasn't kidding. 3 cops walk into my room with a warrant for selling weed. I got caught up in an undercover bust, a sting operation, 2 months prior. Somebody bought a ½ ounce off of me. I thought it was like a pound or something. ½ ounce. And that was a felony. And this is prison time. Luckily I got probation. We'll get there. But I remember such a funny thing. I think this is kind of white privilege or something maybe. But I had been arrested before as a juvenile, so I thought, you know, I might really get it bad, but they didn't even bring that up. But I remember my mom going, she goes, "You think he can maybe brush his teeth?" And I go, "Yeah, he's got a hygiene." They go, "That's fine. You can go brush your teeth." I look at her, I just go brush my teeth. I'm chilling. I'm like making sure I got like a pound. I got like 10 grand. Well, I think I got like $9,000. I'm like 19. Like in a drawer, and I'm sitting there like throwing it under stuff, like hiding everything. So I brush my teeth, And then on the way out, they're about to take me out, and she whips out this magazine and goes, "Do you think you can maybe the kids in the neighborhood really look up to him? Do you think you can maybe not handcuff him when you take him out and then like handcuff him in the car?" And they go, "Yeah, that's no problem." But all my neighbors are outside watching. I couldn't believe that one though. That was trippy. So, but luckily I worked at a law firm at the time, so I ended up getting a good deal. But the probation was super intense. But before I go into probation, I want to circle back to how I even started selling weed, because it wasn't exactly the easiest thing to do. You had to have a connection to where you could even sell it and make money. You had to have the plug, as they say. So circle back to when I was 16. I got my first real girlfriend. We call her Frank now because she's like a dude to us. So I'm gonna refer to her as Frank.
All right, guys. If any of you guys in the YouTube chat are not following me on Kick, go ahead and do that. Hold up. View channel. All right, guys. View channel. Go follow me on Kick. All right. I need some more subs. I think they're called followers on there. But yeah, I think I have like 16 or so right now. Yeah, I've got 16 followers. Let's get that. Those are rookie numbers, man. Let's get those up because I'm gonna be doing this whole thing. All right. Like I'll be using YouTube essentially to kind of bring people in, and then at some point, I think I'm going to be trying to migrate all the audience from YouTube to Kick, just because it's just it's a freer platform where we can bro out harder. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's Sarah. What's up? All right, heck yeah, dude. It's nice to see you, Sarah.
But Frank lived a totally different life than I did. This is kind of crazy. Frank lived with her grandparents in a rough trailer park area.
I made 7 figures in my early 30s. Damn! You made millions? You made at least $1 million in your early 30s? That's wild, dude. That's crazy. Retired. Now I'm in my late 30s and feel like I'm wasting my life. Basically became a hermit. Only go out for the gym. But life kind of is awesome, but sucks. Any advice? I don't know. I'd have to know your situation, man. Honestly, if you want to book a call with me, if you want to do a deep dive, man, let me get my booking link real quick. Because yeah, I'd really love to hear about your situation. Honestly. All right, there we go. All right, here we go. Oh, it's doing that. Hold up. Hold up. Hold on. All right, bro. Curious Ape. Here you go, man. Hit me up, dude. Schedule a one-on-one with me. I'd love to sit down with you, man. Hear what's going on. And that way it'll be easier for me. I can't really give advice unless I know the skinny, but all right.
Where I lived with my regular parents in a regular house. But this was my first introduction to meeting her grandparents. I walk in, they are smoking joints, individual joints, watching Judge Judy.
All right, Jimmy. Dude, I got a PS5. I play hella Fortnite, dude. But yeah, I mean, if you spend most of your time playing video games, I'm not saying video games are bad. I play video games. I get shit for it all the time. What's up, AJ? There it is. I'm not saying that you have to like stop playing video games, but I mean, you gotta think of the common denominator. I'd say, I don't know. I don't know how old you are, but yeah, I mean, if you're in your like if you're in your 20s, 30, like if you're an adult, then I get the idea. Jobs suck, dude. I hate jobs. I've had so many horrible jobs in my life, and it's a buzzkill. But just you got to find whatever it is. You got to find a way to make money, dude. Right? Maybe you could figure out working for yourself, doing something like that, or you just got to get a job and just gotta do that. You gotta do that job tango mess. But yeah, I mean, if you want to improve your life, if you want a radical change, you have to make radical decisions, right? As far as you got to deviate from your normal day to day, like whatever you normally do, playing PS5, stop doing that, right? Or maybe do it at the end of the day, right? Wake up early, try to find a job that you think you would enjoy. Don't just grab anything. I hate people that are like, you just got to get anything. You got to be very strategic. You want to obviously find something that makes enough money. Yeah, you're 45. Yeah, then you should be. Yeah, man, if you're 45, I mean, I'm 40, I'll be 41. And, if I would, the last thing I'd want to do is live with my parents and not have a job. So find a job, play video games less. And once you have a job, that's easier. It's it because they kind of dictate your time. So you're trading time for dollars. So yeah, that's what I have to say.
I'm 16.
But I get it, dude. I don't know how you ended up in that position, but I'm not gonna bash you for it. It's just if you want out of that, if you want a girlfriend at some point, like I said, don't make that don't do all of this to get a girlfriend. Okay, that's not the point. But you got to radically change your life. You got to make these radical decisions. You got to make these radical changes to your life. That's all I'm saying. You gotta.
And I go, whoa. I go, this is way different than my house. Where I'm getting at is it turns out her grandmother, rest her soul. I went to her funeral 15 years ago. She was the
Mountain Valley. If you want to sponsor me, I drink Mountain Valley, Saratoga, Icelandic, all you water companies, all three of you cats. I'm open to a sponsorship, okay? I drink your water on the daily. Just saying.
weed kingpin of the trailer park. We called it grandma's weed. It was like regs, as they call it back in the day, or mids, or in California, they call it stress. Excuse my language, but shitty weed. But people still bought it. So what Frank started doing, was she started just taking some of her grandma's stash. I mean, she had pounds of this stuff. And we would just have free weed. And so my job at the time, working at Domino's, didn't pay anything. And everybody we knew smoked weed. And I said, hey, we got to start selling some of this. And it was free. So it was pure profit. That's how I got introduced to going, oh, we can make money with this. This beats a regular job because they weren't paying nothing, $6 an hour or some joke. And it turns out not many people are good at selling weed. And I was a delivery boy, man. I would be there anytime you needed it.
I'm sending this to my brother.
You call me in any hour.
My brother's asking me what I'm up to.
Jack is there. Okay. That's how I got into it. Then I ended up breaking up with her. Her grandmother cut me off. It was a whole thing. And then I realized, oh, you have to buy this stuff. So finding somebody to get it from was really tough, but I found someone. And I basically just relied on selling weed for the next, I don't know, from 17 to like 25. And I got arrested at 20. So I kind of got caught up in that trap. So I ended up on probation at 20 for the selling weed thing. And this probation, this is how hard they would like to make it on people. And this is another reason why I would say when you hear somebody who keeps messing up, it is almost by design, and it is hard to escape that lifestyle.
Jimmy, you've never worked before? Why? Dude, my first job when I was 15, man. Like, what's going on, dude? Honestly, man, I've never heard of that before.
Style. And we'll get into that too. Because this is something that I really had to escape from.
Oh yeah, Jimmy, don't start selling weed. FYI, dude. Yeah, this is a lesson. He's teaching a lesson here on like what happens if you go that route. So yeah, don't. I didn't even put that together until now.
This lifestyle and this way of living, and it took me some years. It took me till about 25 years old to really completely exit and go, I'm out for good. So I had a thing called drug court, which technically I shouldn't have had because I was selling weed, and this was more for users, but it was actually harder than regular felony probation. So every day of the week, first of all, the piss test, you had a piss test every week, but you didn't know what day it was on, and you had to call a phone number that call your color. My color was white.
Oh, Jimmy, I was talking about selling, not doing.
You call it every day. They call your color. You have to drive in, wait in line, and some dude will go in the restroom with you, stare at your dick, and watch you pee.
Oh, God. Jesus.
That's how, and I am a professional. I could pee on a dime of a tit drop. You understand? Like that. Some guy just going, nice dick. Psst, smooth stream. Wasn't like that at first. It took me a few goes. So that's your piss test situation. And sometimes you get called twice a week. Yeah. And if you miss it, guess what? Strike one. And your probation gets extended 6 months. Yeah.
Dang.
If you don't show up for the pee test when you don't know what day it's on. Okay. That's 1. 2, probation officer every Tuesday. You better bring money. Not cash. Western Union. Some kind of cashier's check.
Dude, my parents, they still do Western Union. I think maybe it was last time I needed some help was maybe like 2 years ago. I'm like, can you just do Zelle or Venmo? They're like, no, they're very weird. These, boomers, man. They're like, we don't want to connect our bank account to any app. I'm like, it's safe and it's easier, but no, they had to send money via Western Union. I had to go to a Walmart where there's a Western Union, just wait in line. It's just, dude, get with the times, man.
Really super annoying. Because this is like the middle of your day. You know, how are you supposed to have a real job and do all this stuff?
Yeah, bro, don't do it or sell it. At the end of the day, that's what we're saying. That's what I'm saying. Don't do it. Don't sell it. Just do something else, man. Freaking cut lawns. I don't know. Like, try to work for yourself, but if you can't, then work for someone else.
Okay. Every Wednesday, a 3-hour therapy counselor drug class.
Jesus.
Every Wednesday. Yeah. Rotating Thursdays, court. Well, every third Thursday was court. And that's a 3-hour ordeal. And you better bring some money. You're going to need
a 3-hour tour. A 3-hour tour.
Need more money. Okay. Then you needed 4, count them, 4 AA-NA meetings.
You're spoiled by your parents and you're afraid and you're overweight and unmotivated to do anything. I mean, it sounds like your parents are enabling you. I mean, you got to want it enough, man. If you don't want it enough, then you're gonna stay where you're at. So, That's just the way it is, dude. That's not attractive to women. Like, if you want a girlfriend, like I said, don't make that your end all be all, but a woman's not going to be attracted to that. A guy that's overweight, living with his parents and plays video games all day. It's not happening. And no matter how, if there's some chick out there saying that, she doesn't mean it, dude. I got like these chicks are like, I love fat guys. No, you don't.
Things a week. That's what your week looked like every week.
Like, I mean, I don't know, man. Maybe tough love is what you need to get your ass off the couch. But yeah, I mean, you got. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't. Yeah, I moved out of my parents' house at 19. I've had a job since I was 15. So I can't relate, man.
And you need money for basically all of this. So that little $9,000 I had, that was gone within about 4 months. Paid off my probation in full, lawyer fee, every little thing. I paid off everything in full because I was like, dude, I am going to not have this money. And guess what happens if you don't have the money? Can you guess? How are you going to get the money? You going to steal it? You going to sell some more weed? Are ya? Do ya? And guess what? I started selling a little bit of weed again. And I had a real job. Don't get me wrong. I did. I was smart about it. But I was one of like 7 people out of 300 people that passed this probation. 7 people passed it completely.
Yeah. So yeah, I would say I would start with losing weight first because, you know, obviously you're being taken care of. So, do that because it's easier to find a job. People that are obese or overweight have a harder time finding work. So, all right, DECO081 with the gifted. Ooh, throwing out gifteds. Heck yeah, dude. Oh man, what do we got here? Holy cow! How many gifteds are we doing here? Oh snap, dude. Flow state, bro. I'm not even familiar with what this is, but heck yeah, dude. Sent flow state for 200 joules. 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Heck yeah, dude. I appreciate that. you don't know what it is either. Yeah, I've never seen that before. I appreciate that. I appreciate that quite a bit. But yeah, I'd say yeah, no, I really appreciate that. Thank you. Jimmy, dude. Jimmy DeWall. I don't know how much you weigh, but I would focus on getting your health right. Oh, more flow states. Right on, dude. Appreciate that. Get your health right, okay? Get down in your weight, because man, it's gonna help you. It's gonna help you tremendously on landing a job, right? If you look. Because yeah, it's a harsh world out there, man. People that are obese, overweight, have a harder time getting hired at places, right? It's not to say that can't happen, but also find a job where you're not sitting down, you're not sedentary. Okay, that's not gonna be good. Find something where it's active, right? So get active, get healthy, then find a job that can help you continually get healthy. That won't put you back on like sitting down on your keister, right? Okay.
In 1 year's time. Because if you keep messing up, you got to go another 6 months. So some people stay on it.
It's not health advice. I'm not a doctor. I'm just saying your decisions and the outcomes of your decisions are on you. Just saying. This is just if I was you. But yeah, you just got to start, man. This YouTube channel came from me just starting. I just got a camera. I hit record, started talking. That's it, dude. You just got to do it. You just got to start.
And then if you mess up, I think it's 2 times or 3 times, 2 or 3, you go do your sentence. So if you were sentenced to do 2 years, you go and you end up in jail or prison. I'm in there with like murderers and stuff in the first court date, guys getting sentenced to death row. I'm like, what? I was in the wrong courtroom. Okay. Let's circle back to, now this is going to be good. Let's circle back to Frank and the grandma. First time I got arrested, I stole from JCPenney's. I went through a klepto phase. Not like home invasions, just like the gas station here, there. And I would always usually buy something and then I just, a little pocket swoop. I don't know what that was about. Okay. I don't know what it was. I'll just take it. This is the last time I ever stole. It's my girl's birthday. We're throwing a big party for her at our place. Okay. Because she lived in a trailer park. Big party for her at our house. Everyone's coming. Day of her birthday, parties in like 4 hours. I slide up to JCPenney's, like, I'll get a little necklace or something. And I got weed money, and I was selling some weed at the time, so I had some money on me, like $200-300. I was like 17. And so I go to JCPenney's, I see this $65 necklace. And I go, oh, that's a little steep. So I just pocketed it like that. I walk out. Thinking nothing's going on. Boom, I get napped up. But here's the kicker. This is where it gets good. On the way to the Jack Center, which is the Juvenile Assessment Center, the cops are laughing at me. And I go, what's so funny? And they go, dude, that necklace was on clearance. 75% off. I go, you're a loser.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Yeah, 75% off. I didn't take the time to just look around. But here's the best part. I stay all night. I stay about a day there. And I'm thinking, surely this girl is, gonna leave me. Nope. She picks me up with my mom next day. 24 hours later, I get in the car and she goes, I can't believe you do that for me.
Dude.
They threw the party and everything. Had a great time. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what that was. Chicks really love the bad boy, I guess. But here's some funny things that did happen within this lifestyle, and also kind of how I got out of it. Because
your mom helps you get out of my. I mean, you got to do it yourself, man. Don't rely on your mom. And 220 ain't bad, man. I mean, I don't. How tall are you? I mean, I weigh 195 right now. And I'm 6'3", so that's basically I'm right where I need to be. But I don't know, if you're 220 and you're like 5'6", 5'7", then that's a problem. I would, yeah. I mean, like 220. I mean, as long as at least it ain't like freaking 280, 300, man. So that's what I was afraid of. I was afraid you're gonna say like 300, 400. DEC 081. Yeah, it is, dude. Yeah, it is.
Right when I kind of thought I was out of the weed game, I got a few funny stories for you too. I got jumped all over like some weed, just petty stuff. But here's where it was hard, like escaping this lifestyle, is some of my friends or peers, when I moved to California when I was 24, and I couldn't get a job for the first month and a half, I ended up getting some weed because all my friends were big time weed dealers. And I said, I'm just getting this to get me by until I get a job, which I did at TGI Fridays bartending, making about $60,000 a year. And I just accepted that. I said, I need to learn how to just make money.
Oh, yeah, dude. Raymond with all. Oh, yeah, dude. With all the, I'm not familiar with all the kick stuff, all these gifts and whatnot. This dancing bee. There's this dancing bee, man. Dancing bee. I love the dancing bee. It's my favorite one.
Normal. And I'm going to make it doing like...
Yeah, dude, go for a walk every day. At the very least, go for a walk every day. Right? Yeah, start a YouTube channel about your progress, dude. Your dad owns an ICT company. I don't know what ICT is, but yeah, good for him, man. Your dad needs to kick your ass off the couch. I don't know what he's doing, but maybe he's too busy. I'm not really sure. But either way, man, like, Just think of ways that you can, like for accountability, start a YouTube channel, right? And possibly for a way to you can monetize that. People are into that kind of thing, man. If you're authentic and real about making these changes, people want to see that because there are a lot of people in your shoes, man. Be that guy, right? Be that guy. That's because while you're helping yourself, you can help other people at the same time. They can learn from your mistakes. They can learn from your successes, right? Think that way. Chicks dig that shit. They love a guy like that. Think about it. You could be this like freaking muscular, kick-ass dude. Just think what you could be a year down the road, 2 years down the road. And at the very least, all it takes is some walking around, dude. Walking around. Obviously, you're not hurting for money because your parents take care of you. I mean, at least milk that for as long as you can. Get to a place where you're physically healthy, physically looking good. Find a way to make your own money. Play less video games. Bada bing, bada boom. I mean, otherwise, I mean, that you got it. That's what you got to do, man. You just got to pull the trigger. Otherwise, you're just, I mean, if you don't, you're going to be this same guy a year from now asking these same questions. Be like, how do I do this? It's just like, you got to want it, man. Nobody can, no, you got to want it for yourself. You got to choose it. We can't help you. We can tell you, I can give you like what I've been doing now. I can tell you what you can be doing. But until you make those choices, you're just going to stay the way you are, man. No girl, no money, live with mommy and daddy, playing video games. Dude, that was the life I led when I was 8. You're 45, dude. You got to get your ass in gear, man. And yeah, I'm glad that you say you can do that. Yeah, you should be able to, man. I'm not facilitating his attention seeking. He's asking for help. That's what I'm doing. I'm here to help people. He's not getting attention. Dude, there's 27 people here, right? I honestly don't know I don't know what his motivations are other than it sounds like he wants to change his life. So I'm giving him advice, dude. Giving him advice. We're not getting distracted by, yeah, I guess you could call him a man-child if you want to, but I'm at least going to answer his questions and help him out. He's also in the chat. He's no better than you are, dude. Just because you got a 2 next to your name doesn't mean anything, right? At least he's trying to ace, at least he's trying, okay? I'm going to give him that. Yeah, whatever. Maybe it is a pattern. I don't know the guy.
Like what I'm doing now, YouTube and stuff. Thank you for being here and subscribing.
Like, let's stop pathologizing him and just tell him, hey, this is what you need to do to help yourself. Go do it. That's that, bro. This is my stream, okay? We're not being derailed here. That's what, I'm the one that's deciding when I pause this thing and what I say. I'm engaging with him because he's a person.
Subscribing. At the time, it was stand-up comedy, things like that. But the times have changed. And I said, I'm going to make it doing this, and it might just take me a long time. But the temptation was there. So what do I mean? You know, when 2 people that you know very well who are going, Jack, come join us. They got grow houses out in the desert. They're making $30,000, $50,000 a month growing weed. You're seeing it. You're there. You're going to visit. You're seeing the operation. They're rich. Or what you think is rich at 25 years old. Loaded. And they will put you on, dude. They will set you up. The temptation, even after I went through all this, the mugshot, the arrested twice, and kept selling weed. Not intensely, not like I used to. I mean, I was really trapping, you know, I was...
Yo, what's up, FIFO? What's good, man? Just chill, man. Having a good day.
Dad lived in a trailer. I remember I used to leave ounces, and his oven was broken. I'd leave him in the ounces. If I wasn't home, slide by the trailer. Dad give him an ounce, collect the money for me.
No, that's fucked up. It is. That's not sure. Right.
I mean, I was about that money. I was. I didn't do it to that extent, but I kept selling because I was so reliant on this way of living. And even to the point at 25 where I'm like almost putting it behind me, it's right there in my face going, come on, man. Look at how easy this is, dude. We're getting rich. And they were. They got loaded. But they all had to pivot at some point anyways. And I took the long road. But most of the time in that kind of lifestyle, you're going to have to make a change, right? Now it's legal and stuff, right? Like, I guess you could just own a weed store. I mean, it's going to cost you a lot of money. Good luck competing in that environment. I wish you all the best. I'm not saying it's stupid. Go get rich, sure. But at some point in that kind of business, in that kind of lifestyle, we're going to bring it down to lifestyle, you got to make a change at some point, which most of them, all of them have. Basically, all of those guys.
Take a chance, make a change, and break away. All right.
Guys I'm talking about eventually had to start over. But I chose, and it took me like 5 years to go, I'm done for real. I have to learn to do this legitly.
Yep.
Which I'm glad I did, but it was very difficult the older I got, still bartending, watching people still in this lifestyle and going, man, it's right there for me. You know, the temptation was very real. And I can see how people get caught up in that and kind of stay in a perpetual state. I'm not saying I have sympathy or nothing. I'm just saying it's easy to get caught up in that. I mean, think about a regular job. You know, think about a job somebody has, or maybe you have, where you're not thinking to yourself, you're going to do this for another 15 years, some medial task job. Next thing you know, 15 years later, you're still working, you know, down at the TGI Fridays. You know, you can get caught up in that, right? But I got a funny story here. All right. So, speaking of skateboarding, all right, when I was really in it deep, this camera, I used to have two of these cameras, a 1995 Sony VX.
Nice.
So what I did was I had two of these things.
That's a sick camera.
I gutted this all out. Oh, crap. I didn't realize the battery was in there. I gutted all that out, and I could fit a quarter in there, which is about 7 grams. Okay. Then, in the back, I could fit another quarter in here. I fit a half ounce in there, dude. And back then, street value, that's $200. So,
Jimmy, do or do not. There is no try.
So I would keep both cameras on me, one that worked, right? I missed this camera, dude. One that worked and one that didn't. And I keep it stuffed, dude. That was my daily rider. Cop never pulled us over before, right? No big deal, but it was just in case. Safe measures. How are they going to know to open all these gizmos and gadgets? So one day we're in Miami, right? I've got this loaded up. I got my boy Jamal with me. Everybody else is in my boy Crunk Johnny's car, right? So we're coming out of we're in Opalaka, dude, in the warehouse district, skating some spots. So we pull out. Johnny's in front of me. Jamal's in my car. Just me and a black guy in the ghetto of Miami. And all of a sudden, 7 cops swarm us. Actually, not us. Johnny keeps going. They swarm me. I'm in my mom's red PT Cruiser, dude, and I've got this weight on me. And Jamal doesn't know. He knows I sell. Everybody knows I sold.
Yeah, listen to After the Storm. That's 100% correct.
You gotta have your business, right? Cops yank us out of the car, like guns drawn. I'm like, oh my God. Jamal goes, you don't have anything, do you? I go, no. So they start ripping the car apart. Finally, they get to the backpack. Oh yeah, here's where it gets good. They open the backpack up and the cop goes, got it. I smell it. He picks the cameras up like this. Real careful. Passes it to his home. Passes it to the other cop. He goes, be careful with those. I don't want to pay for them. Put it down on the sidewalk. And they go back to ripping the car open. And I thought to myself, I'm a damn genius. Got away scot-free. We drive off. It's right there. He had it in his hand, dude. He had it in his hand. And I'm just sitting there like, dude, you got the right guy, you know? And we drove off. I look at Jamal and go, what do you say me and you smoke a joint? That was a fond memory of mine. And it was just the one time I pulled the wool over the eyes of the sheepskin on him, you know? Man. Another time, though, people were very petty when it comes to the weed game. A lot of people, you don't really know how down and out people are. I've never been a nickel and dimer. I never nickel and dimed anybody. You know, if I get screwed over for 50 bucks or something, 100 bucks, hell, even a couple hundred, I don't care. Whatever. I'll just get more. It's always been my mindset. But some people are very petty. So I've been jumped twice in the weed game. And another one of my friends got pistol whipped and ended up in the hospital. He almost died. All from the weed game, which were signs to get the hell out. Yeah. So the first time was over 0.7 grams. We're dealing in fractions here, right? We're talking about like $10 worth of weed. But to these guys, and they're kind of ghetto, $10 was a big deal, and that's disrespect. I didn't know. I just eyeballed it. They were begging me for weed. These are kind of some losers who beg you for weed, and you're like, dude, it's like a waste of my time. So anyways, I drop them off some weed. Next thing you know, I'm getting these death threats. I drive back to their house to give them their 0.7 that they're missing. All of a sudden, these two white dudes who thought they were black got their group of these hood guys with them, like 7 dudes.
Oh, yeah, real quick. So I need to get I think it's like 25 followers on Kick. For some achievement, to unlock some achievement. So I've got 20 followers now. Thanks for the 4 additional people that followed. So if you're in the chat right now on YouTube and you have not followed my Kick, I'm going to put the link in the video description, or be happy. Exactly. Or not the video description, in the be happy. In the chat description, in the chat. And so, yeah, if you haven't, go follow me on Kick. I'm live on Kick right now. I'm live on Kick. I'm live on YouTube at the same time, right? Thank you, plugin from Soroyuki. Appreciate you. So yeah, go follow me on Kick, because trying to amass a following there. I'm going to be dual streaming, multi-streaming, whatever you want to call it, on here and Kick. But yeah, with Kick, it's a lot freer there. So at some point down the road, not immediately, but I'll start on YouTube for a bit, and then I'll end that stream, and then everybody will migrate over to Kick, and then I'll carry out the finale there, right? So, anyways,
and they just like go to jump me. Luckily, I fandangled my way out. I got hit once, and I just I just threw them $10, and I'm like, you could have just said. Just tell me, right? Like, I'll give you, it's not a big deal. Well, anyways, the one guy who initiated the jump overdosed on heroin, so fuck that guy, right? Now, I wish his family the best, but these people sucked. The second time, the other time, was a friend of mine who never even sold weed was like, hey, Jack, can I get...
Jimmy, my man, you're welcome. You got to do it, man. That's the deal. None of this trying bullshit. You got to do it, man.
Your guy with the blueberry mids, can I get the plug? I'm going to make a flip. He was going to flip like $2,500 worth of weed and make, a nice little profit. And I remember going, you sure about this, dude? Because I can't be there. Like, are you sure? He's so positive. Next thing you know, he got set up. Yep. He got robbed, pistol whipped to death, ended up in the hospital for 3 days. And I'm sitting there going, that's kind of my fault, And I just kept selling weed. Another time, shorted a guy $50 on accident. I didn't know. But here's the kicker. When I got arrested, I ditched my phone and changed my number. To keep, my plug, who is a big time guy, not get him in trouble. And also just kind of bail from it and get rid of all my contact list. So I would hopefully stop selling weed, which didn't work. So I'm on probation, felony probation. I'm outside this place called Harry's Banana Farm with all of my friends. And it was the one night a week I could drink because of the piss test thing. So Friday nights I could drink. Because Saturday, by the time Monday came around, you were good, right? So I'm drunk, fresh on felony probation, outside of this bar. I'm not thinking anything of the weed game because I'm removed from it now. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, I just get laid out. Side of the road. Well, it turns out it was this dude. Apparently, I shorted him $50. He was riding his bicycle by.
Jeez.
And I'm with all my friends. My boy Crunk Johnny's got a gun on him and stuff, Yo,
Jimmy, if you need it, look, if you want to do a deep dive, and you want to connect with me, man, hold up here. Like, I do one-on-ones, so yeah, man. If that's something you're interested in, feel free, dude. Here's my link. You can go book a session with me, a 1-hour session, whatever you need, man. Whatever you need.
And I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And the guy's like freaked out. And he goes, dude, you shorted me $50, dude. You nearly ruined my life. And I remember being like, damn, dude, like people will do some crazy stuff over $50, like over Petty's amount. This was something I...
Hey, El Jefe. What's up, dude? Greetings from the US, brah. I'm good, dude. I'm good, man. How's Australia? How's down under treating you, mate?
realized like kind of exiting this world is kind of like how much real, I don't want to say danger, but like, oh my dude, people are they're willing to jump you, possibly do like really ruin their lives over, you know, $50 here. And I remember it was like the most gangster thing I ever did, because I'm not gonna get in a fight with you. I'm on probation, dude. I'm on felony probation. That's in my head. I'm like, I can't get in trouble again.
Appreciate that after the storm. I did you a solid and made you a mod. So now you're a mod, man. So you can protect the gates from any trolls or anything like that, or if anybody says any unsavory characters, just you can take care of them. You can now you're a bouncer for my club.
So I remember pulling out a stack. I had a little stack on me. I just threw $50 on the ground, and I go, next time, just ask, dude. Fucking loser. Excuse my language, but this is the kind of people you had to deal with, man.
You're welcome, Jimmy. You got it, man.
But reflecting back on it, this mugshot popped up. I thought I got it scrubbed from.
Hold up. I'm over on Kick here. I got to switch back and forth. I can't see it unless I do it. All right, dude. That Demon One. Ahoy, James. Lurking on YouTube and made an account here to give you that +1 more follower. Appreciate you. The least I can do. Got to be real. Need to see more Pudgy. Actually, it's funny. So this is how my son decided to spell Pudgy's name like this. That's how he spells it. He wanted to be unique. So I'm all for it. So that's what his collar says. It says it like that. So I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I'll grab him here in a sec. He's taking a nap. I have to take a piss break here in a moment. So.
The internet.
We'll wrap up Jack here, and I'll go take a tinkle, and then I'll grab Pudgy.
But it popped up again. Someone did a background check on me, and that's what they found. So I guess I just wanted to share some of these stories with you, and kind of just saying like you can move past that. You don't have to like let that stick with you, right? Like, I still skateboard and stuff. I don't identify as like a skateboarder. I still love it. I'm not saying like, don't let your past define you. I'm not trying to be corny or cheesy, although people do like those two things. A lot of times I like it mixed together, corn and cheese. But I'm just saying I understand what it's like to get stuck and kind of almost get boxed in and, escaping a certain way of life. It's tough, and a lot of people get stuck in this, man. I mean, remember, people, $50 is the end of the world, and I really hope they can escape that. So hell of a talk. Just wanted to throw that out there, man. Shout out to everybody who subscribed. We opened up memberships. We're going to be doing some crowdfunding with the memberships once a month, taking 10% of all the membership proceeds and giving it to a member. More details on that, do like a private live stream for the members, and appreciate all your support. And I just think back on these things, and I just really look back at it and go, man, I was really running like that for close to a decade. Some people I know who never stopped. They never stopped, and when the time to change came, they're so far in deep, it's almost like, how do you even reacclimate to society? you know. And it was actually kind of funny because you would think selling, weed would be easy, but apparently a lot of people just aren't good at it or good at being entrepreneurs because that's kind of what it was. So I kind of look at it in hindsight, like it gave me the ability to go, you know what, I could sell that. People like other things, and I made a whole career on eBay, selling used goods on eBay. Going, well, people like this stuff too, and it was actually kind of, so selling T-shirts, which thanks to everybody who bought a Caddy Daddy shirt. I got those shipping out. I was out of town for a while. Appreciate that, and you can just get boxed. So I kind of look at it stuck, and it feels hard to escape it. So, hell of a talk. Oh, that was kind
Hell
of
of
fun.
a talk.
I just thought I'd share that with you guys. Unreal.
All right, cool. Hold on real quick. Also, let me put this. Also, I do have my my Connect with Me number. So if you ever want to call this too, you can either book a call, if you can do a formal hour, or if you just, maybe need like 20 minutes, you need 30 minutes, maybe you need an hour and a half. I don't know. A lot of people call me. I talk to them for like 2.5 hours, honestly. Usually when people call me, it's a pretty lengthy conversation. So yeah, anybody that wants to call me, that's my number right there. All right, cool. Let me take a tinkle and I'll grab the dough. Alrighty. Okay. All right. Little buddy. Little pudgester. Don't do that, buddy. There we go. All right. All right. Oh man. Who is the guy? That's Jack Morgan. Let me leave the link to that video. You can go check him out. He's cool. I like Jack. He's over in Detroit. I hung out with him and Nate Roscoe back in like late April. They're fun. They're cool guys. Jack's a funny dude. Yo, Scotty side, what's up, man? Long time no see, man. Good to see you. After the storm, no for private coaching. Yeah, man, if you don't need it, you don't need it. All right. Okay. A man and his dog. That's right, buddy. He's so cute. Oh my God, he's so adorable. Do you have anything to say, bro? Huh? No? It's RLP. Because he had like it stands for Red Leather Podcast, because he has a Cadillac that has red leather interior, and he would do videos, his podcast in his car. So that's what RLP stands for. He sells these Caddy Daddy t-shirts. I need to get one. But yeah, I think you can go on his one of his videos. He's got a link to his like store. He sells some stuff. So, what's up, man? What's up, dude? What's up, dude? Oh, little buddy, you're so cute. Such a cute little pup. Oh yeah, such a cute puppy. Good boy. Good boy. Hello. Can you say hi to everybody? Huh? You say hi to everybody? Yeah. Oh, you're good, dude. I was like, LP. Because at first I was like, Lincoln Park? What? What are you talking about, bro? No, stop licking. Here, I'm gonna put him up. He moves around a lot. He's a puppy, so. But yeah, there you go. Oh, wait. You're so cute. You're so cute. All right, buddy. Oh. There you go, buddy. Ow. Stop the toe. Love you. Love you, buddy. Alrighty, Roo. There we go. Little pudster. There we go. I need to get more comfortable headphones. These aren't bad, but Will Pudgy chill and nap on your lap now? No, he ain't gonna chill. He will eventually if he's tired. Yeah, he'll fall asleep on me, but right now he's kind of a little stir crazy. There's no chill in him right now. No chill in him whatsoever. Heck yeah, dude. I got 2 more followers on Kick. I got 22 followers on Kick. Love to see it, baby. Love to see it. Love to see it. All right. Let's see. What else have we got going on here? Let's see. Here, I gotta do this real quick. Hold on here. Okay. Customize. Gotta make a change here on my thing. No. Dagnabbit. Copy. And paste. And then there we go. There we go. I think that'll do it. Oh yeah, boy. There we go. There we go. Go to channel. Perfect. All right, got that to work. We're good. Can't believe I didn't have that in there. That's what she said. Yeah, I could use a headphone sponsorship. Yeah, I'm not working today. This is my day. Mondays are my day off. I'll probably use I think I'm gonna, if Monday to stream, like a stream day. I'm gonna try to work in streaming more than once a week, honestly. Let's see here. Here we go. Oh, wait a second. Okay, go to the studio real quick. Make a change in the settings. Upload defaults. There we go. Save. There we go. Got that there. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, you're welcome, man. Over on Kick. Dat Demon 1. Has anybody got anything they want me to watch? Anybody? Anyone at all? Let me know. Drop it down in the chat. I'll check it out. If it passes the sniff test, the sniffy test, then we'll give it a look-see loo. All right. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, duh. All right. Dude, I'm sick of getting it. I need to turn this off, getting a text from Verizon. Your bill is ready. Okay, thanks. Appreciate it. I don't really care. It's on autopilot. Let's see here. All right. Man, oh man, dude. We'll watch some Karen Strawn, actually. I like her. We'll watch her. If you're not familiar with her, I'll drop her down in the chat here. She doesn't make videos anymore, I don't think, but the ones that she does have are really good. Oh, yeah. I'll get to John Griffin's latest video, too. I might actually, that's the thing, I might actually just do a reaction video to that. So... There we go. Actually, I think I have that saved in in a file to react, to give commentary to. So I'll save it for that. We're on the kick side. I'm sorry for neglecting the kick side there. Sorry, guys. I primarily got YouTube going here on the chat because that's where people are most active. Okay. So, all right.
Hi everybody, I'm Girl Writes What, and I thought I would just change up the pace here for anybody who was getting sick of looking at my kitchen, and I would give you all an armchair talk, just like the politicians do. And today's video is kind of a response to a video done recently by Stardusk, where he talked about female hypoagency. He suggested that the phenomenon of women feeling compelled to sort of shove their way into male-only or male-oriented spaces, and kind of starting to boss everybody around and police their behavior and their speech, that can be attributed to female insecurity. And he thought that insecurity probably stems from a perception, both in the culture and within individual women, that really all they bring to the table is their sexuality. To sort of put it more bluntly, women have a really big trump card, and it's really valuable. And because it's so valuable, he feels they don't feel like they have to improve their intellect or their skills or acquire assets and human capital, but just simply accentuate their primary valuable quality and use that to manipulate men and the environment. Unfortunately for women, that quality also peaks in value really early and then just steadily heads downhill from there, and that's something that he feels maybe eats away at their sense of self-worth, which then compels them to elbow into male spaces, prove themselves just as good as men, blah 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 blah, because they feel safer in numbers. And for women, it's usually all about comfort. They engage in group bullying from within the comfort zone of the herd, and they will especially put to work any males in the environment who are sympathetic to them and get them to do their bullying for them.
Oh, also, real quick, guys, so I've got 22 followers on Kick. I need to get to 25, so if you could do me a solid, do me a favor if you haven't already, go follow me on Kick, create a Kick account, follow me on the Kicks, and that'll help out a ton. Let me pull up the... I gotta keep this up. I don't know why I keep closing it out.
What is this here? Can I find it? And can I pull this up and look at it real quick?
Oh wait, hold up. Hey, we gonna rock it to the wheels fall up. Oh wait, hold up. Tag on. View channel. There it is.
Scott.
All right. View channel. There it is.
Scott.
Oh wait. Let me just mute that. There we go. Alrighty. All right, here we go. Here is my Kick link. So yeah, go give me a follow. Do me a huge favor. Trying to grow my Kick. Trying to grow my kickity kick. All right. Okay.
Now, I'm not really 100% sure that that this is what's going on, or that this is all that's going on. While it does seem to me that it is the women who either have very little in the way of sexual market value, or the ones who focus most of their energy on accentuating and maintaining their sexual market value because they really have nothing else to offer, who seem to be the most prone to that type of insecurity. To me, it really doesn't seem to be a conscious or even a subconscious behavior that's based on any kind of measurement or assessment of value that's going on in women's minds. Like, that is, I don't think this is something that can necessarily be ascribed to a reaction of any kind to any kind of self-awareness or existing awareness of existing conditions in the environment. In the language of Buddhism, it's just an is. It's just that way. Now, I'm going to make a disclaimer that, yet again, that everything I'm about to say is my own conjecture based on what I hope is sort of a logical assessment of a bunch of connected social and biological dots. Hypoagency really is an excellent word for society's perception of women and for many women's perception of themselves. Just look at what happens when you finally convince a feminist that the pay gap is essentially 100% due to women's choices of vocational field and their prioritization of flexibility, safety, and family over earnings.
Yeah, when they bring up the wage gap, it's just laughable at this point because it's been debunked time and time again. I don't know why they keep bringing it up. They're just hoping that they can just slip that through, I guess. But yeah, it's all based on women's choices. It's not based on sexism or discrimination. Give me a break. There are laws on the books against discrimination. If anything, you're seeing discrimination on the other side of the aisle, not with women, but especially when you have women in the workplace and HR, you see discrimination towards men and towards masculinity, and everything everything has to be catered to the gynocentric perspective, right? The gyno perspective. It's yeah.
Their position almost always magically transmogrifies into one of women not really making these choices of their own volition, but instead...
Yeah, I do not miss working in an office at all. Being on those Zoom calls where the women in the chat are just, or not in the chat, the women on the Zoom call, just, well, in the chat too, I guess, but mostly they're talking to, before the meeting starts, they're all talking to each other about Love Island and all this garbage TV that they watch. Oh, it's insufferable.
Instead being steered by social norms or guided by institutional sexism towards certain fields and away from others. Of women not really wanting to prioritize family, but being forced...
Hey, appreciate that, man. Over on the kick side, appreciate that.
Forced to, because men still don't do their share of domestic and childcare duties. All of a woman's freely made choices suddenly become women being steered or guided or forced by things outside of themselves. Those women portrayed as just completely ineffectual, like a leaf floating on a current. I keep wondering whether those feminists realize that they're talking about women as if they're objects without will, desire, or volition. But I'm not really surprised by it ever at all anymore. The same thing happens when you discuss women in politics. If women don't run for office, according to feminists, it's not a choice they're making either. Those women aren't being encouraged enough, or they are discouraged by institutional discrimination. Not enough is being done to get more women into politics. Again, women are not agents who choose or do not choose politics. They are objects who are gotten into politics. In other words, women don't make choices. Choices are made for women by society, by institutions, by circumstances, and by men. Women need not adapt their choices, actions, behavior, and priorities in order to become empowered through their own actions. Society, institutions, circumstances, and men should all adapt so that women, inert objects that they are perceived to be, can have an obstacle-free path along which they will be guided by encouragement, steered in the proper directions, and not forced to change course by any difficulty, real or imaginary, so that empowerment can be gotten for them. You get my point.
Yeah.
Agents make things happen, and objects have things happen to them, right? In the gendered worldview of feminism and the wider culture, women cannot be counted on to make things happen. They must have things be made to happen for them. They're objects, not agents.
Right.
And while I do believe that this perception of women is indeed attributable to vaginas, uteruses, and sex, I honestly don't know that there's any kind of thought process behind it, either conscious or unconscious, or any sort of realization or reaction to anything. I read an interesting paper a few days ago on global sex differences in personality traits. While the paper utilized data that had been collected in 1992 and used the same categorizations widely used by other researchers who had previously determined that sex differences were very small. Using different analytical techniques, these researchers determined that the overlap in personality between men and women was a mere 10%. When they adjusted the most statistically significant differences, they found that the remaining ones only amounted to a 24% overlap.
Oh, subtitles? I could do I don't know how to. I can't do subtitles that in your language. I don't even know what language you speak. I'm guessing German, maybe. So that's beyond me, dude. I can't do subtitles. You'll have to do. Yeah, I can't. It only do English subtitles. I can't actually put. Yeah, I can't cater to other people's languages with subtitles.
The reason for this differing finding, based on the same
Rocky Mountain 007. Oh, Rocky Montana 007. I like that. Yeah, the patriarchy is about to make a legendary comeback. Oh, yeah, dude. The patriarchy. Oh, my God. Yeah, it's coming back, dude. It's coming back full force.
same data lies in the standardized hierarchy of categories.
Sorry, FIFO. I wish I could, man. If I could do that, I would. But then of course, it would set a precedent. If I do it for you, I'd have to do it for everybody. And if you got somebody speaking Portuguese, another person speaking German, then that's not going to work. I can't do that. So
Categorization that gets used in these kinds of measurements. Previous methodologies start with 5 or 6 basic personality trait descriptors, sometimes described as the Big Five. For example, extroversion. Extroversion is then broken down into subcategories such as warmth, affiliation, and dominance, venturesomeness. Women scored markedly higher than men in warmth affiliation, and men markedly higher than women in dominance, venturesomeness. Because these two subcategories are variants of extroversion, many researchers considered these results to indicate a small personality difference between men and women. That is, there was very little or no difference in scores between men and women in the Big Five trait of extroversion, even though the data clearly shows that extroversion expresses itself entirely differently in women than it does in men. A woman who scored 9 on warmth and 1 on dominance would have the exact same extroversion score and would be described by prior studies as essentially the same personality-wise as a man who scored 1 on warmth and 9 on dominance. Now, this kind of ridiculousness, it makes me wonder what the fuck university is good for if the people graduating are incapable of realizing that warmth and dominance are 2 completely different qualities when it comes to personality. But that's a topic for another day. One thing I did notice about these particular expressions of extroversion, warmth affiliation, provides significant and reliable potential benefits with a very low level of risk and at very little potential physical or material cost. Dominance and venturesomeness, on the other hand, has a bigger but less certain potential payoff, and the risks and potential costs of behaving in that way are exponentially higher. Warmth affiliation is a good long-term investment with modest returns, while dominance and venturesomeness is high-stakes gambling. I keep remembering the rules I was taught as a junior forest warden in my early teens whenever we'd go out on a wilderness hike. Our leader would take us some pretty hinky places, miles and miles from the nearest sign of human life other than the odd illegal leg hold trap we would stumble across. And we had it drilled into us that if we were ever separated from the group, the safest
I'll keep this playing. I'll be right back.
thing to do was essentially nothing. If you were in pairs orienteering and discovered you were well and truly lost, that's when you sat your ass down and didn't move. It wouldn't be long before the group would notice that there was a member missing or that you were way late getting back to the rally point, and when they did, they'd look for you. It would only be harder to find you if you were moving around, possibly in the wrong direction or in circles, and there was a hell of a lot higher chance of you ending up hurt or dehydrated or exhausted. If you wasted a ton of calories marching and a ton of time, possibly even increasing the distance between yourself and the people looking for you, you'd be screwed come nightfall. Safest thing you could do was stay hunkered down exactly where you were and call out for help every 30 seconds or so. Not only would you be found quicker, you'd have a better chance of surviving until you were found. So the safety rule was to become, essentially, an object. And it comes down to a simple formula. In that situation, being an actor means taking big risks, and being an object means avoiding those risks. In that situation, when you know there are people who are looking for you, behaving like an object is the best survival strategy. Now, the cost, benefit, and risk analysis would look very different if, for instance, you'd gone out alone and gotten yourself lost, if there was no group that you knew would come looking for you. In that case, turning yourself into an object and waiting for rescue from the group that doesn't exist is the opposite of a good survival strategy. All it's going to do is leave you freezing and thirsting and starving slowly in a hollow under a tree until spiders start spinning webs on your clothes and you're too weak to do yourself any good. In that situation, acting means surviving. Now, because of their innate value, all through history, women were more likely to find themselves in the first situation, where objectification was the equivalent of agency by proxy. Everyone, especially a woman's mate, had a vested interest in her survival. The more like an object she behaved within reason, the more agency others would take on her behalf, and all the risks and costs associated with acting would be borne by others. It might well be that the payoff to her of this strategy would be less than the greatest potential benefit of acting. But back in the days of tribal warfare, saber-toothed tigers, and staph infections that could kill you, the costs and risks of acting were often prohibitive. And men, of course, were more likely to find themselves in the second situation, where acting meant surviving and behaving like an object meant dying. And then when you consider the interaction of individual survival and genetic survival, depending on your sex, these differences play out in an even more pronounced way. Men and women have totally different sets of costs, risks, and investment in offspring. For women, the most burdensome costs, risks, and investment are rooted in their physiology. She carries the child. She breastfeeds the child. Her child is dependent on her body, and therefore the survival of her offspring, her genetic survival, is an agenda best served by her survival as an individual. The more careful she is, the fewer risks she takes personally, and the fewer of the external costs that she can get away with paying in terms of labor and effort above and beyond that necessary for gestating, giving birth, and lactating, the greater the chance that her offspring.
Oh god, he farted. I gotta put him back. He's just fart. Oh god, it's
survive.
It's so bad.
Her best strategy for both genetic and individual survival was to find a mate who would take on the bulk of the external risks, costs, and investment. An agent to act on her behalf, to risk on her behalf, and to pay on her behalf. Because her genetic survival is dependent on her individual survival, and individual survival is best served by avoiding unnecessary risks and.
Yeah, in an unrelated note, he farted. So, dude, French bulldog farts are the worst. They're so freaking pungent. Oh my god, dude. My eyes are burning. That was a freaking spicy fart. He just, good lord, dude. Oh my god. Woo. All right.
Costs. The women who, back in the cave, selected mates who helped them avoid those costs and risks were the most successful at producing many children who survived long enough to also produce children. Men, on the other hand, bear no significant biological costs or risks or investment in the business of procreation. A man's best strategy was to secure a mate by proving he could facilitate her share of the job by taking on as much of the external.
What am I feeding him? Right now, so the breeder that I got him from, he told me that he was feeding him Purina Purina One plan, like puppy, like under. So he's a smaller dog, and it's dogs under 1 year old. So it's that. It's got a picture of like a King Charles on it. But I want to get him on something cleaner, honestly. So yeah, I have to wean him off of that. Obviously, you can't just like switch foods, otherwise they get the squirts. So I'm trying to figure out how to switch him to something. I'm looking for fresher options out there rather than just dry food. So because I give him really good water, I want to be able to give him better food. So it's not bad, but it's not ideal. I mean, I'd honestly like to feed him like a raw carnivore diet of like ground beef, chicken, stuff like that. But it is a lot of work and it is kind of expensive. So I'm looking at options. There's also like the farmer's dog or something. I was looking at that. So if you have any suggestions for like good dog food, I'm all ears, man, because I want him to eat as healthy as possible so he can live as long as possible and not have any health issues.
Risk, cost, and investment as possible. Because he had to compete with other men for mates, evolutionary pressures selected extremely effectively for these traits in males. A lot of men died before they had a chance to reproduce. Geneticists estimate that we're descended from twice as many women as men. That's twice the evolutionary pressure on men to be actors. At the same time, many of the men who won the genetic lottery won big, way bigger than any woman could ever hope to do. Genghis Khan is believed to have sired hundreds, maybe even 1,000 children, and he didn't do it by being a mild-mannered and cautious accountant who lamented a paper cut. He did it by acting in a big way, taking on huge risks with potentially abominable costs. And that's going to be the case whether his mates selected him or whether they were forced into the role of bearing his children. To further complicate things for men, even your average non-warlord type, men's individual and genetic survival are just not as dependent on one another as they always have been with women. An extremely geeky pop culture example of this would be from the movie The Terminator. Kyle Reese dies protecting Sarah Connor, the mother of his child, before that child is even born. And while the survival of his child would arguably have been even better served had he succeeded in protecting Sarah Connor and surviving himself, it wasn't contingent on it. In fact, by deprioritizing his own individual survival, Kyle Reese was actually prioritizing and ensuring his genetic survival.
What is this on Kick? Kick bounties? I got 500 subs on the line if you need content for the next 20 minutes. Download Mecha Chameleon and win a round painted full kick. I don't know what that means. Get out of here, dude. How do I delete this? I need to get mods for I don't have any mods for Kick. How do I delete this? Like, what is Kick bounties? Like, what is this? What is this shit? I don't know, man. Oh, wait. Oops. I don't want to reply. What is this? Garbaggio. I don't know. Let's see here. Oh, wait, hold up. I think I can't. Oh, it's not even. I think it's just like a pop-up or something. I don't even know, dude. I don't even know. Whatever.
In the past, the man who was not willing to act
She just had to take a shot at accountants. Not you, dude. You're the exception. Wait, did he? Oh no. Hold on. I gotta deal with him. No. Hey, what are you doing? You're not. Hey, what are you doing? This is not for shade. I just put this here for you to pee on, dude. What are you doing, man? No. have plenty of toys to chew on. This is not for chewing. You know what this is for? This is for cleaning pooping. No. Here, let me redirect you. Chew on this, please. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
And take risk.
I paused it. I didn't realize I paused it. So yeah, he was. I literally just put down a new pee pad, and he brought it into his kennel and started. He was like chewing on it. So he's never done that before. So I had to redirect him with a toy, and then I had to replace the pee pad.
Everything up to and including his own well-being, in the service of a woman's reproductive agenda, was a man whose genetic line was likely to find its end in a crusty sock under the bed.
Oh dear.
Now, because avoiding risks and costs has always been the most successful strategy for women in passing on their genes, women have a kind of hyper-awareness of them, and an innate aversion to any sort of agency that can't be managed or contained, or whose risks and costs she would bear herself. Basically, any power or expression of power that can't be manipulated by her and thereby either rendered harmless to her or put into her service. The man who was not a tool in her hand was a potential Genghis Khan. And while Genghis Khan may have had hundreds of children, the woman who was raped by him may only have had one. Now, this is, I think, where all of this comes from, this invasion of male spaces. It's part of the reason why women are more afraid of violent victimization, even though they represent the smallest demographic of victims. Why you find women pushing campaigns to end violence against women when more children die from domestic violence than women do, and while more men die of all forms of violence than women do. This is also what's behind, in my opinion, what's behind that petition by the women of Britain to women when more children die from domestic violence than women do, and while more men die of all forms of violence than women do.
Yep.
This is also...
Yes, men die of all forms of violence more than women do. That is a fact, and a woman just said it. Oh no.
So what's behind, in my opinion, what's behind that petition by the women of Britain to the king in the...
See, I'm not anti-woman. This woman's great. Karen Strawn, love her. I love her, man. Yeah, are there good women out there? Yeah, she's one of them. She's one of the good ones.
1600s, where they wanted to have coffee houses banned. Men were congregating there amongst themselves, doing their own thing.
Hey, Belgian lad, man. Appreciate that, dude. Much love to you, brother.
Outside of female influence, outside of female gender enforcement, and it's almost like there's this huge, deep suspicion as to what are those men up to. They must be contained. And it's also, I think, why you find these girl gamers who will charge into these video game communities and start making all kinds of demands as far as decorum changing, policing of speech, and when they freak right the F out when there's a female video character that is more superficially attractive than they are, because that female character may actually have a tighter hold on that the agency of those males, might be able to influence those males more than she can. To women, male agency is an awesome thing, but only when it serves female drives, needs, and motivations. When it doesn't, it's either a potential danger to women, or it's just a waste of time and energy that those men could be spending looking after women. So the woman who wasn't, all through history, the woman who wasn't bending a man or society to her will through the tyranny of her hypoagency, that was the woman whose babies weren't born, or who didn't live very long, and a man with power that couldn't be channeled or harnessed or rendered harmless by female manipulation was a waste of space or a man who could destroy her. So here we have these two completely different sets of challenges, costs, risks, benefits, all of that, that required completely different strategies.
That's my boy.
In order for men and women to be successful at reproducing. And they're all based entirely on the biological differences between the sex who carries the babies and the sex who doesn't have to carry the babies. And that's what led to these completely different personality profiles for the majority of men and women, with only a 10 to 24% overlap. What worked best is mostly what got passed on to the next generation and the next one and the next one. That's just the way evolution works. It doesn't have a conscience, it doesn't have a consciousness, it doesn't make value judgments, it isn't nice, and it really doesn't give two shits about whether something is sexist. Evolution isn't about who's right and who's wrong, or what's good and what's evil, or what's politically correct and what isn't. It's about who had the most babies and who didn't have as many. And about who had the babies that survived and who had the ones that didn't.
Yeah, nature doesn't give a shit. That's why it's just this is a different topic, but vegans, how they're like they act like they're morally superior because they're like, oh yeah, you know, I treat animals with respect, right? I'm not going to eat an animal. Meanwhile, nature is ruthless. There's like a meme where it's like has that like vegan, oh, like that's mean, and then it's like nature, and it shows like a hawk swallowing a mouse with like the tail hanging out.
20,000 years ago, women who acted when they didn't have to, that is, when others could and would act on their behalf, were less successful at passing on their genes and seeing their offspring survive to pass on their genes, because acting is inherently risky and costly. Evolution selected against agency in women. The more of her agency a woman could exercise by proxy, by demanding or allowing things to be done for her. Does this remind you of any political movement that starts with F?
Yeah.
The greater a chance she had of being
Sure does.
reproductively successful. Evolution selected for hypoagency in women. Because...
All right, once again, if you're watching on YouTube and you haven't already followed me on Kick, please do so. Do me a huge favor. I've got 23 followers on Kick. I need to get at least 2 more. Get to that 25 mark. That would be peachy keen. And I appreciate everyone who has. Big shout out to all you guys. So, W's in the chat.
Men had to perform in ways that filled in those empty spots on women's spreadsheet of costs, risks, and investment. In order to get their shot at reproducing, they evolved to be willing to act, even though acting is risky and costly. Men who were not willing to act were genetic dead ends, selected out of the gene pool. And while a lot of men who did act were also selected out, genetic dead ends because they died in their acting, the actors who did win sired the most babies. Hypoagency was what worked for women, and the trait was passed down, as was the compulsion to manipulate male behavior to suit female ends, and the kind of hyper-awareness of agency and its risks and costs when it isn't contained, that leads to them invading all male spaces and trying to force them to be safe, force them to women's level of comfort, and also put as many individual men in the service of women's interests as possible. Agency was what worked for most men, and hyperagency, it probably worked for a lot fewer, since hyperagency really gets you killed. But for the few, the Genghis Khans of history, it really, really worked. And of course, all of this could indeed change over time. All of this hardwiring since society and technology has created a completely different environment with entirely different challenges and totally different costs, benefits, and risks than the one we spent most of our evolution in. And as well, when everyone has a chance to pass on their genes, something that was served by the socially and legally enforced expectation of lifelong monogamous marriage, then the evolutionary pressures on men and women are going to change. But that's something that takes a lot longer than a millennium or two to work. And the very conditions that might have brought about those kinds of changes in our biology, changes that might steer women's evolution toward actually seeking agency rather than avoiding it, and steering men's evolution a little bit less in the direction of dominance and venturesomeness and all of those qualities of self-determination and agency. Those were social conditions that were essentially scrapped during the sexual revolution and the skyrocketing of divorce and out-of-wedlock birth that began in the 70s. And while I would agree with Stardust that women are certainly capable of being actors, it's not something that they're going to choose to do. Not the majority of them.
All right, FYI, so I got to be streaming on Kick for 5 hours today. We're already at 2.5 hours, the 2.5 hour mark. So I'm going to be on here at least for another 2.5 hours. Okay. So just letting you know.
They are not going to choose that. Not unless they have to. Not unless society forces that on them.
Yes, after the storm, yeah. So you need to follow on Kick. So I've got that link. It's right above you. And I'll put it right. Yeah. So yeah, go follow me on Kick. I'm at 23 followers. I need to get at least to 25. So yeah, to get to my goal of 25, yeah, you would need to follow me on Kick.
They will act on their own behalf, even though it's risky and even though the payoffs are not always guaranteed, if there's no one that they can offload those costs and those risks onto by having those people take action for them. And frankly, with feminism leading the charge of social change, we're kind of headed in the exact opposite direction. We're headed towards ever more female hypoagency.
Yeah.
On top of that, we've essentially gone back to 80% of the women having babies with 40% of the men. Men who fit criteria that worked in the cave, back when all of this was wired. And it's complicated by a state bureaucracy that has taken on the role of proxy agent on behalf of women, and which encourages female hypoagency. And it's happening in a cultural environment and an economic environment where the women who are the most capable of being their own agents are generally having the fewest babies of all of us. So I wouldn't look for any relief there either. In other words, to put it like a Buddhist, it's all gone Pete Tong, caveman style. Anyhow, that's all I have to say about that for today, and I'm hoping that I don't have people on my lawn with pitchforks and torches ready to carry me off and have me re-educated after I've blasphemed all over the place in this video. But
this video was from 14 years ago, so maybe not back then, but now, yeah. If you put this video out now, or if it resurfaces, then yeah.
We'll see.
We'll see.
See y'all later.
Thank you, Karen. Even though it's, yeah, okay. Well, we'll watch another one by Karen. I like her stuff. Jesus. Jesus Christ. All right, give me a moment. I'm going to take another pee break real quick. I'll be right back. Hey, boy. Buddy. Boy. Good boy. I know, man. I hear you. I hear you. Loud and clear, dude. Okay, buddies. Boy, man. Boy, babe. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but it is outside. It's a scorcher. It's really humid and hot. What is the temperature? It's like, yeah, 93. It's 93. There's a severe weather warning, extreme heat warning. These conditions are expected to last until 8 p.m. Thursday, July 2nd. Additional alert, air quality alert. Oh no. Oh my gosh, dude. Summer has kicked off. It's going to be 93 today, 93 tomorrow, 94 on Wednesday, and then I'm supposed to have thunderstorms from Thursday to Monday, where it's going to be in the 90s on that Thursday, and then the upper 80s until Monday. It's going to be lower 80s. Wow, dude. That's crazy, man. Summer's here, baby. I mean, I know it's already summer, but summer weather is finally here. About time, dude. About frickin' time. What? What is this? Hold on. Hey, this is Chad Elkin. Originally made this name on Kick to follow. Heck yeah, dude. Heck yeah, dude, Chad. I appreciate that, man. You're a lifesaver, dude. I have exceeded my goal. Chad, all of you. I appreciate that. I'm at 26 followers on Kick. 26 followers, baby. 26. Oh, yeah, dude. LC waves at planes. Am I here? You are here. Or are you? I don't know. Let's get philosophical. Are we really all here? Are we? I don't know who this is, but I'm going to ban them because they look like a bot. They're saying some like weird fragmented thing. Something about a chat spam poll votes and clips. I don't like. You look like spam, dude. You gone. You're gone. All right. Well, Chad Elkin's the man, dude. How do I make you into a mod, bro? I'll figure that out later. How do I make you into a mod? It's so easy with YouTube. Just gives you that option. You just click and then bada bing, bada boom. Huh. I don't know. I'll figure it out later. But you'll be a mod, Chad. Chad's my boy. All right, dude. This is fun, man. This is fun. Yeah, dude. Yeah, you're a mod on YouTube for sure. I'm so new to Kick. I don't know how that works. Actually, let me while y'all watch this, I'll tinker with this.
What are you thinking? This is like
Hi
this
everyone,
is like if I went to a Klan rally,
sorry, it's
okay?
been...
They would probably kill me. All right.
Hold on.
What the fuck does trans have to do?
Okay.
So long since my last real upload. I've been just extremely busy lately, and just a whole bunch of stuff lately, logistical stuff in real life that I need to have, get done, and I've just sort of been under constant pressure from that. So, but I did promise A Voice for Men that I would upload a video asking people to please kindly donate to their fundraiser, and I'm gonna put the link in the low bar for that. They do this 4 times a year, and basically the website runs strictly on donations. So if you want them to keep producing good content, yeah, you're gonna have to cough up a little bit of money. And you can also set up a monthly amount that would automatically be debited from your PayPal account or what have you as well. So lots of options there, and I would actually really recommend that people donate. And you could also visit their, I think they have a Zazzle store where they sell merchandise. And
All right, Chad, I figured it out, man. You are now a mod not only on YouTube but on Kick. I'm thinking of the Adam Sandler movie Click. You are now a mod on both platforms, my man. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. All right, here we go.
that would probably help them a little bit too. So, other than that, and my hectic, crazy life lately, I was interviewed maybe about a month ago by a journalist for Maclean's magazine, which is sort of Canada's version of Time, and about Earl Silverman's death. And the journalist, a woman who's called Mika Rikai, we had an interesting discussion. And, you know, she seemed really pleasant. That doesn't necessarily mean that she's not planning on doing a hit piece. If she isn't planning on writing a hit piece, it's probably a toss-up as to whether the article is going to make it past her editor's desk. Something she admitted could well happen. And she has not contacted me to let me know that the article is actually up. I suppose I should go have a look and see what's what. But after, you know...
Oh, that Demon One, bro. I'd be drinking Mountain Valley, dude. Mountain Valley, bro. Well, I've got Mountain Valley, I've got Saratoga, and I've also got Icelandic. So, good old high-quality H2O.
You know, some of her questions got me thinking. You know, at one point, I mentioned to her that that what used to be radical feminist thought is now mainstream. And I'm not even talking mainstream feminist. I'm talking mainstream culture. You know, like if, for instance, you walked up to anyone on the street and said women were historically oppressed, their answer would be, well, yeah, of course, right? And I've even seen MRAs and MRM-friendly people like Christina Hoff Sommers.
Yeah, it's freaking hot. You gotta stay hydrated.
Parrot that line of thinking, that women in the past were oppressed because they were women. And Ms. Rikai responded with something along the lines of, wait, so you don't believe women were oppressed? And, yeah, no, I don't.
They weren't oppressed. Women were not oppressed back. That's all propaganda, dude. You should also, so in addition to following Karen Strawn, I would recommend following Rachel Wilson. She's got a great book. And also I follow her Substacks. That's really great. So here is here's Rachel Wilson's Substack. So if you want to follow that, I'll put it in the Kick and the YouTube chat. So go follow that. She's great. I like her stuff, honestly. Stay-at-home mom, supremacist, mother of five, patriarchist, crypto historian, author. Yeah, also she's the author of Occult Feminism: The Secret History of Women's Liberation. So you can get that on, if you have an Audible account, you can get that. So if you have a free credit, I would recommend getting it that way. Otherwise, buy it. I own the Audible version. I had a credit and I use it towards that. So yeah, Occult Feminism, great book. Really opens up your eyes to the real history of feminism, where it actually like its true roots, where it came from. So it's not history is it's not what they tell you all the time, right? History is written by the victors. Who are the victors? I'll let you answer that question. If you know, you know.
I tried to explain myself to her, but I don't know if my arguments were as cogent as they could have been. And Ms. Rakai, if you're watching now, this would be a good explanation. It's often very difficult to sort of pick through these things in a 10-minute interview or a half-hour interview over the phone. So I wrote them all down, and now I'm going to explain my reasoning. And I'm also going to explain my reasoning to my sister, who she has some bit of knowledge about military operations in Afghanistan, and has come across certain customs that exist in Afghanistan, specifically the local custom that when people seek medical care through free clinics run by the military or by NGOs, the tradition is men first, children second, women last. Now, I had asked my sister if she could come up with some reason other than, you know, men are privileged or because penis to explain that custom. And she said, well, yeah, I suppose the reasoning for it is that if the man dies, the whole
Yeah, I know it's Andrew's wife. That's how I found it.
family is toast. That if the man
Not for sale. It's Andrew's wife.
gets too sick to work, the whole family suffers. And at the same time, she attributed that state of affairs to the fact that under Taliban rule and sort of the residual local custom, only men are allowed to work outside the home. That men, you know, were in fact the only ones allowed to even leave the home unaccompanied. Now, one thing I did mention to the journalist, Ms. Rakai, was that the Taliban had been very, very clever in how they forced both genders into extremely restricted and regimented sets of roles and duties. They restrict the freedoms of those who value safety over freedom, women, and thereby impose the role of provider and protector onto men, falsely naming it freedom. And so, you know, if you have two people and one of them is ordered to stay home and you tell the other that he's free to go outside, well, what do you have? You know, you got two people stuck in their roles, not just one. The second person's no more free to decide what he wants to do than the first one. There's only two of them. One's confined to the home, not allowed to work. Someone's got to go out and perform the tasks that require interaction with the world. Neither of these people are free. And one of them is at significantly greater day-to-day risk in a place like Afghanistan. Hint, it's not the one who stays indoors. Now, Ms. Rakai did mention, she did make the statement or ask the sort of the rhetorical question, well, wouldn't you rather be free even if that meant that you were in extreme danger, you know, that you might get shot? And I think that's just a really, really, really stupid question to ask somebody who's never been in that position, because frankly, I don't have an answer. Would I rather stay in the house or be free to walk around and risk getting my brains blown out? You know, like, honestly, I kind of like the house.
Yeah, dude, what's so bad about being a stay-at-home mom or wife? Really, man? The home is a great place to be. It's a safe place to be. Women want to be secure and safe. What's a more secure, safe place than that? And if it's not, then yeah, you picked the wrong guy. You picked the wrong guy. So
I really don't think that that's a question that anybody can answer unless they're put in that position.
there's nothing more oppressive than being in a cubicle working for somebody. And they traded that. They traded the best thing ever. They traded it away. They traded being at home with their children, right? Staying in their PJs, just watching their kids grow up and running around the sunshine, playing games, right? Doing arts and crafts, whatever. For getting up, putting on a freaking pantsuit, driving to an office or wherever it is. It's not always an office. Like, women have various jobs. I'm not saying women can't have jobs, but it's just, if you have the ability to not work, why not? I get it. You got to be an adult. And that's the thing is women, they're like, oh my God, I pay my bills. I do this, this, and this. It's like, congratulations, you're an adult. Do you want a cookie? Yeah, we all do that, right? I get it. Right now, in the era that we live in, you have to be self-reliant until you can find a husband. But also, men are wising up finally, and they're not just marrying anyone. There are plenty of men who are, obviously, but there are plenty of men who aren't now, thankfully, that have standards and boundaries. And yeah, Western women, man. Western women. Oh, yeah. Michael Schaefer, dude. I believe it, man. I'm from Texas. I was born and raised in Texas. I know all about the hot heat, the hot, dry heat of Texas, bro. I was born and raised in the Texas Panhandle. Lived there until I was 24. So I know all about it, bro.
Now, things weren't always like this.
Yeah, nobody wants to work. Everyone wants to stay home. Yeah, it's just work sucks, dude. Doing something that you don't want to do to make money, that's where some existential crises come into play, right? That existential, like, why the frick are we the only species on this planet that has to work to live, right? To have, we have everything that we need on this planet provided to us. Water, right? There's food out there. We can hunt. But of course, it's now been extracted and sold back to us. Yeah, it's weird when you think about it.
In Afghanistan, prior to decades of proxy warfare that ravaged their country, Afghan society was actually kind of progressive, relatively speaking. Most Westerners would probably be surprised by the number of older women who'd been confined to their homes by the Taliban and barred from paid work who were educated professionals. But people who understand how societies operate understand that safety and prosperity go hand in hand with the relaxing of often stringent cultural and legal standards. When the Soviets invaded, all that progressiveness kind of went out the window, and after 30 years of other societies taking a wrecking ball to their country, the Afghans found themselves back in a dark ages of poverty and conflict, subsistence living, and regional warlords interested in grabbing land and power, crushing the poor and the hapless under their boot heels to do it. Now, regardless of what...
All right, Prince of Peace. So that's why... Rachel Wilson talks about this. Women were never... Here's the feminists, right? Susan B. Anthony, right? Those elitists, they banned women from voting on whether they wanted the right to vote. The majority of women did not want the right to vote. And these feminists wanted their way, and so they banned women from voting on whether they wanted the right to vote or not, right? And even years after, these other feminists, they knew that the majority of women, they would pick the home over a job. Like that. Feminism was never a grassroots movement. It was always top down. It's always been funded by the elite. It's an agenda. So that's as far as I'll go with that on YouTube. That's why I'm saying, like, at some point I'm going to switch over to Kick, not today, but at some point, so that I can be more free to say what I want to say, because I am leashed and muzzled on YouTube to a pretty extensive degree. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is.
They delivered, the Taliban offered order. A top-down method of controlling the chaotic that was at least nominally based on a moral doctrine to which most Afghans already subscribed to one degree or another. The Taliban offered to slash back the power-grabbing of warlords, to replace it with a life path for ordinary people, which, while repressive and totalitarian, appeared, at least on the surface, to be a safe one, as long as you didn't ever step off it. The Taliban offered a narrow fundamentalist interpretation of the social and moral structure that had already existed within the culture, and it represented a codifying of what had previously been random. Unlike under the warlord system of regional government, under the Taliban, you at least had some idea as to what kind of behaviors were going to get you shot in the back of the head. When things go haywire in a society, often people will look to totalitarian and authoritarian systems of imposing order on their lives.
Yeah.
This is just what people do. Now, one thing the Taliban didn't do was completely rewrite Islamic law pertaining to female privilege and male obligation. And this is the root of things, the way I see it. Afghanistan became a society where leaving your house was taking your life in your hands, and where there were few opportunities to earn money or generate productivity, but where people still need to eat. And under Islamic law, women bear no economic responsibility to anyone, not even themselves. Now, I watched a video not too long ago where a Muslim woman named Zara Faris in London used this very state of affairs as an argument as to why Muslim women do not need feminism. According to her, Islamic law does not specifically prohibit women from working. On the contrary, Muslim women can not only work under Islamic law, but they need not share their earned income with their families. Basically, if a Muslim woman has a job, the money she earns is hers and hers alone, while her husband remains obligated to provide any and all economic support for the family, including the necessities his working wife requires. Now, I work with a man from Lebanon who confirmed that aspect of things for me.
Is Kick and Rumble the only true free speech video platform places? Yeah, basically. I stopped uploading to Rumble. This just wasn't... Rumble's, unless you're already big, Rumble really is kind of a waste of time, honestly. So, yeah.
He has a wife and 5 children, and he works 2 jobs to support them. His wife stays at home, and that's exactly where he wants her. Not because he's a dominating, repressive, misogynistic man, but because if she chose to work outside the home, he and their children have no right to the smallest share of her income, and yet he's still required to provide for his wife's basic needs.
Yeah.
On the other hand, if she was working, daycare would become a necessity to the family, and it would be my coworker who would be stuck with the bill. In other words, if his wife chose to work outside the home to pay for luxuries only she has any right to indulge in with that money, he would have to take a 3rd job to make it possible for her to do so.
Right.
And I suppose a lot of Muslim women think this is just great when times are easy. But it results in a lot of not so great things for Muslim women when things get harsh. Or at least, not so great by our standards. Because when you have a group of people who must use their productivity to support themselves and others, and another group of people who are entitled to be supported by the productivity of others and have no obligation to even be productive, well, when the shit hits the fan, which of these groups is going to be barred from taking the few available jobs? Will it be the group who must use their income to support themselves and other people, or the ones who don't even have to feed themselves? Under Islamic law, a woman with a job can technically allow her own children.
What's up, Julie? How you doing over on Kick? We got Julie in the house. Oh, yeah, we got Julie. Oh, we got 28 followers now on Kick. Heck yeah, dude. Here we go. Here we go, baby. Here we go. That's what I'm talking about.
To starve, even if she has the money to feed them. If those children do starve, it's her husband who will be considered socially, morally, and legally accountable for failing to provide them the necessities of life. And while I doubt there are many women who would actually do this, it's just the way it works.
Here's the thing. God, taking care of a woman, it's a great thing, man. It's a great thing. right? That's what men are wired to do. That's what we want to do. We want to be able to have a woman that respects us and admires us and looks up to us, right? That has our back, has our trust. She knows we're going to take care of things. And yeah, sometimes we'll fail, but we will learn from that failure and we will trudge on. So it's the fact that there are people in this world that want to create propaganda to communicate the exact opposite. What is it in these particular people that create this propaganda that want society to fail? Or maybe it's not even that. I don't know. I think it's a mix of people that they want things to fail. Some people just want to watch the world burn, right? But then there are people that have these agendas. They don't want to watch the world burn. They just want to watch the world watch them back and worship them. It's a mixture of people that want power, control. What is it in a person that makes them want control over other people, right? And to also just to subjugate, right? These despots. Who are these people? I mean, we know who they are, but the ones that are in the making right now, the despots in the making, the ones that will spread their despotism. Who are these people and why do they exist? It's beyond me. I mean, Alexander Solzhenitsyn said it best that the line that what is it? I don't want to misquote this. What is it? Yeah. The line separating good and evil passes not through states, nor between classes, nor between political parties either, but right through every human heart. Every human heart.
In Afghanistan today, a woman with a job she doesn't need, remember, is not...
Oh, you can't find my here. Let me post it. Let me post it again, dude. I got you, bro. Hey, Julie. Good to see you. Over on Kick. There you go. There is the Kick link. Go ahead and follow me on there as well. Let's get back into it.
Not just taking that job from a man. She's taking food out of the mouths of that man's wife and kids. If she takes a safe, easy job, as women are wont to do, then the man she displaces will have to take a more dangerous one. And if he's killed, his wife and kids have no means to support themselves.
Yeah.
And this custom is so strict regarding this set of entitlements and obligations that in Afghanistan you can find 13-year-old boys whose fathers have been killed selling themselves as sex slaves to provide for their mother and sisters. Likewise, if that woman's daughter takes one of the few available spots in school, someone else's son will be denied an education and the future job he will be obligated to take to support both himself and the people who are entitled to his support will be less well-paying, and the quality of life of a bunch of people are going to suffer. Now, a similar situation regarding this kind of set of entitlements and obligations existed in the Western world after feminism had had its way with the second half of the 19th century. Prior to that time, a woman's income and property was subsumed by her husband when she married. But depending on where you are, that all changed sometime between the mid-1800s and the turn of the century. At which point, women's income and property rights in the West actually kind of became a carbon copy of what exists under Islam. A story in the Milwaukee Journal from 1912 that I'm going to link in the low bar illustrates this quite well in its examination of the tactics of British suffragettes who used a loophole in the law to turn their husbands into prison cell activists by manipulating the exact same legal and cultural standards that are at play in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
To elaborate, a married woman's income and property had been emancipated by feminist activism from the institution of family for some time. Not just from her husband's influence, mind you, but from anyone's benefit but her own. However, her husband's patriarchal obligations to finance her necessities remained intact, and one of those necessities was actually the burden of taxation on her income. If she earned income,
There you go.
her husband and children had no right to touch it. But her husband, not her, was the person obligated to pay taxes on that income.
Yeah. Same for, yeah. And then as far as like, oh, well, they always say women weren't allowed to have bank accounts. Blah, blah, blah. Dude, we, the men, were obligated to pay your debts. Women had the privilege of that. They could not be in debt. We would take on the debt. Men took on the debt. They didn't. They could spend our money. They could use our credit card to their heart's content and not be obligated. They're off the grid. When they are stay-at-home moms and wives, they're off the freaking grid. They're living the life, to quote Bill Burr. Yeah, R.I.P., bro. You suck now, dude. But back in the day, Bill Burr, he was the shit. Now he's not, right? He became the very man that he ragged on in his previous comedy from years back. Jesus.
If he had no means to pay it, after paying for all of the material necessities of the entire family, including his wife, it was he who would go to prison for tax evasion. Now, what I find amusing in all of this, since in the West these circumstances only emerged due to feminist activism, is that Islamic law had enshrined these particular ideals of women's liberation long before the
Thanks, Prince of Peace. Yeah, actually, I need to do that. I need to add the Kick link. I have Kick on my, I believe I have it on my video description. Do I? Actually, I don't. Shoot, man. Hold on. Hold up. Hey, we gonna rock it till the wheels fall off. Hold up. Because I created the Kick a while ago, and I just hadn't got around to it yet. It had escaped me, but thanks for reminding me. Oh, whoops. Let me do that real quick while you guys are watching.
Declaration of Sentiments was signed at Seneca Falls, or even before Mary
Yeah, look up Seneca Falls, yeah.
Wollstonecraft's Vindication of the Rights of Women in the late 1700s. This is why the idea of male privilege is so fucking bogus. Privileges are entitlements. What men have had through history was not entitlement, because it was a necessary element of performing their obligations.
Right.
A tool handed to them because it was needed by men in order to fulfill their legally, economically, and socially enforced obligations to women and children. Not because penis. See, there are these things called duties and things called rights. And to have a duty, it necessarily entails having a right. The rights granted people generally facilitate their ability to perform their duties. And if one has no such duties, the rights required to fulfill them are not only unnecessary, they might actually, in some situations, be detrimental to the ability of others to fulfill their duties to you. If you have a duty to be economically productive and utilize that productivity to provide for yourself and others, you must have a right to engage in activities that result in economic productivity.
Yep.
If you have a duty to make sure you and others have the material necessities of life, such as clothing, food, and shelter, you must have the right to determine that any money you have is spent on clothing, food, and shelter. If you have a duty to protect yourself and others, you must have the right to make decisions for yourself and those you protect, and a right to place yourself in danger. If you don't have those duties, you don't need the rights attached to them. In fact, you having those rights may actually interfere with the ability of others to provide you the entitlements you enjoy. And this is really going to play out when everyone's living on the bottom tier of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You're probably not going to be given those rights unless you have the duties, because you having the rights would interfere with the ability of those who have the duties to perform their duties for you or for someone else who is entitled to their obligation. A husband can't fulfill his duty to provide for a wife if someone else's wife displaces him from the workforce. A husband cannot fulfill his duty to ensure his family has the things they need if he doesn't manage the family purse. A husband cannot fulfill his duty to protect his wife if she is not required to duck when he says duck.
Yeah, for our leadership role to make things work and possible, we need access. We need these particular privileges. So we take on the risk, and we take on we take on the heat, man. Right? We're not just kicking back, right? Kicking back while our wife just feeds grapes in her mouth and she's confined to the household. That's the picture that the feminists want to paint, but that's not reality. That is not reality.
Historically, all of these things, provisioning, protection, and support, were female entitlements. And I hate to borrow a phrase from feminism, but what happened in Afghanistan during, under the Taliban, around barring women from work and girls from education, is essentially female privilege backfiring on women and girls. When jobs are scarce, you don't give them to people who have an entitlement to benefit from the obligation of others to work. When education is scarce, you don't give that to people who have an entitlement to benefit from the obligation of others that is facilitated by education. You give those things to the people who have a duty to share the benefits of them with others, not the people who are legally allowed to hog all those benefits for themselves. Afghanistan is not a society that oppresses women. Is it oppressive? Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, not for sale. Yeah, dude. YouTube will do that. I've experienced that when I make comments on people's YouTube channels. If you word things a certain way, YouTube will automatically delete your comment. So that goes for any YouTube comment section, any video comment section. So if you say something on my channel that YouTube just doesn't like the wording, it will automatically just remove it. So that's not me. That's YouTube.
But it's a society where everyone is stuck in the grip of cruel circumstances and Islamic laws that burden men with duties that require rights and bestow entitlements on women that don't require rights, and they're all coping the best way they can. And the only way you're going to improve the situation for women and girls in Afghanistan, get them access to jobs.
I'm going to take a potty break, and I'll keep this rolling.
Jobs outside the home or to educations, and not have a huge backlash, is to remove the entitlement women have to the material support and protection of men, and thereby remove men's obligation to provide those things. Until you do that, you're just spinning your wheels. You're actually harming the only people who have any obligation to anyone but themselves, while handing unfettered potential to earn money and get power to people who don't even have the duty to feed their own children. Another example of this idea of, female privilege backfiring. And no, I don't actually consider it privilege in Afghanistan because it is reciprocated by female obligations to men. In China, not so much anymore. But the growing sex gap in births in China is a result of this kind of thing. Female fetuses are selected for abortion, female babies are often abandoned, drowned, or smothered, and feminists would have you believe that this is because men in China are privileged and arbitrarily overvalued, and women are hated and arbitrarily undervalued. But you can read any Chinese newspaper and come across articles about this elderly couple or that elderly couple suing their sons for not taking proper care of them in their old age. You never see any of them suing their daughters because their daughters have no obligation, legal or social, to take care of their parents. A girl's parents actually, arguably, have an obligation to take care of her if she doesn't get married and can't or refuses to support herself. For all of Mao's rhetoric about women holding up half the sky, he didn't seem to do anything to ensure that women did so when the sky was full of elderly people who needed economic support, did he? He liberated women by encouraging they exploit their economic productivity without holding them responsible even for themselves, and oddly enough kept men chained to their traditional non-egalitarian obligations. In China, today, you essentially have no social safety net to speak of, nothing much in the way of social security or pensions, no one but your son, really, to take care of you and make sure you don't starve when you're too old to work. And you have a policy that allows you to only have one child. What do you think is going to happen when those policies coincide. You know, when a one-child policy is coupled with a set of gendered duties and entitlements that mean a family who has a boy is a potentially a two-child family, son and daughter-in-law, and one who has a girl is, in the best-case scenario, a no-child family. If feminists really cared about what's going on in China, what they do is agitate to burden women with a duty of care for their parents or emancipate men from said duty. That would probably even out the birth rate fairly quick. And I know this because there are families in China who want girls, who even favor them, because if they didn't, given this harsh economic incentive, families wouldn't be having girls much at all. But a lot of them do. And in rural areas where families can sometimes get away with having more than one child, they'll often have a girl as well as a boy. But you won't stop people from preferring boys under a one-child policy until you obligate girls to be as useful and exploitable to their families as boys are. You just...
Yo, what's up, D-Logic? Yeah, we watching some Karen Strawn right now, man. I'm gonna post the link down below. Go check her out. Yes, the world is upside down. It's very inverted. Very inverted. It's a sad state of affairs, man.
Won't. You especially won't if men's obligations make them useful to their parents, while women's entitlements make them a potential burden to those parents in old age. You certainly won't solve the problem by attributing it to male privilege and lack of equal rights for women, because that is not what's causing it. What's causing it is a lack of equal obligation for women.
Exactly. It's not equal opportunity. It's equal obligation. This is why I love her. This is why I love Karen. Jesus. Accountability for women. It's not sexist. It's not. Share the load. For the love of God. Share the load. We're taking on the brunt of it. Okay? At the end of the day, we're going to be the ones that are going to save you from a knife attack or whatever happens, right? If we're out in public, somebody tries to mug us, whatever. We're the ones that are going to be doing the protecting. If someone breaks into the house, we are the ones that put our lives on the line. Men put their lives on the line in that capacity as a firefighter, you name it. So
you can give women all the same rights as men, but if they don't have the same obligations as men, they won't be treated equally.
We are the reason why women have life on easy mode, right? Has anyone ever seen that? It was that Bear Grylls, I believe, episode where they dropped women on an island and men on an island. The men were flourishing. They had they assigned their roles. They were having a good old time, right? They were able to catch food, get the water going, right? Boil the water, start the fires and whatnot. They were living it up. Where women, they were like, their kidneys were failing. They couldn't do anything. And then eventually things got so bad that they put them on the male island to save their lives. Men are integral. We're essential for female survival, right? Without us, women are like, I don't need no man. Yeah, you do. Whether you like it or not, we build and maintain everything. We are the backbone of society. We are the backbone. Men are the backbone of society. It's crazy that that's a controversial, sexist thing to say these days. But also it's not crazy because the world's crazy. It's an open air asylum. Everyone's gone cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
And that inequality is going to emerge in extreme forms during extreme circumstances, like Afghanistan after 30 years of decimation, and China when people are only allowed one child, and circumstances are such that that one child will be either your lifeline or a pair of cement shoes when you're too old to work. Societies don't oppress women or privilege men. They do tend to treat men and women differently and exploit them in different ways. What feminism seems to be about is expanding women's rights without applying any obligations, and expanding women's entitlements while...
Right, it's like, hey, you get this, but you got to do this, right? Because with men, you can vote, but you got to do selective service. Of course, voting is complete malarkey, but yeah, it's just, I mean, like voting, really? That's like That's like giving a child like a steering wheel in your car and they think that they're driving the car. That's what voting is.
Freeing them from the restrictions and
Republican, Democrat, two wings of the same bird, baby.
obligations that used to be necessary on women's part for men to be able to fulfill them. They're about giving women the advantages of being a man without any of the costs, and about removing the costs of being a woman without giving up any of the advantages. When men got the vote, and for a long time prior to that actually, they were obligated to serve their countries if need be, through military conscription, and they were obligated to serve their communities through civil conscription, things like bucket brigades. When women got the vote, there was no reciprocal obligation placed on them.
All right, we got 29 followers on the Kick side. So if there's anybody at all on the YouTube side that has not followed me on Kick, I'm going to leave the link down below. Go follow me. Let's get to 30, shall we? Let's do it. Right? I'm trying to build a community over there. I'm trying to get people from my community on YouTube over to Kick as well, so I can have both arsenals. You know what I'm saying? So do me a solid. Do me a favor. I'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
When men used to receive automatic custody after divorce, it was because they were solely obligated to support the children. When early feminists pushed through the tender years,
And that's the way it should be, man. Men should never, as far as custody goes, yeah, it should be, I'd say it should be a default 50-50. I know it's that way in Kentucky now, but it should be that way everywhere. It should be a default 50-50. But if you look at the statistics, then kids are just as the success rates, the rates of success for children in a two-parent household is the exact same as a single dad household, and they're horrible for single mothers. So your take on voting is you will then be obligated to perform jury duty? No, you won't. What does jury duty have to do with voting? I've gotten out of jury duty. Jury duty, who cares about jury duty? Like, all you have to do is just say, like, there's certain things you can say whenever they vet you or whatever. Like, who cares about jury duty? Jury duty is whatever. Like, I don't perform. I mean, anytime I've gotten jury duty, I've gotten out of it. I don't agree with the judicial system, and there are ways to get out of that. That's not connected with voting. At least I don't think it's connected. I don't vote anyways. Voting is just a waste of time locally or whatever. Because in case anybody didn't know, I'm a voluntarist, which is a way of saying that I'm an anarchist. I believe in no rulers. I believe government is completely invalid. So that's my stance. I don't really talk about that on the YouTube channel for obvious reasons, but that's my stance. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm not going to answer any, like, just for the sake of securing my livelihood on YouTube, I'm not going to go further into that. But yeah, if you wanna follow people like Larkin Rose, he's got a great book called The Most Dangerous Superstition. That is a book that changed my perspective on government and just my worldview in general. Yeah, whatever, dude. Like, jury duty, really? We're not slaves. We're free people. Voting is for slaves. Voting is for people that you want to compete on which ruler you want. I don't want a ruler. If we need somebody to rule over us because we can't govern ourselves because we're human, they're human. Just apply that logic to them. How are they equipped to manage 400 million people in the United States, right? It makes no sense. It holds no water. There is no logic in having, and these people, just look at the E-files, bro, the Epstein files. These people are not equipped. They're not morally equipped. There's a difference between a leader and a ruler. Yeah, you can pick leaders, but yeah. That doesn't mean no rules. You can have rules. They're just voluntary. That people always ask, well, anarchism is not a ruleless society. It's a ruler-free society. There are still rules. Yeah, that you voluntarily agree to. But that's the thing, is it would not work in the United States because there's so many people and people are so brainwashed from K through 12 through government schools that they love government. People love government. Now, voting in local elections is not governing yourself. You're handing over power to somebody else. That person's governing you. You're not governing you. Nicholas Hunt. Please explain how you're governing yourself by voting for someone else to govern for you. Please tell me.
Year's doctrine, that obligation did not shift onto women. Mothers got custody, but fathers were still required to provide material support.
All right, so I forgot his name, Michael whatever. I forgot Michael something. He's also an anarchist. I forgot his last name, but he said we'll actually watch a video. What is his last name? Michael Malice. Michael Malice. So we'll watch a video with Michael Malice. We'll watch a few of those where he explains why he's an anarchist and what that actually means, because I think that's very important. And these are all YouTube. I think he's bought and paid for, but he's got some good things to say either way. Yes, Jones Plantation. If you haven't already, watch The Jones Plantation. Watch the movie The Jones Plantation. You can buy it on Prime, Amazon Prime. The Jones Plantation. It explains your enslavement. It explains why the system is the way it is. All right, cool. All right, this is almost done, and we got about like 5 minutes left of this. Then we'll get to that. All right. It's called The Will of the People. No, it's not. Your will, like I said, you're voting for someone else to govern you. You're not governing yourself. If business is in politics, it's not going to work, dude. You can tell yourself that. Voting doesn't work, okay? It doesn't, right? I don't vote because he says this very well. So he says, Michael Malice says, you don't speak for me. When you vote, you are saying that somebody else speaks for you. No one speaks for me. I speak for me. That's why that's what anarchism means in one sentence. You do not speak for me. Your representative? No, they're not representing you. They're representing their best interests. The people who fund them, their donors. Okay? So, screw your head on straight, bro.
Incidentally, once this doctrine was in place, the divorce rate, which had been a constant for centuries, increased 15-fold in just 50 years. And that bill that was recently vetoed in Florida...
There's comfortable lies, which is what you're saying, and then there's hard truths. So I just gave you a hard truth, bro. And yeah, local politics is not the same as national. Kind of is, dude, because they all follow the same script. They're all following the Agenda 2030. They're all in lockstep with one another. Local and national are in lockstep with one another for the most part when it comes to the UN and the WHO.
That might have ended lifetime alimony if it had passed. One of the primary justifications in the media for that bill was that more women were finding themselves.
They have those same sustainability goals, right? Look up your city. They have the exact same sustainability goals that are in lockstep with the UN. Okay? pretty much every city is in lockstep with the United Nations, right? Who you vote for, they're just an actor. The people who control things, they're the ones that are behind the scenes, right? Come on, man. Come on. Stop being conventional, thinking that voting does anything. It doesn't, bro. It doesn't. Okay? You're handing over your sovereignty to these elitists. The elite.
Lifetime alimony
The elite class, right?
to former partners due to mass male unemployment during the recession. And those women had just never expected that they'd have to, and they thought it was unfair. And by more women, I'm thinking probably 3% of all lifetime alimony payers in Florida. What do you know?
Yeah, also watch George Carlin. Yeah. Heck yeah, dude. The game is rigged. Nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care, right? George Carlin, he knew. He knew what was really going on. George Carlin, man. And then Bill Hicks. It's just a ride. It's just a ride. And all these local politicians, right? They eventually try to. That's the thing, is they try to work their way up to the national level, right? It's a career, and it's lip service. It's saying what you want to hear, and then they pivot to whatever they're told to do, right? By their donors. How are people not getting this, dude? It just blows my mind.
Being treated like a man in every single way just ain't that great. Contrary to what feminists try to tell people, never has been. That bill was put forward because women don't like to be obligated the way men are, to pay their whole lives for the upkeep of a former spouse, and even a tiny percentage of them being forced to do it will get people to rethink a law that has obligated men for decades or even centuries. Hell, just dare to suggest that a woman who chooses to have a baby without the consent of the biological father should be solely financially responsible for that child, let alone that a woman who chose to leave her husband out of boredom and take the kids with her should finance her own decision. And you'll face vicious
Amen, dude.
opposition from most feminists, even though that exact situation, getting the kids and the entire job of feeding them, is defined as historical male privilege and patriarchal oppression of women when it used to.
Oh yeah, dude. I remember talking about my custody I was in it was when I was Catholic at the time. I was in like a Catholic group, and I was talking about how custody worked, and I didn't get any form of custody. It was the mother that got it. And then she was like, yeah, it's such a burden on the women that they're automatically seen as the primary caregiver. Oh my God, poor them. I'm like, are you serious? Really? You're gonna turn this into some like victim thing? Like this is you're gonna find victimhood in that as being seen as the primary caregiver? You seriously? Feminists are ridiculous on so many levels. I can't even, dude. I literally can't because it's YouTube.
to happen to
Jesus.
men.
This is why I'm saying at some point I'm gonna switch off YouTube. I'm gonna get just strictly on Kick, and we're gonna get wild, dude. Gonna get wild. Not too wild. So, but wild enough.
Frankly, if women today were forced to bear a fraction of the burdens that were historically imposed on
Exactly. Whoever gets voted in, they're just puppets. The string pullers are behind the curtain. The unelected people are the ones that control everything. So your vote doesn't mean shit, dude.
men, for which their greater rights were little more than the tools required to do the job, I think 99% of women would consider it a raw deal.
Watch Nicholas Hunt. Watch the Jones Plantation, okay? And then you will never vote again.
And 99% of feminists would call it oppression of women. The fact that they'd see it that way just shows how privileged in many ways women have always been, and how shallow feminists' view of the world, past and present, actually is. So, feminists, I got an idea. How about you perform a little experiment? First, go to China and try to sell the idea of obligating daughters economically to their parents the way sons are.
Oh yeah, when I was Catholic, dude, so many feminists in the Catholic Church. It's insane. The amount of people that want to fuse Catholicism with feminism, thinking that that's a thing. I'm not Catholic anymore, but it's feminism and Catholicism are antithetical to one another. They're diametrically opposed. You can't do it. You can't, because Catholicism is patriarchal. It's just women are at it. Women are always trying to weasel their way into things, right? To create this thing. Well, you've seen Jones Plantation. I'm elected to a local government position in a red state, in a red county, in a red city. Everything you have said is true of blue states. It's the same with red, dude. Red doesn't make it any better. They're still statists at the end of the day. Your Republican overlords, they're still taxing you, right? They're still oppressing you. You still paying your taxes? Yeah. They're not gonna. Yeah, they're still over you, dude. Aaron Spencer, I'll look him up, dude. Sure, okay. Aaron Spencer, can you please give me a reason why? He says that local elections don't matter. If you want to vote local, go for it, bro. I don't give a shit. I don't care what you do. I'm just saying I don't, because they're all. Yeah, I may live in like a blue city, but I don't like the red cities either. I don't like Republicans or Democrats because they're the same people. They all go to the same country clubs. Their kids go to the same schools. Two wings of the same bird, dude. Like, I'm not gonna. I'll look up Aaron Spencer, but I know it's gonna be a waste of my time.
See if any of those young women will jump at the opportunity to take.
How about you look up Larkin Rose and read The Most Dangerous Superstition? It doesn't matter if it's national or local. Government is government. Local government is no different than national government when it comes to sovereignty. Okay? I don't want a ruler at all. I don't want any rulers. I believe that no one should be ruled over and be slaves. If you vote, then you believe that people should be slaves. I don't believe that. I believe that people should be free to make their own choices.
Take care of shit like a man is expected to do. Next, go to Afghanistan and tell women they're allowed to do anything their husbands do. Work, get an education, even have custody of the children. Hell, tell them they can have all the best jobs. All they have to do is give up any and all.
You're not going to convince me, dude. I'm set in my ways. I know I know all about government, local and federal. Not going to happen, dude.
Entitlements to provision and protection, and any and all obligation on the part of the men in their lives, fathers, husbands, brothers, and sons, to help or support them. And let them know they'll have to single-handedly provide for the material needs of any children they have. You're on your own, honey. Girl power. Good luck. How many Afghan women does anyone think would take them up on it? When even in a middle-class London neighborhood, where she enjoys a set of rights similar to men's and would actually be capable of real economic independence, a Muslim woman can argue against feminism on the basis that Muslim women might have to give up codified female entitlements provided through male obligation. Well, Zara Ferris, I hate to tell you this, but you really don't have to worry about any of that. You should stop arguing against feminism, because feminists aren't going to take away your privileges or remove your husband's obligations to you. They're only interested in taking away his privileges and removing your obligations to him. Yep. So, I don't see what problem you could have with that.
Valid. Mic drop. That's a mic drop moment, Karen.
Unless you have something called principles and a sense of fairness.
Oh.
Some other things that, most human beings should have. But.
Yeah, dude, representatives are rulers, dude. I'm not saying that anarchy can work, like it's definitely not going to work in the United States. People are too brainwashed, and yeah, it's not homogenous at all. However, anarcho-tyranny is not a thing. Anarchism is not violence. That is brainwashing. I'm not going to take anything you say seriously because you just said anarcho-tyranny. You don't know what you're talking about, dude. So, just say, dude. Anarchy only produces anarcho-tyranny. Dude, Nicholas, whatever, man. You believe whatever you want, dude. All right, you continue to vote and live your little slave life. It's cool. It's all you're free to be ruled by other people. You're free to do that, man. But I'm gonna stick to my beliefs, and you can stick to yours, man. But yeah, I'm done with that conversation.
But feminists don't. Anyhow, that is all I have to say about that for today, and I'm going to just remind everybody once again to donate to A Voice for Men and try and get their numbers up. And
all right, well, since Nick is coming in hot, we're gonna go to Michael Malice here. Let's get into first him explaining to Chris Williamson why he's an anarchist. So we're gonna jump to that. Right here, we got there's a few videos we're gonna look at here. We're gonna get to the meat and potatoes of this.
So, what are the principles of your political position?
Well, one of the principles is that you don't need to get into what I believe, because I think it's a very insidious concept that we have to be friends with people who agree with us or to discuss politics at all.
Yeah, I'll be friends with you, Nick. I'm not selectively editing your statements, bro. Everybody has a confirmation bias, bro. Like, I mean, it's not a confirmation bias. It's just my beliefs. Like, I don't believe what you believe. So, but yeah, I mean, you're free to chill here and watch what I have to give, man. But I don't believe what you believe. So we're gonna disagree, man. So you can stick around and watch. But yeah, I'm trying to preserve my beliefs because they're my beliefs and I believe them. I don't need to preserve them. They're preserved already because they're a part of my moral fabric. So like, I'm not here to win a debate with you, man. I'm not here to debate you, okay? So this is not what my live stream is about. It's not about debating people on what I think is right versus somebody else. Yeah, it's about truth, and this is what I believe to be true. It is about belief because you have like a truth. It has to be because there are truths out there that people don't believe. So I believe that you are not believing an actual truth, that voting is bullshit. So, and then you think you think that I'm not believing the correct truth. So and then you can get into religion. People like, oh, you don't believe the truth about Jesus Christ? Blah, blah, blah. So, I'm gonna do my thing, bro. You don't have to glaze me.
This concept that,
but yeah, don't spam the chat, dude. Just other people need to it's kind of distracting.
Politics have to permeate every aspect of every person's life, and they have to constantly be discussed. And this is something I'm completely opposed to. I think it's really a horrible idea, and it's tribalism, which I'm not entirely opposed to at its worst. If someone is if you're having an emergency at home, you don't quickly run a scan. Oh, well, I want to call this person, but they voted the wrong way or something like that. So my political views, and you're referring to anarchism, it's simply being against politics as a mechanism of resolving disputes. And, everything just follows as a consequence of that. We can unpack it, but that's basically it in a nutshell.
Is that a typical perspective on anarchism?
I don't know that there is a typical perspective. There's different schools of anarchism. There's there's an anarchist lapel pins website, and they have the standard flag of anarchism is the black flag, but there's black and red, black and gold, black and pink, black and blue. So all the different schools of anarchism. So, and they disagree very heavily, but it's going to be a Venn diagram.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, the main reason I wasn't necessarily
if voting actually worked, they'd make it illegal.
Trying to agree, but I'm curious. I'm interested. I don't see many people saying that they're anarchists in 2021. So why do you find it compelling? What's interesting about it?
Well, I think it closely explains what we're seeing in politics. I think it's an effective predictor of future social political behavior. I think it's the only worldview that allows someone to have a clean conscience with what they advocate politically. And I think that's just basically what it comes down to. I also want to point out that anyone who has a radical philosophy, is going to come off as either a moron or a lunatic. If you told me that you had a friend who's quite tall, and I said, how tall? And you said, he's 6'10" or whatever, 2.1 meters. It's like, okay, that's pretty tall. But if you said that they're, 10 meters tall or they're purple tall, it's...
I think both of your points are valid regarding anarchy. The problem is human nature. Every animal that lives in a group forms a leader-follower dynamic. That's not government. A leader-follower dynamic is not the same as a ruler. Leaders and rulers are not the same thing. That's what they always think that a leader is a government. That's just a hierarchy. There's a difference between hierarchies and government. Government is a belief system. It's a belief that there is a small group of people that have rights and privileges that you do not have, and they need them to rein everyone else in. Just read The Most Dangerous Superstition by Larkin Rose. So, check it out.
Nonsensical, right? So, at a certain point, once an ideology is so divorced from what is presented as, part of the normal realm of discourse, people will automatically, preemptively dismiss it. Although that's decreasingly the case.
How do you transition from a situation where we are now to one where there's ever anarchy at large? By definition, you can't have an anarchist party.
Well, sure you can. They have had them in the past. I mean, they could just be there to kind of gin up the works and cause anarchism. It just means voluntary association. Now, anarchists are opposed to
voluntary association,
political activity, but you can certainly say, like, look, I'm opposed to war, but this is a case where it's a self-defense situation. So there's the argument to be made for that with things like voting. I'm sorry, what was the start of the question?
Trying to work out how you transition.
Oh, how you get there. Yeah. So anarchism isn't a location, it's a relationship.
Thank you, J-Bone. It's easier to fool people than for people to believe they've been fooled. Thank you. Yes, exactly. 100%, 1,000%.
And the vast proportion of our lives, especially in the West, are anarchist. You and I have an anarchist relationship. There's no possibility we're calling the police. If there was some kind of we were somewhere together and we got violent, we're still not calling the state. If we were at a bar, I'd get kicked out or you'd get kicked out. So this claim that all kind of peace and prosperity is a function of the state is really, from the anarchist perspective, akin to saying, well, if it wasn't for all these exorcists, we'd all be possessed. The norm between human beings is peace, not on a large scale, because that's a function of governments. Governments give war. But we generally tend to be more peaceful than not, for the simple reason, not because people are basically good, but because violence is expensive. Because once there's violence in a situation, then other people who aren't at all associated, you see this in bar fights. Like, people jump in to try to quash it because people understand very easily that these things tend to escalate. And then
voting in general is just a slavey activity. Only slaves vote. That's my position.
Becomes very expensive to everyone. It's asymmetrical. Let's put a stop to it, right quick. So how do you get there? Well, there's certain mechanisms. It's delegitimizing the state. It's encouraging aggression, not violent aggression, but just interpersonal aggression and hostility towards agents of the state. It's casting aspersions upon democracy and democratic process. And it's not a numbers game. So, a lot of people think, well, you're never going to get a majority to agree with you, but your win condition of having a majority is based on democracy. Other systems.
There is no system of government that I agree with. I think government is a moral wrong. I think it is repugnant. I think government is repugnant. Local or federal should not exist. I think that it is immoral. Government is immoral, and I think that voting is immoral because you are essentially and what that's the thing, is people that vote in these it's just I don't know.
Do not base their win condition on having a majority of people agree with me, and they once every 4 years go into a ballot box and flick a switch.
It seems like at a small level, an interpersonal level, individual, me and you, we do have quite an anarchist relationship. But as you say, when you scale that up, is it realistic that you can allow an entire 330 million person country to exist like that?
Well, you wouldn't need it wouldn't be a country at that point. But let me give you an example of how this is already a status quo. Every country is in a state of anarchy towards every other country, right? So if a Canadian kills an American in Mexico, I don't know what happens, you don't know what happens, but we know that there's a process put in place. So if security was private, where it would be a function of your cell phone instead of your geography.
So Princess Crystal from CT, I'm assuming that's Connecticut, Lieberland. Which is Lieberland is by Serbia and Croatia. So it's a small, let's see here. It's a micronation. So it's founded by a right libertarian politician. Here's like the Wikipedia thing. I don't like Wikipedia, but we'll go ahead and just yeah, country is Nick, it's okay if there's no country, because countries are a social construct. Borders are a social construct. The United States any country is just it's not real. Countries are fake. It's a fiction. It's a human construct. Yeah. I have no allegiance to the United States. I don't care about countries.
You know, if I attacked you I have one security firm, you have another one, and we're at someone else's domicile, what would the situation be? We don't know, but we know it would be resolved in advance without the consumer having to work it out.
Oh, on the kick side, we should be able to vote people out of positions. Once again, voting people in or out, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, dude, because they are not the ones that are actually pulling the strings or controlling anything. It's the unelected people that are doing things. So, yeah. And plus, when you're voting someone out, you're also voting someone in. It's a revolving door. You're still choosing you're arguing, there's a throne and you're arguing who needs to be the ruler. You're like, oh, well, this person, you're essentially pushing this person's ideas and beliefs on other people, like whatever their position is. Either way, I just don't believe in voting. I think it's immoral.
Out for the simple reason that if I'm on one phone company and you're at another, it works out and we have no idea what happened behind the scenes. If their goal is to provide security and, you know, generate profit at that, they're going to make it as easy for the users as possible, as opposed to governments who generate funding and generate revenue as a function of creating problems and creating stress and having that as an excuse to raise taxes and seize more assets from the populace.
Does anarchism need capitalism in order to facilitate that then?
No, the original anarchists were violently anti-capitalist, and they viewed capitalism, you know, in a sense more similar to what we would call nowadays corporatism.
So Michael Malice, he talks about, so there's the Constitution, of course, which is just helps with the centralization of power, but the Federalist Papers were the closest thing to something that was ideal.
And their analysis of this is spot on. 2020, we saw the systemic.
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer the 1789 to 1860 America too. However, whatever, you know.
Destruction of medium and.
I'm not talking about slavery. So if anybody wants to be like, oh, well, that means you're okay with slavery. No, absolutely not. Like I said, like anarchists are not cool with slavery. There's the non-aggression principle. So yeah, no slavery of any kind, right? No discrimination between people of whatever they believe religiously or whatever they look like. I don't believe in that. So
small businesses, that was cheered on by corporate America, both with riots and looting here in the States and also the COVID lockdowns. It did wonders for companies like Amazon and Walmart. All the little stores here in New York that I'm a fan of, they went out of business because they couldn't sustain it. So what the original anarchist people like Emma Goldman and even before her, Bakunin and people like that, Kropotkin, what they were concerned about is this collusion between large business and the state. And in that regard, they are spot on that this is the
Well, that would be fascism.
worst of all. Well, not the worst of all worlds, but it's pretty darn bad.
And by getting rid of the state, you can get rid of that collusion.
Right, because you're not going to have a monopoly without the government forcing everyone to be a subscriber to that product. You would have what governments do in every industry is create barriers to entry for smaller companies because those offer competition to the large dinosaurs that have effectively seized large parts of the market in the past.
I had Andy Ngo on the show last week, and he said that Antifa identify as anarcho-communists and revolutionary Marxists. How close or far is this from the purity of a normal anarchist?
It's closer than it's pretty darn close. A lot of ANCAPs, narco-capitalists, think Antifa doesn't have a right to call themselves anarchists, and they certainly do. The early anarchists were very, especially in the UK. The term in the UK was synonymous with terrorist. This is why the Sex Pistols song, "Anarchy in the UK."
I wouldn't agree with that sentiment that Michael is sharing, because that violates the non-aggression principle.
Was so shocking because Johnny Rotten is explicitly saying, "I want to destroy passersby." It was this, and they were also called nihilists at the time. This was an ideology where we're going to have violent revolution. We're going to, blow up.
Yeah, anarchism is not about violent revolution or blowing anything up. I disavow any of that stuff. That's not what anarchism is.
Businesses or business people and assassinate. So there is this very long history, for better or for worse, with the.
Because with their version of anarchy, then it would require the state, and that's diametrically opposed to anarchism. So it makes no sense.
Black flag that Antifa is in regard to self, in some regards, in some senses, as an heir to.
Does that not make it difficult to try and get people on board with, though? If the thin end of the wedge, like the front end of the funnel, is rioting and looting and violence and black flags and black bloc, that doesn't seem like a very fun world for me to step into.
I am disturbed by how much of a recruiting tool that has now become in America, because the degree to which people have become comfortable with
Constitutional Republic, the Constitution is not anywhere close to anarchy, dude. No. Sustainable anarchy? No. The Federalist Papers, not the Constitution.
With violence towards state actors and people who they regard as opposed to them is happening at an astronomical pace. When the Capitol was stormed a couple of weeks ago, the protesters, rioters, whatever you want to call them, they put up a gallows in front of Capitol Hill. And I think there is an enormous sense, especially with these lockdowns. And
they used to keep slaves in chains. Now they keep slaves in debt. Exactly. Slavery never left. It just changed the way that they conduct slavery.
Enormous sense of people becoming comfortable with the idea of doing very bad things. And I'm extremely concerned about this because violence follows its own logic. It's not the kind of thing where, if you just shoot the king, everything resolves itself. Once you start going down that road, no one has any idea where it's going to end up, other than what you are guaranteed of is more oppression, more violence, innocent people being hurt. And it's really something of enormous concern to me in the beginning of 2021. And because there is this attempt by the corporate media here to kind of sweep it under the rug. And when you have a population that's become comfortable with the idea of violence and they're kind of ignored, A, they're going to be able to do it and no one's going to see it coming. And B, they're going to be encouraged to do it because now they feel that they've been made invisible, nothing to lose.
Didn't you say at the very beginning, though, that being averse to state actors was part of the anarchists' agenda?
Yeah, but averse doesn't mean like shooting people in the head. It means contempt. It means do
Right.
not regard the cops as heroes.
Right.
I was on Tim Pool not that long ago with
I do not regard cops as heroes. Yeah, I agree with that.
Alex Jones, and one of my favorite Britishisms is they call the cops the filth. In fact, this is actually a funny story. I was on the BBC radio, like this would have been 15 years ago, and I always thought, and maybe I'm wrong, that the British are a lot more culturally liberal than the States, that we're all more fuddy-duddies here. Maybe this was a misconception. And the interviewer said, "Oh, Michael, in this blog you have, you guys take a lot of shots at the cops." And I said, "Well, it's like my dad. I was an immigrant from the Soviet Union, Russia." I said, "My dad always told me," and I said this innocently, because I thought this is Europe. They're going to have the same perspective as the Russian perspective. My dad always told me, wherever you go, wherever you end up in the world, the stupidest people are always the cops. The guy audibly gasped, and he said, "Michael, this is a family show," and changed the subject. And I was very surprised to see that having been the case. But that's the kind of thing I'm talking about.
So Carl Benjamin says this, and
Hey, Michael, I don't know who you're talking to, whether it's someone in the chat or whatever, but what's voluntary that you're referring to?
totally agree with him that the British are very procedural. Like,
Okay.
if you look at there was those scenes at the Capitol Hill riots where the rioters had broken into the Capitol, but as they were walking through one of the main halls or atriums, had stayed inside of the ropes.
Yes.
That is so British. That is precisely the sort of thing that a British person would do. They'd make sure. I saw a guy the other day who was outside of a butcher's shop. This is before lockdown, and he had gloves on, mask on, smoking. Gloves on, mask on, smoking outside of it. Very procedural in the way that we go about things. And perhaps that's contributed to it a little bit, because obviously the police are basically the enforcement of.
Oh, no, you're good, Nicholas. You don't have to tag. If you want to tag, that's fine. Yeah, it's just like, it's hard for me to, because I can't follow everything, so it's hard for me to distinguish if you're talking to me or someone else. So yeah, if you're talking to someone else, feel free to tag. That definitely helps me out.
Of the procedure.
Right.
What about, so you mentioned about the Capitol Hill and the other riots that we've seen over the last year. Do you look on that and see it as a misuse of your particular political ideology?
Oh, no. I think whenever you have politicians hiding in fear, as the way they had the rest of us hiding in fear locked in our homes for a year, the imagery there cannot ever be unseen.
And also, real quick, to Nicholas, because you had mentioned earlier, like confirmation, like confirming your confirmation bias. Yeah, I mean, of course, like I'm a human being. Of course, I'm going to try to like confirm my confirmation. Like confirmation bias is, I think it's inevitable. I want to be transparent. I mean, I'm a human being. I have very strong beliefs, and then just like any other human being, when those beliefs are put into question, yeah, I have that same human reaction of like, there's like this offended like emotion that rises up, and I don't like that in myself or anyone, and that's something I check with myself. It's like, because I can be friends with you. I don't give a shit if you're. I have plenty of friends that are statists. That's fine. It's not that at all. It's just and I'm not the best person. I'm not the best ambassador to speak on everything in an eloquent way. And I know that people, they really look for that in people. They want to. I'm not the Jordan Peterson or the Michael Malice of anarchism. I just know deep down in my soul and in my heart that that's the right path for me to believe. I mean, I'm proud of my beliefs, but I don't always have them questioned, and I'm not always prepared for the answer that you might be looking for, and I acknowledge that. Because you have to deal with life, and it's just like I'm not always going to be. I mean, I would be more well equipped if I had more time to study the best way to approach it. I'm just a human being like everyone else, right? I have my beliefs, and I'm sloppy in the way that I present my beliefs at times. It's just I'm sloppy. I'm a sloppy person like everyone else. I'm super sloppy. I'm not this freaking Jordan Peterson person. Even Jordan Peterson, he's kind of like fell to the wayside a bit. I'm not that guy. And it's interesting that I understand why people flock to those types, the ones that in a lot of ways, in other regards, like there are things that I talk about where I do put words to feelings that men have felt, but they just didn't have the words for, and I gave them the words. And I think that's why a lot of people are drawn to my content. And so, yeah, that's just, yeah. Is that something that keeps me up? It doesn't keep me up at night, but it's something that occupies my mind. It takes up real estate where I think about, I need to get better at how to articulate my beliefs. I think everybody needs to get better at articulating their beliefs. I'm just being honest. I think authenticity and honesty are really what draw people towards other people. I want people to be drawn to me, not to like feel like they're smelling shit on their shoe. I want them to actually, it's just, I want to be real and express myself in a real way. I don't want to like give you lip service or polish my shit, put my turd in a dress. I think that's very important. That's just my 2 cents. But let me take a potty break real quick. A little potty break. I gotta pee. I want to watch this and kind of follow along with you guys. So just give me a sec. I'm not going to leave it running like the other stuff because it's a very important topic that I'm passionate about. There we go. There we go. Good boy. All right. So here we go. Let's put you on a pillow here. There we go. All right. Got my dog with me here. But yeah, can I say things that made me look stupid? Absolutely. I guess that's like, I don't know. With the platform that I have, people just assume that I have like every I don't know, just to have like every perfect response just stored away in my back pocket, and I don't. I honestly don't, man. I can say that. I understand if I'm coming off ignorant or stupid at times, because that's just a freaking human being, man. I'm not, yeah, I'm not, yeah. I'm completely fallible.
everyone's going to stand there and tell you how strong the regime is and how powerful it is. And when you have 20 people who can just walk into the Capitol, including a guy from Burning Man, I think literally he was a Burning Man person, this demonstrates that, for better or for worse, this is not a system that is going to be able to protect you. And that is the big selling point of the state. It's that you give up.
I think also another important thing, other than anarchist, just people, like, I guess, being understanding of other people, which is something I need to get better at, of course. Because because even people that have opposing positions and stuff, it could still I won't say get my blood boiling, but it'll still cause an emotional response within me, and it can manifest into some tone or specific words, right? I'm just freaking human, man. I'm trying to optimize as best I can.
Up your choices, and we're going to keep you safe. Big Brother's watching. I know they have those signs unironically in London, and it's like, well, they're lying to you. So if they can't even keep these, D-list barbarians out from their, sacred temple, they're not going to be able to protect.
Hey, man. Yeah, I appreciate that, Demon. Personally speaking, James, I think you are more relatable by being raw and unpolished. I'd rather listen to a person who gets it and just says it how it is. Also, if you can, would you mind answering a question I put above, please? Oh, above. Okay. What's the difference between an anarchist and a sovereign citizen? Do both groups share similar philosophies? Yeah, I mean, that's basically that's what an anarchist is a sovereign citizen. Yeah. I mean, you have complete sovereignty, but I mean, there might be some differences, I guess. I mean, you're a sovereign citizen, but I mean, I haven't really juxtaposed them, but I would say that kind of like a Catholic is a Christian, but a Christian isn't a Catholic necessarily. So I think it might be along those lines. Here, come here, buddy. Don't jump off. Okay, I'm trying to make this a certain way so he doesn't, because he has a tendency to chew things. I don't want him to chew the desk. Because he just chewed my finger. Hey, buddy. I know you got to chill out, dude. Yeah, chill out, homie.
Protect you, and this is going to cause a lot of people to recalibrate or their view of the state and the state authorities.
So you see people break into the Capitol building or take downtown.
No biting, Drew. No. I should have brought a chew toy. Let me grab a chew toy real quick. I need to redirect him, and I can't. All right, hold on, buddy. I got you, dude. I got you, buddy. I got you, buddy. Oh, yeah. And yes, I do have a affectation when I talk to my dog. Just what it is, man. You gotta have your, voice for talking to your puppy. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Here, boy, I got you. Here we go. Here. You really chewed this guy up. Here we go. There you go. Good boy. There it is. There we go. Sorry, buddy. Jerking motions. I know they're annoying. Oh no, I dropped the squirrel. I dropped your squirrel, buddy. There you go. There we go. All right. Here we go. Let's get it back into this.
Portland or create another Capitol Hill autonomous zone.
Hold on.
How?
Do not chew don't chew that, okay? I don't know if I can actually do this. He's too. Anytime I grab him, he gets too hyper. I'm gonna have to put him back, honestly. Oh man, he's so cute though. I just want him to cuddle with me, but anytime I grab him, he's like in a He's in like a mood to like chew and stuff, aren't you, buddy? He's always he's not like chill right now. He's very not. He's definitely not chill. Come on, buddy. Here we go. I'll get you. I'll bring your. Sorry, guys. Bring your squirrel here. Back there. All right. Back to it. But yeah, the word citizen is kind of a slavey term. So as an anarchist, I refrain from calling myself a citizen. So sovereign, yes, but not sovereign citizen.
How do you stop people from losing so much faith in society as a whole that they become nihilistic? Even if they don't necessarily subscribe to the anarchist movement, you could just think, oh God, like I had all of my faith in the state, and now what have I got left to support me?
Well, that's the goal, is to have them to lose all faith in the state. Now, if there's people whose entire sense of identity was faith in the state and now they feel lost, I can't help you. You're not one of my people. I think both of those positions are untenable and kind of sad. But I think once it's like everyone leaving home. It's like once you realize that this is all a sham, this is enormously liberating, because now you're either free to, or in a negative sense, are forced to confront your own destiny and confront your own choices. This is one of the things that drove people crazy about, these masks. They're being told this is giving you a sense, if you follow orders, you're going to be safe. It doesn't matter what the efficacy is. What matters is I get to be obedient, and in turn, I'm being guaranteed that my life isn't in danger. It's nonsensical, but that's where we are.
Is there a valley of despair that newly indoctrinated anarchists tend to slip into? There must be a point at which you go, right, okay, all of the old rules are gone, and none of the new rules and the new freedoms, liberties that must come along with being an anarchist they haven't arrived yet.
Well, yeah, but that's not exclusive to anarchism. That's the danger of cynicism, right? Once you realize, you've been lied to all your life, and it's not mistakes, systemically lied to, there's the danger of getting into.
Yeah, so nihilism and anarchy they're not related. And also, cynicism is just not.
This stupid catcher in the rye mindset, everyone's a phony, this all sucks. I'm going to listen to, The Cure, write in my diary with fingerless gloves. So my goal is to kind of speak to those people and be like slap them upside the head metaphorically and be like, you're being silly. This is teenage, nonsense. And now is your opportunity to be an adult and make your mark on the world, or just find your bliss.
All right. Where's that other one? I don't like PragerU, but we will do his interview with PragerU. Why not?
People like to say communism works in theory. If I tell you I've got this car and it flies and it works in theory, are you getting in to drive off a cliff? You're not. My name is Michael Malice, and this is my story.
Stories of Us, Michael Malice, take one.
I'm an anarchist. I've been temperamental.
I don't know. Actually, I'm not going to because of the music. I don't want to get striked for that. We'll do the Joe Rogan one. Here we go. We'll move over here.
The Joe Rogan experience.
So this anarchy thing, like, how serious are you about that?
100% serious.
100% serious.
Yes.
So anarchists think there should be no cops?
No, anarchists don't think there should be government cops. There should be private security.
Oh, private.
Exactly. It's not that we don't believe there should be cops. It should be private security, which in Detroit, they have that, and they do really well. They have private security in Detroit. So yeah, no state cops, private security, right? Private cops, if you want to call it that, right? To alleviate any confusion. Private cops, not public cops.
Private security. What if you're poor?
Well, same thing.
That's always an objection. What if you're poor? What if you can't pay for it? Well, you can pay for your freaking taxes. If taxes weren't, if it weren't something, if you didn't have to fork over a third of your income or half of your income, you'd be able to pay for it. It'd be something that would actually be worthwhile. So,
no one wants to have a scenario like if you go to a bar, you're not paying for the doorman, or if you're going to a hotel, you're not paying for the security. The point is, whoever has an environment wants it to be as safe as possible.
Okay, stop right there.
Okay,
because if you go into a bar, if you're buying a drink, the bar is taking some of the money from that drink to pay for that security.
Correct.
It's the same thing as you paying taxes.
It's not the same thing as you paying taxes.
Well, let's just look at it this way. It's just money into a pool.
It's not just money.
Okay, but hold, please.
Your money, your taxes do not go into a pool.
If you throw the money into a pool, but you didn't even let me explain.
Okay.
If you throw the money into the pool, okay, and obviously taxes get taken from you.
It's like the socialist mindset of like, oh, we're pulling our money together. That's not how that works.
It's different in that regard. But if you have a certain amount of money, a certain amount of money is going to go to protecting the people. And this is the idea of police force, and this is the idea of a bouncer. Or at least a bouncer is more likely acting in the interest of the club and trying to keep out bad people and trying to keep people from getting sued. But the money for the drinks goes to that. Some of it, a percentage of it goes to that. Much like your tax money, some of it goes to the cops. Right?
No, it doesn't.
But the big difference...
No, all your money goes to the interest on the debt. It doesn't actually go to servicing any of these state services that their taxes don't go to that.
One is voluntary and one is forceful and one is a monopoly and one isn't. So if you had a free system, you would have more security.
What's to stop malevolent groups from having private mercenaries to keep you and your group in line with their rules? Private security, dude. Private cops, bro. And also yourself, because you're sovereign. So you have the ability to protect yourself and to protect what's yours, right? You can protect yourself. That's the thing, is like a lot of people want to outsource their protection to government. And by doing so, you give over a lot of your sovereignty. So ownership, bro. Ownership over your own life. You want to protect your life? If you want your life to be free from that, then you have to be equipped to protect yourself. There you go.
Security, because the streets would have someone doing security, and the bar, and the store, and they would be complementary to each other, as opposed to you only have to dial 911. Wouldn't it be, look how many dating sites there are, right? Wouldn't it be great if instead of one number, you had dozens of places that are going to offer you security?
Right.
So like private businesses that work like Uber, you give them a call when you're getting raped. Like you press a button.
Sure.
One with the dude with his pants down, you press a button and then someone shows up.
We have that now. And
What do we have now?
I mean, if you go...
Hey, man, you can't... Nothing is perfect. Wolfguard, if you're looking for utopia, you're not going to find it, man. But you're better off in a stateless society than a state society.
To a apartment building or a business building, there is going to be security there already. You're not going to, you're not going to call the cop. You're going to call the downstairs.
You know who's stronger than you? The government. Have they done anything great for you lately? Right? They're coming after you, man. They're coming after your money. Who's stronger than the government? Who oppresses more people than the government? Do you like being oppressed?
We're just book readers.
Sure.
They're sitting there playing with their phone. They used to be book readers. Now they're phone players.
Well, I'd rather...
Hold on. My dog. Hold up. Bro. What is this? All right. Clean up some poop. I'll be right back. All right. So I got since he's like a puppy, he's got, what is it called? What's coprophagia, where he'll like he likes eating his own poop, basically. It's really gross. That's why I refrain from him licking me. But yeah, he eats his own stool, which is a very normal behavior in puppies, but not one that I want to encourage. So there's a thing that I bought that I feed it to him, and it makes it to where his poop doesn't taste good. And I forgot to, when I feed it to him, it works, but I forgot to feed it to him yesterday. So he right back at it. So here we go. Sorry about that, guys.
Rather they be reading books than shooting dogs, so that's where we are.
Right. I see what you're saying. In terms of, that's the grossest shit ever, when you see SWAT teams show up and shoot people's dogs and people get...
And that's the problem with having a monopoly, is there's no consequences.
Yes.
So there's all these cases where, you know, dogs get shot, the flash grenade in the baby's crib.
Yeah.
These people aren't like Eric Garner. The only person who got in trouble for Eric Garner dying is the guy who filmed it. I mean, if you are a cook and you are serving food and you undercook chicken, it's a mistake, honest mistake, and someone gets sick, that shouldn't be your job. But if you're a police officer often, and I'm going to get a lot of heat for this, and that's fine, if something bad happens as a consequence of your actions, there have to be consequences that maybe this isn't the right job for you.
Well, oftentimes there is.
Right.
If there's an inappropriate shooting or something like
Eternal Misfit, what's up, man? How you doing, bro?
those lines, but I think you're right. And I mean, I've experienced abusive cops. I think we all have. And I also think that it's very, very, very difficult to be that guy every day and not become abusive and not become worn out by it, not become extremely stressed out. I'm a big supporter of police.
Oh my God, really? Warning, we've detected, oh my gosh, your video belongs to someone else. Your stream may be temporarily blocked. If you plan to continue, please ensure. Okay, I gotta stop this because it's got that. Okay, all right, it's doing that warning thing. So I'm sure after this I'll probably have to delete this because since it's Joe Rogan, I've got to. Yeah, it's so annoying, dude. I have to do that. Oh my gosh. If you plan to continue, please ensure that the content owner has added your channel to their allow list. Oh my gosh, dude. You can't even freaking do that. You can't even... It's probably because I left it... I didn't, like, pause it enough and, like, say anything because I was... Well, actually, no, I didn't even... No, never mind. I didn't even leave it. We'll go to Anarch Clips. Here we go. We'll do this one.
On the fringes where...
Since it's Joe Rogan. Oh, yeah. The almighty Joe Rogan. We can't have that.
Where insanity and innovation lay. On the fringes where insanity and innovation lay. Because when you're in the middle and someone's saying things never heard before, you have no real way of determining, because so many standard deviations away from the mean, whether this is a crazy person or this is a great genius of our time. So you don't really know. It just sounds unprecedented to you. Anarchism can be summed up in one sentence. You do not speak for me.
You do not speak for me. That's it.
And everything else is just application of that concept. It is the idea that authority is inherently illegitimate. It's different if you have a lawyer or a doctor, you're deferring to their authority. It's something you've chosen.
Right, exactly. Because when people bring up lawyers and doctors, they will say that. It's like, yeah, you're deferring to their authority. You're choosing to defer. You're not forced into that. So, key difference. It's a distinguishable difference.
But the claim that because a lot of my neighbors think something is...
It was my background noise? What background noise, dude? What are you talking about, Zach? No, it's a loud list, not a... I mean, yeah, I guess a white list isn't a loud list. But yeah, Joe Rogan is not going... Joe Rogan doesn't even know me, all right? So I'd have to have him put me on his allow list. So...
good or desirable has no bearing on
good luck with that, right?
Truth. And the claim that morally they're in a position to impose their view of what's good and desirable upon me is something so nonsensical, we wouldn't even consider as a hypothesis unless we were trained to believe this since children in government schools. Anarchism is a relationship, it's not a location. So anytime you have people exchanging peacefully, that is an anarchist situation.
Hey, Lisa, how you doing?
Despite the state's claim that but for the state, this would be impossible, which is like claiming if there wasn't for all these exorcists, we'd all be possessed. The state isn't even good at waging war. They don't manage borders well. Tax evasion is and avoidance are both the status quo. If they collected taxes well, we would really have black markets. It would be very easy to make the argument for government.
He's actually from Ukraine originally, and then his parents fled. So I don't know where they fled to. It might have been the East Coast. I'm not. No, actually, it was in New York City. I think he's from Ukraine, but I think his family moved to New York City.
If it was good at war, right? If the Iraq War was we're in and out in a week, Saddam's gone, minimal or no civilian casualties, we could pat ourselves on the back. You can make that argument. That has not happened.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so. Even things that are regarded as the state at its most valorous, like World War II, that's a very good versus evil situation, although we kind of sweep Stalin under the rug because we don't know.
Hold on, give me 1 sec. I'm actually kind of hungry, and I've got a piece of some New York-style pizza. Speaking of New York, I'm going to heat that up in my air fryer, which will take several minutes, so give me 1 sec. I'll come back with a slice of pizza, and we'll finish this off. Oh, shit. Oh, Jesus. Jesus. There you go. Chew your squirrel. That's perfect, bro. Chew that. Hey Siri, set a timer for 3 minutes. All right, cool.
Know how to fit him into the good versus evil situation. Even there, the amount of death and destruction is just unconscionable.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't just mean the Holocaust. I mean civilians and soldiers being killed from every direction. So I can't think of anything the state does well. Because it's just like let's even take this out of the realm of politics.
Mm-hmm.
What is it that like gigantic bureaucracies do well? Well, they're good at organizing, but I think when people stop thinking of the state as something that's representational and start thinking that it's a giant violent bureaucracy, and you ask yourselves what are things that giant bureaucracies do well, they're going to also struggle to have the same answers, or the answer they come up with will be the same answers that I come up with.
Fair use reactionary commentary not apply? I mean, it would, possibly. It just depends. If it's... Hold on. God dang it. Oh, man. I should have just put it on 380 for 3 minutes, but I put it on the preset for fries, and it always has this like beep of like shake. So you like pull the air fryer out and shake it, but it's not fries, it's freaking pizza. Either way, I digress. Wait, hold on. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, fair use, reactionary commentary, yeah, it would apply. It's just, I don't know. I'm not sure why it was a warning that it gave me. Not necessarily that it's going to do anything, but whatever. Doesn't matter.
I'm a very, very proud American, which I love this country. I hate the government because I love this country.
And then also, free guy. Oh yeah, that's the end of that clip. I've got 29 followers on Kick. So if anybody is on YouTube right now watching me and you are not a follower on Kick, let me add the link and go ahead and follow me on Kick and get me to tip me over from 29 followers to 30 just to help me out here. Because, yeah, 30 definitely feels better than 29. If I'm at 29, I might as well tip it over to 30. So, yeah, let's shift over to... oh, my pizza's ready. Hold on one sec. Let me get to... We're going to go to Rachel Wilson's interview with Jack Neal. So, we'll do that. Hopefully, it might give me the warning since it's Jack Neal. He's kind of like a mainstream guy now, but we'll see.
And make some.
All right.
Today's guest believes modern feminism is literally satanic.
Witchcraft is the fastest growing religion, especially among Gen Z women in America. Female creators on TikTok will show you how to make a ritual out of your abortion.
Growing up with a conservative father and a Marxist feminist mother, she was raised with two competing visions of what a woman was actually supposed to be.
My mom's view was everybody deserves, you only don't have because someone else has. And my dad would explain things are based on merit. You kind of start having to learn to think things through and try to figure out, well, which one is correct.
Now a Christian mother of 5, she spent the last few years uncovering the dark origins of the feminist movement, connecting it to demon worship, seances, and CIA sex cults.
You're Gen Z, right?
Yes.
Do you know that almost a third of your generation was aborted? Abortion is a ritual sacrament for them.
In this episode, we'll explore why she believes modern women are unhappier than ever, expose the dark rituals that shaped feminism in America, and question if this movement that promised women freedom was actually a spiritual trap designed by the devil.
Elizabeth Cady Stanton said that if she could get rid of the Bible and Christianity altogether, wipe it from the face of the earth, that would be the best thing. But she said it's the most widely published and most influential.
Also, she's Orthodox Christian. I'm not. So there's that. Just throwing that out there. So, no, I'm not a ranch guy.
Book on the planet.
I don't hate ranch. I just don't want... This pizza's really good, and ranch would ruin it because this pizza's that good.
So the second best thing we can do is...
Rachel Wilson. Welcome to the Jack Neal Podcast.
Thanks for having me. It's good to be here.
Rachel, the average American woman is the most educated, most financially independent, and most free woman in human history. She's also the loneliest, most depressed, and least likely to have kids. Why do you think women are so unhappy in 2026?
That's the million-dollar question. There's actually been 2 large-scale studies done trying to answer that question. I think the first came out in 2009. It was called The Paradox of Declining Female Happiness. And in this study, the authors in their summary said that women have reported, this is based on women's surveys when you're asking women their opinion on how they are doing in life, how they feel about things. They're reporting higher levels of unhappiness, like you said, loneliness, depression, than ever before. So if we go back to the 70s, which is arguably kind of the tipping point where feminism became the dominant ethos. If you go back to the early 70s where they asked women these questions, they largely reported being pretty content. And now in the 2000s, we have 26% of all American women on at least one psychiatric drug. We have higher rates of fetal alcohol syndrome and alcoholism among women than we've ever recorded before. And women just overall reporting dissatisfaction, unhappiness, a feeling of being really torn.
Yeah, most educated, most indoctrinated. If they're going to university more, they're being indoctrinated more. That's why women are leaning more towards the left.
trying to have it all.
That's helping with it, because I mean, like, women are more agreeable, they're more interested in people than things. Like, men are more interested in things than people, and so that helps with it. They're agreeable. Yeah, so there's a lot that goes into why women lean to the left.
Trying to have a career and be a career woman and also have a family and do all of that. Women don't know what to do with relationships, because on the one hand, they want men who make more than they do. They want men who are higher achieving than they are, yet this creates a paradox, whereas women have become the number one earners of college degrees. They have now got salaries that compete with men, and they've got more equality than ever before. They're finding that the men are not suitable to marry. They're finding that, they just can't find a guy who's on their level or higher, which is what they really want. So we've created like a paradox where by giving women everything that at least feminism told us they wanted, which was full equality, independence from men so that we could choose a husband based on, who we love and not who we need, that this would make women happier. And we're finding
Edward, his name is Michael Malice. So Michael, I assume you know how to spell Michael, and then Malice, Malice.
Today's guest is the guy you call to get into the most exclusive clubs in the
and make some money on the sides just so that we can get by, so I can spend more time with the kids. And that's what happened to me. There was lots of points where I was forced to figure out a way to try to make some money on the side, but also wanted to be at home homeschooling my kids. So ask the average woman if she feels like she has more choices now, or if it's just, you gotta work.
You said the feminist movement is not a grassroots movement, and implied that it was really a movement to get women working.
Yeah.
Because that doubles the labor force. Would you theorize that maybe the civil rights movement wasn't a grassroots movement as well?
Oh,
yeah, dude, feminism was to get women into the workforce so they could tax them. One of the reasons.
Oh, definitely. There's a guy.
And was that in an effort to get people of color to work, maybe?
There was a bunch of reasons for that. So Chad O. Jackson is a guy who I hope he's still doing stuff on YouTube. He was a couple of years ago, and he's kind of the same counterpart to the civil rights movement as what I am to the feminist movement. He's a black man who went back and researched the whole civil rights movement and found the same thing I found, that this was not a grassroots thing that came from black people as a whole, that it was very astroturfed, very top-down funded, a lot of...
Yeah, astroturf, that's the word. What was I gonna say? Well, I don't know why I put the. I don't know why I put the Kick link down in. Oh my gosh! I put the Kick link down in Kick. Subscribe to my Kick while you're on Kick. My bad. All right, yeah. If you aren't following me on Kick, there's the link. Follow me on Kick. Get me to 30 followers at least. We're at 29. We'll love to get to 30, and we're also closing in here. We got 15 minutes left. I have to stream for at least 5 hours on Kick, and then I can monetize it. This some bitch. All right.
Intelligence agencies involved in that sort of thing, and it is very similar. Almost all of the big social revolutions are not grassroots. Even the American Revolution, even the French Revolution, if you go back and really examine how those things started, why they became, popular, how those things took place. And it's the same thing with, I don't know if you remember back in the 2000s, Occupy Wall Street. That was not grassroots. It was portrayed on television like it was, but it was not grassroots. It was a corporate-funded, NGO-funded initiative. And so powerful people understand that they can use political power, money, and influence to engineer society how they want it. And what was done through both feminism and the Civil Rights Act is institutional capture. So what will happen is, like I explained, you get wealthy people that start a foundation. The foundation gets all this tax-free money. You get other big wealthy people and families that donate to yours and you donate to theirs. A ton of money gets thrown into this pile. And what you do is you vet people who you think can push your agenda, and you place them in powerful positions in different institutions, and that's how you capture the institution. For example, Gloria Steinem was sought out. She was scouted and chosen from Smith College in the 60s. And she was already, into feminist ideology. She was already writing about it. And what'll happen is these wealthy people from the foundations are watching to see like who's writing their, PhD thesis on this, who's writing a master's on this, and they're kind of pushing the messaging we want. We're going to offer that person a scholarship. So Steinem was offered a Chester Bowles Fellowship, which never existed, and no one else has ever been given one since. They created it, and it was basically a legal way to give her a bunch of cash and say, we will support you and fund you if you work for us, and we're going to send you places, and we're going to have you push this message where we want it pushed. And I'm sure to someone with that belief, it sounds great. So they say, sure. So the Ford Foundation, immediately after Steinem graduated, sent her to India. She received a bunch of training there. She immediately gets...
What kind of training?
Like a social engineering type of training where you're learning how to push these cultural revolutions in...
Yeah, that's what like a lot of what you see online, movies, television, it's all social engineering to prepare people for agendas and to get their behaviors the way that they want them to be.
Different societies and different atmospheres, how to be a good propagandist. So they sent her to Eastern Europe, and and
that's what school's for. Doesn't matter if you're in a private Montessori or whatever. Everything is in lockstep with the government. Everything is in lockstep with statism. Everything is in lockstep with statism to get you to follow along, be an obedient worker, right? Like Rockefeller said, I don't want people that what he said. What's the Rockefeller? I want obedient work. I don't want like critical thinkers. I want obedient workers, I believe is the quote, right? He doesn't want people to critically think for themselves and to be sovereign people, sovereign individuals. He wants them to be a part of the collective. He wants a collective hive mind. That's the whole point of school, is to have a collective hive mind, right? At the greater good of the collective, not the greater good of the individual. It's messed up.
To have her go to youth festivals and push feminist messaging. She'd get up on a stage and give a speech. She would talk to media in the area and give interviews, things like that. They even had her go undercover at the Playboy Mansion as a Playboy bunny, and then infamously write articles about how this was misogyny and why we need feminism to combat these sort of things. And then they start Ms. Magazine with her. So it's actually very simple. And it kind of circumvents the whole political process. So we think that in America, we vote on who we want to run this country, and that those people go to Washington and they pass the laws that the people want. And in reality, ever since we've had universal suffrage, that is not how it works. And that's by design. Again, if you want to know why progressive era industrialists were pushing feminism, it's because they know we get all the women into universities, right?
Yep.
And then they can be radicalized.
Exactly. That's the whole point. When women, 60% of women are in higher education, right? They're being radicalized on an industrial level. Women are being radicalized on an industrial level. That's why we can't find suitable wives and mothers, because they're currently being radicalized at an industrial level. I need to make a note of that actually for a future video. Hold on.
We can teach them the history that we want. We can teach them the agenda that we want, and they become very good soldiers. Women are very protective. It's our maternal nature. We want to make sure everyone gets something to eat. We want to make sure everyone has a roof over their head and that people are safe and that things are fair. And the Marxists knew this, like August Bebel and Vladimir Lenin, a lot of the Eastern socialists who were the pioneers of the Marxist revolution, they would openly write about how we need to get young women into university. Because if you get young women into university, you can very effectively radicalize them and they will do almost anything for the cause. The cause becomes their child and they will die for the cause.
Which Homath has talked about. Homath talks about how since women are aborting their children and they aren't having children, then their natural instinct is to be a mother, is to nurture, and so they have to find something to turn into a baby, whether that's a dog or a cat, a migrant, what have you, whatever the case may be, whatever it is, whomever it is, they have to turn something into a baby to nurture. So if they're gonna abort their children and not have them, then they're gonna turn something into it so they can take care of it and nurture it in the postmodernist leftist fashion.
Cause, like they would die for the child. So this is why in Bolshevik Russia you had female assassins, you had female agitators in public, attacking police, attacking the white Russians, anybody who worked for the Tsar. They're trying to shoot people, they're bombing places. Much like right now, you see people like Renee Good. You see women out in the streets of Minneapolis fighting ICE agents, calling them horrible names, accusing them of terrible things, because they think.
And also, she's a statist. Like her and Andrew are statists. So there's some things I do disagree with when it comes to their critiques on the state. Yeah, I guess I could preface with a disclaimer that not all of their opinion, not all of his opinions are mine, or all of their beliefs are mine. So, not to say that I'm a fan of that woman that she's talking about, but I'm not a fan of ICE either. So
they're protecting this unprotected, victimized class.
I do not back the blue. So
of people, because they've been radicalized in universities to believe that there's this white oppressive class of men and that everybody else is to varying degrees oppressed by those people. And so the white man in power with the badge is bad. And the brown immigrant guy, even if we're arresting him for child sex crimes, he's the victim that needs to be protected.
Why do you think women are easier to radicalize than men? Or
they're more agreeable. Just their biological nature of how they're wired to nurture it leaves them susceptible to propaganda.
I guess with propaganda specifically, like what kinds of propaganda are used toward women versus men?
Marxist propaganda is they
because it's always this veneer of it's always this altruistic veneer of like, oh, it helps people, it makes them equal. It's just that they're all about making sure that everyone is taken care of, and that's what Marxism portrays, but that's not what Marxism practices. What it portrays versus what it practices is completely different. It's antithetical, diametrically opposed.
They openly said, like, if you go back and read early Marxist writings, from the people who pioneered and pushed the propaganda, they knew this about women. And they said the reason for this is women are much more easy to capture emotionally. Men have to go out into the world.
Exactly. Women are more emotional. Yeah, they're easy to capture emotionally. That is not an insult. That's just a biological fact. Women are emotionally more susceptible to this stuff than men are. We have to be less emotional than men or than women because of the things that we have to deal with biologically. Because if we were emotional, then women would die. They would not be taken care of. They need us to be their protectors. So we have to, right? So when women, they scoff at that and they think that we're socially engineered that way to be, no, it's biological. It's not social engineering for that. Like, no one told us to be a boob guy or to be that way, any of that stuff. Okay? So, but I mean, if you're living in a good society and a society is conditioning you or teaching you to be a certain way that is in line with biology, then I don't think there's any reason to be mad at that. But we don't live in a society that is aligned with biology. We are in a society that aligns with communism, and communism does not align with human nature or society at all. Biology, no, it doesn't. It goes against it. the free market. Capitalism goes. It's aligned with human nature to an extent. So, yeah. Communism? Hell no. Socialism? Hell no. Which socialism is just communist light.
World and provide value. They have to work and produce something to be valued by society. They have a more logical nature to.
Yes, men have emotions, but we are taught to not everyone, like men, you should be taught to properly regulate your emotions. I talk about this. Yes, you should acknowledge your emotions, right? Just like Marcus Aurelius, but you have to regulate them. You have to keep them in check. You're not suppressing them. Anger is completely valid. It's okay to have the emotion of anger. It's just what you do with that, what that manifests into. It's how you harness that emotion, right? How you regulate and harness it. You don't suppress it and ignore it and act like it doesn't exist, because that's only going to, because that falls in line with individuation, right? If you don't individuate, then all of those things, all of that malevolent ugliness is going to leak out at some point, right? You're going to snap at someone. You're going to do something you regret. You're going to have an emotional outburst. That's what's going to happen, right?
To them, they're a little bit less receptive to emotional pushes. Not that men aren't. You can definitely propagandize men as well. But they actually did a lot of research and study on this in the 19th century of how to.
Yeah, a lot of people, they assume, well, here's the thing, is there's two kinds of stoicism that I'm aware of. There's Greek stoicism, which is regulating your emotions, and then there is Victorian stoicism, which came after, which is the suppression of emotions, which women, especially feminists, will argue that stoicism is the Victorian version, and it's not. The one that men are attracted to is the Greek stoicism, where there is accountability, there is acknowledgement, there is acceptance, but then there is regulation, right? That's absent in Victorian stoicism. So there you go.
To propagandize people, people like Edward Bernays, if you've ever heard of him, like the father of marketing. They actually studied like how people respond to marketing.
I mean, there's biological programming. It's like it's what you're hardwired naturally. But as far as like, there's no programming that's done via people. There's no person that's programming your biology into you, other than Source, the creator, whatever you want to call it, God. But yeah,
marketing into propaganda, into different ads and things like that, and found that because women have this maternal nature. Imagine like a litter of puppies. Men will see a litter of puppies and go, "Oh, it's cute." Yeah. But if one of
like I'm taking care of my puppy, like that's cute, but I got shit to do. I'm not wrapped up in, oh my God, you're so cute. I just gotta. I mean, maybe sometimes, maybe every now and then, but like I have my moments where I'm like, all right, I can take a break. I can kind of like embrace the puppy and embrace the cute, but not, like for like 5 minutes, dude, not like all day.
Them is like, one of them's paralyzed or something and it can't move. You should probably mercifully kill it or something like that. Whereas the woman will cry and she'll try to save it. And women are just much more maternal, and we feel this innate drive to protect anything weak, anything helpless. And that's good.
Or anything that's perceived to be weak and helpless, even if it's not, right? That's where the propaganda comes in.
Good when you're a mother. You want that. You want women who are willing to sacrifice anything to produce the next generation. If we didn't have that, human beings wouldn't exist. I mean, imagine what it takes to go through a 9-month pregnancy, a painful childbirth, several months of recovering after childbirth, and then you're nursing an infant for 2 years. And you can practically do nothing else because they're just stuck to you all day. You have to have that innate maternal nature that makes you feel like I will sacrifice almost anything to protect this precious, innocent thing that can't protect itself. So if you take that instinct a woman has and you weaponize it and you say, these people are oppressors, they are violent, they are bad, they're trying to hurt the out group, they're trying to hurt the weaker groups. They're trying to, do evil things to.
All right, big announcement. We've hit 30 followers. Thank you very much, everyone. And we've also hit our 5-hour mark for Kick. Right? So now I'm going to be able to monetize this mofo, make some money. All right. Heck yeah, dude. Let's get the ball rolling here. Appreciate every one of you. Appreciate every one of you. All right, let's get back into this.
Those who can't protect themselves. Women feel very, very compelled to do something about that. And to the point that they're willing to sacrifice their lives. And so it's a weaponization of maternal instinct. And the Marxists figured this out 150 years ago.
Yeah, the Marxists weaponize female nature. That's what they've done. They've weaponized female nature.
And that was one of the big reasons they wanted to push women into education. They started giving all these scholarships, free college for women, all these scholarships for women, which...
Yeah, DEI. It's got, should be DIE.
Now women hold 60% of college debt in this nation, by the way. So women are starting off 22 years old with a college degree and an average of $45,000 in debt, which is already going to put you in a position where you don't feel like you should start a family. So by sending all the women to college, you can radicalize them. You can get them into the workforce. They'll protect their job.
Zach, if you don't like the chick talking, then whatever, man. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Yeah, you don't have to watch.
They'll protect the corporation. They will protect the order that sustains all these things. You tell them that staying home is oppressive, that it makes them vulnerable and at risk for abuse, and that the only way is to, go to college, have your own money, and make money for the corporation and pay taxes like a good citizen. And this is something that worked really well. Socialists knew that they needed numbers. You don't have socialism or communism without numbers. That's literally the whole basis of it, right? Workers of the world unite. Well, half the world wasn't working outside the home. So you only had men. And men understand hierarchy. Men work within hierarchies.
Yeah, just like with the island thing that I was talking about earlier, where women were put on an island to survive and men were the ones that survived because they naturally know how to create a hierarchy, right? That they dispense roles to one another, right? And then there is an alpha in the group, and they get shit done. They're able to survive because they're like, all right, you do this, you do that, you do that, you do that. And it works. And then these dudes are just partying, they're eating, they're drinking, they're swimming. They're able to they're able to have an excess, they're able to have abundance, and they're able to have some fun. Whereas these women, they're like going into kidney failure because they haven't had anything to drink or eat in 2 days, 3 days. So it's just, women need men, dude. They need them.
If you get a group of guys in a room, there's a pecking order right away. And if a group of men feels like a weak man is a threat, they will usually bully him, ostracize him, take care of him in some way so that he's not a threat to the group, because men inherently want to protect their people. They want to protect their tribe, their group, their nation. So socialism was tough. It was tough to get men to buy into it.
Yeah, Corey, you're gone, dude. Don't say stuff like that.
Some of the men who were more disaffected really liked the idea of socialism, but anybody who was successful at competing in the hierarchy wasn't going to go for socialism. Anybody who had more masculine instincts and wanted a merit-based system wasn't going to go for socialism or communism.
No, I'm not going to have him say stuff like that, dude. No, I'm not going to let him talk when he's saying things like that. No. I don't have context in what you guys are talking about. All I knew is I can just read point blank what he said. No.
The talk of years
and make some money on the side.
It's not it's not even about protecting you. It's just I regulate what's being said in my chat. If he's going to say things like that, no, that seems like a very that's not something that I want in my YouTube chat. Okay, it's nothing to do with you. All right, I get it. You can combat him with your words, but what he said was off-putting. I'm not gonna allow that in my chat, dude. I don't know what he meant by that, but what he meant, what it looked like he meant by that seemed violent, and I'm not gonna have that.
Get by so I can spend more time with the kids.
I don't care if he's being contrarian, bro. I didn't like the fact that he was like, I can only have so much context, dude, but I'm not going to have that shit.
And that's what happened to me. You know, there was lots of points where I was forced to figure out a way to try to make some money.
Like, I don't have enough time to like investigate every single thing that's being said. Okay. If I see somebody talking about that, if they bring up something involving the context of that, no, like that word is something that will, yeah.
On the side, but also wanted to be at home homeschooling my kids. So ask the average woman if she feels like she has more choices now, or if it's just, you gotta work.
You said the feminist movement is not a grassroots movement, and implied that it was really a movement to get women working.
Yeah.
Because that doubles the labor force. Would you theorize that maybe the civil rights movement wasn't a grassroots movement as well?
Oh, definitely. There's a guy.
And was that in an effort to get people of color to work, maybe?
There was a bunch of reasons for that. So Chad O. Jackson is a guy who I hope he's still doing stuff on YouTube. He was a couple years ago. And
look, man, like, and if it wasn't YouTube, I wouldn't care. But the fact that it's YouTube, that's why I care, right? Eternal Misfit, and those, yeah. I'm not going to take any chances. Okay, I can be mistaken on the context, but if I read something and it says something that seems like a context that could be taken in a bad way, I'm gonna get rid of that shit, dude. I'm not gonna have any bad actors. I may make some mistakes with my filtering, but best to do that best to overfilter than to underfilter, I guess you could say.
He's kind of the same counter.
This is my community. I'm going to protect it as best as I can. All right. I'm going to make some freaking mistakes. Okay. But, you know, it's got to happen, dude. Like, I'm contrarian, man. I'm contrarian as well. I have no problem with people being contrarian. So, but when people talk about objects like that, whipping out objects, then, yeah, grade F, grade A. I don't care. If you're being an asshole, then you're gone. Right? I don't want people being assholes to one another in the chat. Okay. So I'm not trying to be a helicopter mom. I'm protecting my community the best that I see fit. Okay. I'm the ruler. So if like the only ruler is me, like the only time I believe in rulers is with my YouTube channel because it's mine. So there it is. Yeah.
Part to the.
I am a dictator of my channel. That's the only time that communism is completely justified, or dictatorship is if you have a YouTube channel.
Civil rights movement as what I am to the feminist movement. He's a black man who went back and researched the whole civil rights movement and found the same thing I found, that this was not a grassroots thing that came from black people as a whole, that it was very astroturfed, very top-down funded, a lot of intelligence agencies involved in that sort of thing. And it is very similar. Almost all of the big social revolutions are not grassroots. Even the American Revolution, even the French Revolution, if you go back and really examine how those things started, why they became, popular, how those things took place. And it's the same thing with, I don't know if you remember back in the 2000s, Occupy Wall Street. That was not grassroots. It was portrayed on television
Occupy Wall
like
Street
it was
not grassroots.
But it was not grassroots. It was a corporate-funded, NGO-funded initiative. And so powerful people understand that they can use political power, money, and influence to engineer society how they want it. And what was done through both feminism and the Civil Rights Act is institutional capture. So what will happen is, like I explained, you get wealthy people that start a foundation. The foundation gets all this tax-free money. You get other big wealthy people and families that donate to yours and you donate to theirs. A ton of money gets thrown into this pile. And what you do is you vet people who you think can push your agenda, and you place them in powerful positions in different institutions. And that's how you capture the institution. For example, Gloria Steinem was sought out. She was scouted and chosen from Smith College in the 60s. And she was already, into feminist ideology. She was already writing about it. And what'll happen is these wealthy people from the foundations are watching to see like who's writing their, PhD thesis on this, who's writing a master's on this, and they're kind of pushing the messaging we want. We're going to offer that person a scholarship. So Steinem was offered a Chester Bowles Fellowship, which never existed, and no one else has ever been given one since. They created it, and it was basically a legal way to give her a bunch of cash and say, we will support you and fund you if you work for us, and we're going to send you places, and we're going to have you push this message where we want it pushed. And I'm sure to someone with that belief, it sounds great. So they say, sure. So the Ford Foundation, immediately after Steinem graduated, sent her to India. She received a bunch of training there. She immediately gets...
What kind of training?
Like a social engineering type of training where you're learning how to push these cultural revolutions in different societies, in different atmospheres, how to be a good propagandist. So they sent her to Eastern Europe, and they'd have her go to youth festivals and push feminist messaging. She'd get up on a stage and give a speech. She would talk to media in the area and give interviews, things like that. They even had her go undercover at the Playboy Mansion as a Playboy bunny, and then infamously write articles about how this was misogyny and why we need feminism to combat these sort of things. And then they start Ms. Magazine with her. So it's actually very simple, and it kind of circumvents the whole political process. So we think that in America, we vote on who we want to run this country, and that those people go to Washington and they pass the laws that the people want. And in reality, ever since we've had universal suffrage, that is not how it works. And that's by design. Again, if you want to know why progressive era industrialists were pushing feminism, it's because they know we get all the women into universities, right? And then they can be radicalized. We can teach them the history that we want. We can teach them the agenda that we want, and they become very good soldiers. Women are very protective. It's our maternal nature. We want to make sure everyone gets something to eat. We want to make sure everyone has a roof over their head and that people are safe and that things are fair. And the Marxists knew this, like August Bebel and Vladimir Lenin, a lot of the Eastern socialists who were the pioneers of the Marxist revolution, they would openly write about how we need to get young women into university. Because if you get young women into university, you can very effectively radicalize them, and they will do almost anything for the cause. The cause becomes their child, and they will die for the cause like they would die for the child. So this is why in Bolshevik Russia, you had female assassins. You had female agitators in public, attacking police, attacking the white Russians, anybody who worked for the Tsar. They're trying to shoot people. They're bombing places. Much like right now, you see people like Renee Good. You see women out in the streets of Minneapolis fighting ICE agents, calling them horrible names, accusing them of terrible things, because they think they're protecting this unprotected, victimized class of people, because they've been radicalized in universities to believe that, there's this white oppressive class of men and that everybody else is to varying degrees oppressed by those people. And so the white man in power with the badge is bad. And the immigrant, the brown immigrant guy, even if we're arresting him for child sex crimes, he's the victim that needs to be protected.
Why do you think women are easier to radicalize than men? Or I guess with propaganda specifically, like what kinds of propaganda are used toward women versus men?
Marxist propaganda is, they openly said, like if you go back and read early Marxist writings from the people who pioneered and pushed the propaganda, they knew this about women. And they said the reason for this is women are much more easy to capture emotionally. Men have to go out into the world and provide value. They have to work and produce something to be valued by society. They have a more logical nature to them. They're a little bit less receptive to emotional pushes. Not that men aren't. You can definitely propagandize men as well. But they actually did a lot of research and study on this in the 19th century of how to propagandize people. People like Edward Bernays, if you've ever heard of him, like the father of marketing. They actually studied like how people respond to marketing and to propaganda and to different ads and things like that, and found that because women have this maternal nature, imagine like a litter of puppies. Men will see a litter of puppies and go, oh, it's cute. But if, one of them is like, one of them's paralyzed or something and it can't move, you should probably mercifully kill it or something like that. Whereas the woman will cry and she'll try to save it. And women are just much more maternal, and we feel this innate drive to protect anything weak, anything helpless. And that's good when you're a mother. You want that. You want women who are willing to sacrifice anything to produce the next generation. If we didn't have that, human beings wouldn't exist. I mean, imagine what it takes to go through a 9-month pregnancy, a painful childbirth, several months of recovering after childbirth, and then you're nursing an infant for 2 years. And you can practically do nothing else because they're just stuck to you all day. You have to have that innate maternal nature that makes you feel like I will sacrifice almost anything to protect this precious, innocent thing that can't protect itself. So if you take that instinct a woman has and you weaponize it and you say, these people are oppressors, they are violent, they are bad, they're trying to hurt the out-group, they're trying to hurt the weaker groups, they're trying to, do evil things to those who can't protect themselves. Women feel very, very compelled to do something about that, and to the point that they're willing to sacrifice their lives. And so it's a weaponization of maternal instinct. And the Marxists figured this out 150 years ago, and that was one of the big reasons they wanted to push women into education. They started giving all these scholarships, free college for women, all these scholarships for women, which now women hold 60% of college debt in this nation, by the way. So women are starting off 22 years old with a college degree and an average of $45,000 in debt, which is already going to put you in a position where you don't feel like you should start a family. So,
all right. Oh, man. Blah, blah, blah. What the F we even talking about? I don't know, dude. What are we talking about? I was busy dealing with my puppy's poop. And I had to pee.
So by sending all the women to college, you can radicalize them. You can get them into the workforce. They'll protect their jobs. They'll protect the corporation. They will protect the order that sustains all these things. You tell them that staying home is oppressive, that it makes them vulnerable and at risk for abuse, and that the only way is to, go to college, have your own money, and make money for the corporation and pay taxes like a good citizen. And this is something that worked really well. Socialists knew that they needed numbers. You don't have socialism or communism without numbers. That's literally the whole basis of it, right? Workers of the world unite. Well, half the world wasn't working outside the home. So you only had men. And men understand hierarchy. Men work.
Yeah, everything's fine, dude. He just, he just pooped everywhere but the pad. That's the thing, is he'll hit the pad, but sometimes he won't. He won't poop or pee on the pad. He'll just do it on the floor. And luckily it's in the kitchen, so it's easy to clean, but I have to clean it. And then I have to go down and throw it away because I'm not going to have it in my indoor trash. I throw it in the outdoor trash. So I got to go down the steps, put it in the outdoor trash, and then I got to come back, clean everything up, replace the pad. I also had to pee. So I'm living life, dude. I am a normal human being living in a 2-bedroom apartment. I'm a normal person. I ain't living in no mansion. I'm not making tons of money, dude. So I'm not rich by any stretch. I can take care of my bills. That's about it, and have a little extra. I'm not rich like people think I am. I'm not this industry plant that's just fucking raking in the dough, having all this financial backing. It's ridiculous.
Within hierarchies, if you get a group of guys in a room, there's a pecking order right away. And if a group of men feels like a weak man is a threat, they will usually bully him, ostracize him, take care of him in some way so that he's not a threat to the group, because men inherently want to protect their people. They want to protect their tribe, their group, their nation.
Yep.
So socialism was tough. It was tough to get men to buy into it. Some of the men who were more disaffected really liked the idea of socialism, but anybody who was successful at competing in the hierarchy wasn't going to go for socialism. Anybody who...
Yeah, it was like those bitch beta dudes that just they couldn't hack it. They were the ones that were like, yeah, let's fucking do that so we can oppress all the other dudes, bring them down so that I can rise up. It's always like, it's all about socialism and communism is all about pushing people down and so that you can exalt yourself. But the exaltation is from the elites only, right? Everybody else has equal depth of grave, right? All the normal folk
had more masculine instincts and wanted a merit-based system wasn't going to go for socialism or communism. But we look at women. That's half the population.
Not only socialism being mob mentality and shaming, but also democracy. Democracy, or democracy as I like to call it, is also horrible. Democracy is bad. It's not good, right? It's majority rule. It's mob rule. That's what it is. And especially if you have a democracy with deplorable individuals, right? No morality, no logic, no truth. Just feelings that they can't regulate, right? Just these unregulated emotions, which is the majority of people, it seems, right? These people, they just can't control themselves. They gotta just let it loose, right? Gotta let their flag fly a little too much.
And we tell them this is the only way to make sure everybody has enough. This is a way to make sure everything is fair. This is a way to help those.
Yeah, I'm doing potty training on top of pad training. Okay, I'm doing both. All right, like I don't need to be lectured to on how to take care of a dog. Okay, I'm doing the best I can. All right, I'm operating a YouTube channel. I'm operating now a Kick. I'm doing the streaming more often, so I'm doing a lot of stuff here. All right, I'd appreciate less lecturing. Okay. I know about potty training, but also I can't be doing that while I'm doing this. So the pads are for today. All right, I do the potty training all the other days, but today he has to use the pads. All right, that's just what's happening because that's what's going to happen because that's life. Okay, I'm not a perfect person. All right, I'm learning as I go. I haven't had a dog as an adult. The last dog I had was when I was a kid. So I'm learning as I go, but let's not patronize and like lecture me into like, oh, you need to be doing this. Like you should do this. You should do that. Shit's annoying, dude. Nobody likes that. Okay. I have no problem with you, but that particular comment about it's potty training time, not pad training. He's literally 11 weeks old. Okay. I'm doing the best I can with what I got. All right. It's just me here. My son's not here right now. Otherwise he would be doing it. Okay. So
those who are weaker and more oppressed and protect them. And sending them to college and indoctrinating them with this makes them great revolutionaries and makes them diehards for the cause. And that's what we see now. We see a shift from, in the 19th century, women in America being more conservative than men, especially on social issues. You had things like the Women's Temperance Union. You had women's political causes prior to suffrage were things like clean water and food, environmental protectionism to the not the crazy stuff we have now, not like the climate change stuff, but it was like, hey, don't dump all of your toxic chemicals into our drinking water because our children are dying and that's bad. They were
all the chemicals from that people are urinating out from the birth control pill and everything else is leaking into the water supply, and that's not being filtered out. So that's an endocrine disruptor right there. That's just my opinion. I'm not saying that that's fact, YouTube. That's just my opinion. I think that's what's going on. Blah, 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 blah.
They had a voice and they were well listened to. They got prohibition passed without being able to vote. So women definitely had a voice and they were listened to because they had a moral authority.
Yeah, like for the future, like for all you people that are like, you should do this. Like if I'm doing something and you're like, you should do, like you're trying to make some type of corrective. Sorry, I can't even talk right now. If you're trying to correct me in like the way that I'm training my dog, just shut up, dude. Seriously. Like I got no problem with you, not for sale, but just don't do that. It's just annoying. Like people don't like that. When people are told what to do, or being corrected or being condescended or patronized, that's just not cool. People, it's just annoying. right? That's all I'm saying. Like, it's just, I got a lot going on. It's really hot here. With my 2-bedroom apartment, it's really hot, and I've got a portable AC that doesn't really cool my place off as efficiently as I need it to. So it's a little hot in here, right? What is it? It's 90 degrees right now. Okay? It's 90 degrees. The humidity is at it feels like 92. The humidity is at 61%. Okay? I'm trying to entertain a bunch of people here. So let's be mindful of what we say. All right? Because just think, will this maybe annoy a person? Right? Because, yeah, it's a little annoying, right? I'm not going to ban you. I'm not going to time you out. But I'm definitely going to say something. Like, if something annoys me and it just ruffles my feathers or rubs me the wrong way, I'll say something about it. And I may banter a little bit, right? It's what happens. Like, I control this. I'm the god. I'm the dictator of this environment. So
They had a moral high ground because they weren't just another political voting bloc. But what you do by enfranchising them with a vote is now in every single campaign that we've had since 1920, it radically changed how presidential and political campaigns were carried out as well. This is why every time we have a political cycle, you see...
Black Phoenix, Verizon. If you look at my video description, it has all of my equipment that I use. So as far as the production goes, I pay nothing. I don't edit most of my videos. I film with a DJI Osmo Pocket 3, which syncs the audio and the video. It comes with a mic that syncs with Bluetooth, and it shoots in 4K and also 1080p. I'm using it as a webcam right now. This is the Osmo Pocket 3. So whenever you use it as a webcam, it maxes out. Well, actually, it's doing 4K right now. Supposedly, it shows webcam 4K 30. So I guess it's doing 4K right now, but yeah, usually when I do like reaction videos, it'll do webcam 1080p. Yeah, if you want any more, if you're looking to grow a YouTube channel, I do have a link for that. I do help a lot of people out that are looking to grow a YouTube channel because I've had a lot of success and I do have a lot of knowledge that's very helpful for people. So, let me find that real quick. Yeah, so if anyone is actually looking at growing a YouTube channel, if they're having bottlenecks, they're having issues, they need help with any of that shit, here is my link for that. So I will post that here if you want an in-depth conversation that's an hour long, where I go into detail. I hear all about what you're doing and what your goals are. I'll learn about that, and I can steer you in the right direction. This is the link for that. So if you want an in-depth conversation about the equipment that I use and my process and all of that good stuff, there it is. All right. Yes, it's behind a paywall. Yes, you have to pay for my time because it's not free. So I give a lot away for free. My channel is filled with a lot of information that's very helpful. That's free, but there is stuff that does cost. So
Democrats running ads like Republicans.
Got to keep the lights on. Got to feed myself. Got to, keep a roof over my head. So that's the way she goes, man. That you got to make money. You got to make money to live, right? We're that species that has to make money to live. That's what I'm doing here, right? It's a double thing here. I love what I'm doing. I'm helping people, but you know what? I gotta charge for some stuff, right? Because some of this knowledge I got didn't come for free. It came from trial and error. And so if you want that hard-earned knowledge, you have to pay for it.
Want to take away your grandma's Medicare. They want her to die, and they show them pushing an old woman in a wheelchair off a cliff. They want to take away children's school lunches. They want the children to not be fed. They want to put kids in cages. They want to, it's always...
No, not for sale. There's nothing else I want to get off my chest. Stop being a smartass.
This fear-mongering about what the right wing is going to do to the vulnerable. Right. And women go for that. They overwhelmingly vote Democrat. And they kind of, you alluded to this earlier with the civil rights movement, they do the same thing with Black people.
Right.
They convince Black people that, Republicans are these evil white racists who want to oppress you and that Democrats are going to help you. I remember after Obama got elected and in the stadium where he's doing his acceptance speech, everyone's partying. It's this great atmosphere. Everybody's cheering. Oh my gosh, it's the first Black president. This is amazing. It's going to change everything. And they interviewed a lady and they were like, what are you feeling right now? And she was like, I ain't going to have to pay rent no more. I'm not going to have to pay car payments no more. I'm going to get free food. She thought, I'm going to get free stuff. Someone's going to take care of me. I won't have to worry anymore. Someone's going to provide for me. And it's like, lady, you could have had a husband this whole time who would have done all of that. But now what feminism did was convince women that your husband is a threat. He is dangerous. The government loves you and the government wants to take care of you, and it will replace your dad and it will replace your husband and it will provide for you and it will protect you and it will make things fair.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we've
outsource daddy to government. That's basically the gist.
gotten. There's an article on my Substack that goes over the last 45 years of data from all of the reporting agencies on things like spousal abuse and child abuse. And it shows that actually feminism has made women far more vulnerable to domestic violence and especially children than ever before. And it does so by removing the men in women's lives who have the most vested interest in their care and protection, your dad and your husband. Statistically, the safest place for a woman is with her husband.
Yeah.
And the safest place for children is with their both
father.
married parents,
Both
their
married,
biological
yeah.
father. And
There you go.
anytime you break that up, children are at more risk for abuse and women are at greater risk for abuse. The highest domestic violence rates are among cohabitating women, like you live with your boyfriend, or in lesbian relationships.
Are cats pro-feminism? Cats taking the place of what would have been a husband and children? It doesn't really take the place of the husband as much as it does the children, and they could do that for cats or dogs. But I mean, dudes have cats too. It's not specific to a type of animal or species. But yeah, I mean, a cat lady is kind of a trope. Dog lady isn't really a trope. It's mostly the cat lady, the lady the feminist that has the cats and drinks the box wine, things like that. So that's a social trope, but it could be anything. Women that don't have kids, that are post-wall, yeah, they turn anything into a baby, a migrant, whatever, a dog, a cat, anything, right? So, yeah.
So, the article breaks down how if husbands were the threat, if having a husband was the problem, and that's the thing that makes you vulnerable to abuse, we should have seen, some change in the rates going the other direction. Since no-fault divorce, women don't have to stay in marriages anymore. They don't have to get married anymore. They don't have to rely on a man anymore. We should have seen domestic violence rates drop off for those groups. And we should see more abuse in the trapped in marriage groups, and we don't. It's actually the opposite. So women who are Christian and they're married young have the highest satisfaction rates and the lowest domestic violence rates. And it's actually the other way around. You live with your boyfriend, you're at 40% higher risk overall for some type of abuse or violence.
So the less people get married, the more domestic violence, essentially. There's like a correlation or a high correlation there.
Yes.
Something I want to ask about that was very interesting that you noted was, like, is it your belief that women were more conservative than men at a certain point in history?
Yes, definitely. And you can actually go back and see this. In the 19th century, women were overwhelmingly more conservative than men were. They were less likely to support some of the really progressive social reforms. They were very pro-marriage. They were very pro-family. They felt like that was their sphere. They felt like they had the most influence and the most purpose there. And they were very, very much against crime. They were like in favor of stricter punishments for criminals.
Eternal Misfit. I don't really listen to Def Leppard. I'm familiar with. I can't even name you a Def Leppard song, honestly, dude. I mean, I if I heard it, I would be like, oh yeah, I've heard that before, but I don't. Def Leppard's not my jam.
Things like that. They were against.
I do have a Def Leppard joke though. What's the difference between a Thanksgiving turkey and Def Leppard's drummer? A turkey has 2 drumsticks. Ba-dum-tsh. Or da-dum-tsh.
Things like welfare. They were against things like, normalizing out of wedlock births and stuff like that. And I always say that we have something I call the sisterhood. And this is the collective hive mind of women. And this is kind of how our brains work. Back in the day before feminism, when marriage was the order of the day and patriarchy was the order of the day throughout all of history, women knew that men, this is before we had, paternity testing. Men want to marry a woman that they know the child's going to be theirs. To the extent that a man can assure paternity, that's a good thing for him, and he's going to look for that. And that's why.
Speaking of paternity, I've got a video coming up. I believe I'm going to put that out tomorrow, talking about paternity fraud. So that should be interesting for all you cats out there that don't want to get caught up in that.
Chastity and virginity were always a very highly prized thing because it was the best way to make sure that the kids you're raising are your kids. And so women would say to each
Peace out, Wolf. Good to see you.
other, look, ladies, if a bunch of you are going off and giving away the milk for free, nobody's going to buy the cows, okay? If a bunch of you are going off and having all this sex and fornicating outside of marriage, all the guys go do that. They go over there and do that, and it ruins it kind of for all of us. Whereas if we all kind of hold out and say, you don't get any of that until you're married. If you want that, you got to marry me. You got to provide for me. You got to protect me. That's how we get the best deal collectively. Okay, ladies? So that's why they would slut shaming was like the historical norm.
Right. Yeah. Slut shaming was a historical norm.
Women were the worst slut shamers. Women were the ones who looked down on prostitution and thought, they wouldn't even look at prostitutes. If they crossed them in the street, they'd be like, ugh, can't even look at her. It was like this big shameful thing. And women were the ones that policed that. The sisterhood used to enforce chastity because it protected all women and got us the best deal in marriage in a way.
And now it's the exact opposite. So we're going to cut that off there. I'm going to wrap this up at the 6 hour mark on the kick side. So we're at 5 hours and 38 minutes. So we're gonna continue on until that six hour mark, and then I'm gonna cut this off. And I'm gonna do my thing, let my flag fly. Just But there's some other anarchist. There's some anarchist chick that I just found here. I don't know who she is. I just noticed this. Her name's Sophie Scott Brown. So it's titled "Why I Am an Anarchist." I think that's kind of interesting. So
I would fall into paradox.
Oh, she's British. She's British. All right, let's see what this Sophie Scott Brown lady has to say about anarchism.
I would fall into paradox very, very quickly if I start dictating to you how to be free, right? We all know you can't be forced to be free.
Right.
But what I could do instead is ask, well, in any given situation, how might you increase the amount of freedom that's available to you?
Reasonable question.
Hi, so Sophie, when most people think about authority and leadership, they tend to think about, big centralized bodies like the state. But in your work, you think of it slightly differently. Could you tell us a bit about that, please?
Yes, I do. So I work a lot on, post-war anarchist thought. And in particular, because anarchism is a very broad church with many different forms of it, and I'm particularly interested in pacifist forms. I'm particularly interested in those forms that are very community-based, very grassroots, very focused around people and direct democracy. And obviously, when you sort of look at these sorts of ideas,
I have no idea why she has duct tape on her wrist.
These notions of leadership and authority, they take on some new and challenging forms.
I've never seen this chick in my life. She just popped up on my feed.
Now, some people sort of immediately make the assumption, well, it's anarchism, right? By definition, that means there can be no leader or no forms of authority. And in fact, no organization. In fact, for most people, anarchism is chaos, and it's something to be feared and something to be avoided. But actually, the sort of ideas that I look at have a slightly different take, and they say that actually there's nothing inherently wrong with leadership in and of itself. But there is.
I don't think that's duct tape. It's like I don't know what it is, but it's not duct tape.
There's something wrong when that becomes permanent and that becomes institutionalized. What is more interesting to these kind of thinkers, one of the figures I work on, for example, is an individual called Colin Ward, and he wrote a book called Anarchy in Action, and it was very much based on how in our everyday lives, in our sort of workplaces, in our communities, in our homes, in our families, in our friendship groups, we are constantly busy negotiating or discussing, working out what we're going to do, how we're going to do it. And we don't actually need to appoint some permanent forms of leadership in order to achieve this. Sometimes, sometimes there is that presence in some family structures. They cleave to a very particular form of interaction, perhaps as a male head of the family, perhaps a female. But actually in many places and circumstances, you don't have that. So I think the interesting thing for me when I was sort of moving through these ideas and working through them was to get rid of this idea you have to eliminate leadership in this sort of great fraternal, cuddly sense of absolutely everyone in agreement. It's it's not necessarily you need to get complete consensus on something. It can be that there is someone who has a particular strength or a particular understanding, a particular insight on something that you want to achieve. And then by all means, people should listen to them. Or if there is a sort of natural sense to which they are able to direct or guide or facilitate something happening, then by all means respect that. But the big thing is it doesn't become permanent, and that when things change, and change is possibly the most important factor in this form of anarchy, and acknowledging change and living with the fact that things change in a meaningful way, at some point...
Her forehead has a lot of like folds in it.
Somebody else is going to be better placed to take that role. So that's the kind of nuance to leadership that I think these anarchist ideas bring.
Yeah, thank you. That makes a lot of sense. So in your answer there, you mentioned direct democracy, and obviously,
yes,
this has been discussed in the UK before. I think maybe the consensus view is that even though the ideal of direct democracy is very worthy, it's something I think people would like to embody, there's a general consensus that it's sort of unlikely to work on the scale of the United Kingdom, even though it might work at more local levels. Could you speak to us about...
Has more chance of working in the UK than it does in the United States, I guess, on just purely on the population level.
What does the anarchist say to that kind of worry?
A few interesting points there, but yes, absolutely. It's not just that it's sort of laudable but unrealistic. Some people actually very much don't feel it's laudable at all. Some people sort of think it's veering towards kind of more dangerous forms of populism, and you can't deny that it does have that within the tradition. There are certain voluntary groups that have existed in history that are spontaneous and cooperative and work for very, very questionable or frightening things, and we are to some degree seeing things like that, and that's something that I certainly feel that I need to address and confront and not evade. The other big sort of stereotype that goes with it is that if it's direct democracy, then you're going to be having lentils for lunch, there's going to be a drum circle, and at some point the incense is going to be lit. And I'd avoid the brownies if I were you. Yeah, that's in there too. It means most stereotypes kind of have sufficient grains of truth in order to keep them perpetuating. And these are sort of factors that do put people off. I think a lot of people don't realise the extent to which they're already practising direct democracy and just not realising it. Like I said in my previous response on the question of leadership, so many times if you are capable of being within a group of friends and organising something or deciding on something, then you're actually capable. Like the raw skills and processes and mechanics of that, you've got them. They're in there. So it's not. So I sort of push back on the notion that it's impossible. Human beings living together and trying to work that out is in essence what we're talking about here. Now, you also mentioned in the question sort of, okay, but how would this work on a United Kingdom scale? And indeed, how would you work that on a kind of global scale? We have to sort of look at the issue. These direct democracy communities, such as might have been envisaged by someone like Jean-Jacques Rousseau, for example, even he back in the sort of 18th century said, well, it's too late now. Modern industrial society is too complex. We can't go back to nice little cozy peasant communes, no matter how hard we try. And part of me is attracted to the cozy little peasant commune, apart from the fact that, you know, having grown up in a very rural part of Britain, and the idea of being enclosed in that community, it's not all Candleford, people. That's all I'm going to say. So, yeah, interesting notion. Now, the sort of anarchism I'm committed to, I could speak to you about federated communities, or, you know, and the fact that far from being anachronistic, you know, these sorts of models of federation. So, for example, you've got Kropotkin's notion of federated communities, slightly updated by, I think, G.D.H. Cole in the mid-century. He talked about guild socialism and those sorts of notions, how you organise sort of a complex modern industrial society through sort of syndicates or workers' control. There are all those models out there, and they're useful to be able to sort of present. The sort of anarchism that interests me the most doesn't really like to kind of paint ideal social orders. For me, it's always far more of a practice. And in this sense, I sort of cheat a little bit. So I say, well, I don't need to worry about how you would necessarily organise or institutionalise direct democracy. Direct democracy, that sort of implies that it's direct democracy is sort of a means to an end, right. Like the end being, you know, this perfect social order where everything's jolly and lovely and equal and just and all those good things. Now, that would be nice, but actually I sort of come in slightly differently and say, well, for me, direct democracy is kind of the end and the means all in one. So if I can see any opportunity in any space, existing spaces, and new ones, you know, but it's perfectly possible within existing spaces where people can just increase the amount of democratic practices that are available to them with existing means. Now, that to me is a possibly more interesting angle, although it does feel to some people like I'm evading the question of how it might work on a large scale. But I sort of think I would fall into paradox very, very quickly if I start dictating to you how to be free, right? We all know you can't be forced to be free.
Right.
But what I could do instead is ask, well, in any given situation, how might you increase the amount of freedom that's available to you? And that will be a good start.
Yeah, so it's about taking the practices and some of the skills and the activities that we're already engaged in.
Because the whole thing about direct democracy, if it's not voluntary and spontaneous, then it's not.
I think Angry Bird Hands is okay if you're talking about government. Like, you know, government sucks. I think that's cool. As long as you don't direct it at dudes.
Not direct democracy. So if you invent a new system and say to everyone, this is going to work, you have to do it like this now, that's actually very, it's a logical fallacy. It collapses in on itself immediately. You have to start where people are actually at, with what they're doing, with where they already are, and respecting them as already thinking and intelligent beings that are capable of making decisions, are capable of cooperating, may not want to do it in the pattern or to the order that you've got in mind. And that doesn't mean you tolerate anything. Of course, it's an exchange, it's a discussion. Democracy is that. It's not, for me, democracy is not about achieving a complete consensus, and that's the only means by which it can function.
Right.
It's actually about how you have conflict that's creative rather than catastrophic.
Good. So I wanted to bring you back to the worry that you mentioned, which is that there are some instances of the past, and unfortunately maybe in the future as well, of people using these kinds of methods but coming to form groups that have ideologies or moral views which we now find to be generally sort of abhorrent. And I guess the question I have is, how are we to, without sort of disturbing the democratic nature of this process, how are we to nudge our way off that path? So, for example, I think when you nodded your head to it, the new Italian leader is, further right than maybe some people were hoping across Europe, and there are those sentiments, and I think they need to be taken seriously as a matter of democratic practice. Right? This is an embodiment of what the people of Italy wanted. But, you know, I, for one, am concerned, and I get the sense many other people too. So how are we going to use this direct democratic procedure to nudge away from some results?
For me, so I think you're going somewhere that's sort of really interesting here, because the difference maybe in the first instance between liberal democracy as a noun for a set of institutions and a historical formation, a socio-political formation that sort of acknowledges or takes its cues from particular ideas of ancient Greece or the ancient Greek world, for example, and that has had the majority of its concentrated development in the West and in America and places like that, and now finds itself facing a lot of questions and challenges. And then there is a certain degree of irony to which, in order to protect itself, this liberal democracy, capital L, capital D, proper noun, has to actually kind of, to what extent does it feel that it needs to abandon democracy as an adjective or a verb for a certain way of practicing and being and sort of deliberating on decisions, which is what we're essentially talking about when we talk meaningfully about democracy. And it's tricky. So my first port of call with this, the great wave of populism, as it's being referred to, first of all, I think it's difficult to think about it that way and get much further along the tracks. The leader, and it's something the political right has always been remarkably good at, and the political left has always been remarkably bad at. The political right have an ear to the ground more than people realise, and they are very good at picking up perfectly concerns or fears or worries that are not in and of themselves completely unreasonable, and turning them into a very well-crafted rhetorical and political campaign. Margaret Thatcher was, she's someone I used to work on quite carefully was the historian Raphael Samuel, and he once said Margaret Thatcher stole the left libertarians' best lines and used them for the right. She understood what people were objecting to and played that to her advantage. A lot of these movements are simply recognizing that many people feel very anxious, worried. They are conscious that they're living in systems that don't seem to be working, that there's a disjunction or distortion between what they are being told should be the case and what they are actually experiencing in their lives. Again, if you sort of drill in and start trying to avoid sort of mass or mob thinking when it comes to populism, you'll have a tiny small minority of people who are hardcore committed to these views, and a larger group of people who are not finding any other forms of expression or representation anywhere else, and they are being welcomed and they're being given dignity and respect by these other sort of sources of power, so they're gravitating towards them. I'm not sure, so in my ideal, having more democracy right now, democracy, the adjective, the verb, would be the best way of protecting the liberal democracy proper noun as a system. That would be what I would advocate, that we have come so far away from a culture where we are willing to listen to people's fears or concerns, especially when they check or go or run counter to what we want to hear. And so that's, for me, that's an important starting place. But it's a frightening one because obviously it takes time. It takes time to win that respect and create those cultures of discussion. And we are living at times where we don't know how much time we have for certain things.
Yeah, I think that sounds right. And the insight that the right has been better at listening to concerns that people have and turning them into a political campaign, that rings very true. And
we saw that
Britain,
in 2016, didn't we?
Yeah, exactly. So obviously Thatcher, but it's happening right now. It's happening as we speak in the Cabinet Office. So I thought we could turn to some biographical questions. So you've spoken in the past about your sort of libertarian beginnings, and I wondered if you could give us a sort of potted history of how you came.
That was my beginnings. I was a libertarian. And then there's a running joke, like, what's the difference between a libertarian and an anarchist? And the answer is 6 months. So yeah, roughly speaking, that's about right. I think I turned anarchist maybe. It wasn't 6 months. It was a bit longer than that. Maybe it was a few years, year or two.
Came to this interest in anarchism and how you came to these views.
So I was definitely an anarchist before I knew I was an anarchist. My mum.
I was an anarchist before I knew. I've always not liked authority. I've always hated authority, hated school, rubbed me the wrong way. So much of the status quo has always rubbed me the wrong way as a kid. And it carried on to adulthood. Still does, obviously. This lady, she is, let me leave a link here. Her name is Sophie Scott Brown. I just discovered her today. I just discovered this video. It was in my feed, but I'll leave the link down below so you can check it out, Alex.
Was a teacher, and she made the cardinal error of teaching both my brother and I to read when we were very, very little, before we started school, and saying to us, if you can read, the world's open to you. You won't need anything else. Oh, she should not have said that. I tried school and found that I didn't like instinctively I reacted against the regimented nature of the day, the fact that I was enclosed, the fact I was told what to read, when to read, how to read it. Before I even had anything resembling a sort of critical or an analytical language for these things, it was just, and I think this is probably the case for many people, it's an instinctive gut reaction. And I had a few choices. I could do what many of my peers did, and sort of, it was the prototype of quiet quitting. So you just go there and you just get through the day and you just wait for break time, lunchtime and home time. Those are the three highlights of the day. Or another group that just disrupted their own lives by basically rebelling, being sort of badly behaved, what have you. I decided to take a third option, and that was simply I just walked away. I continued to reject or refuse. It was it was my first example of resistance, I suppose, and I was very lucky. I had understanding parents, and here's where the direct democracy came in. They were both of them willing to hear my point of view, even as a child. And the point I was always told, you can make your case. You're going to receive criticisms on it, but you must. If you can make your case, if you put your point across, we will listen. That was the deal. No guarantees and agreement, but certainly I got a hearing. And so one way or another, somehow I managed to sort of struggle through the 18 years. I took the exams fairly independently, so I had a very in and out, very checkered, very minimal relationship with formal education. And now I come to look back, and I think that was sort of extremely important. From a very young age, I got very used to being very self-reliant, from deciding what I was going to read, how I was going to learn. If I had been forced through school, I think my passion and enthusiasm for all that sort of thing would have been completely extinguished, pretty much annihilated by the time I got to 18. The fact that I was choosing what to pursue and how, and in that process found that things that I wouldn't normally have wanted to do, like mathematics or science, they weren't sort of natural things for me. But through needing to know, wanting to know about certain things, I sort of quite organically found myself just being interested in everything and seeing the value and the potential value of it.
I'm going to cut that off right there. We've hit the 6-hour mark. So I just want to thank you guys for all the support, especially on the Kick side. Lost a follower. Apparently I offended somebody. Somebody got butthurt, so they left. So if anybody on the YouTube side is not a follower on Kick, go on over there, man. Let me go ahead and leave that in the chat one last time here. There she is. So go ahead and compensate for that that person that had to clutch their pearls and scamper off. So but yeah, love each and every one of you. Hopefully this was an entertaining and helpful 6 hours. Thank you for those who attended but couldn't for the whole duration, for a brief moment. Appreciate every last one of you, all the men and the women, right? Because women dig me too. Men dig me. Women dig me. Right? I'm palpable. I'm palatable. I'm that guy. Right? I'm that guy. I'm him. All right? I appreciate each and every one of you. I mean, I'm shocked. I'm shocked somebody got offended. I'm sure it was a dude. I think it was. Was it not for sale? Was it you, dude? The one that was like telling me how to like potty train my dog? I don't know. Either way, if that's what you're gonna leave about, whatever. I don't care. Love each and every one of you. I'm gonna end this sucker, but yeah. I'll put out a video tomorrow, and it'll be a good one. And then I may stream tomorrow. Who knows? I may be on tomorrow. We'll see. All right. I'll catch you guys later.